Taliju ayana beledna mamurta Sudan mujaja mafiralena Yalna meidin bainana rabuna Belena taban min zaman ya rabbuna Taliju ayana beledna mamurta Sudan mujaja mafiralena Yalna meidin bainana rabuna Ya chak Sudan ya kwana jidel kombelet fiu mushakil daldu miten durja miten darda daldu miten darda Ya chak Sudan ya kwana jidel kombelet fiu mushakil daldu miten darda daldu miten darda Jab Sudan ya kwana shitel kombelet fiu mushakil dalbi miten darda dalbi miten darda ana beke da jan kum ya Sudan shitel kum ya jama rabbuna bisai Beke dajan kum ya Sudan shitel kum ya jama rabbuna bisai Our beloved leading in Sudan Lord our God come in completed our land not comfort to the knees are finished because of war between us. Our children germinate among other law. Our beloved leading in Sudan, Lord our God, come and populate our land not comfort to the days are finished because of war between us. Our children germinate among other law. You Sudanese, be careful, we all a problem. When will I be happy? And then be happy. When will I be happy? You Sudanese, be careful, we all a problem. When will I be happy? And then be happy. When will I be happy? I'm crying about you, Sudanese, be careful, my people, who take care of my mind. God bless you. I'm crying about you, Sudanese, be careful, my people, who take care of my mind. God bless you. Arzidam na jinubta yauda shaifinu alela jinubta fiyadna yalla ya kwana di Sudan jadid chawlena sala Arzidam na jinubta yauda shaifinu alela jinubta fiyadna yalla يلا يا قوانا في السودان جديد شجعوا لنا السلام. سيبوا مشاكل بينكم هاي من زمان في جنوبنا، في ناس كتير بموت سنبلة عليه لما في أي دول بموت سنبلة. السودان سلام يجمل قلوبنا، ما دايرين تفرقة دمنا واحد وربنا واحد، ما في قبلية بيننا. سيبوا مشاكل بينكم هاي من زمان في جنوبنا، في ناس كتير بموت سنبلة عليه لما في أي زول بموت سنبلة. السودان سلام يشمل قلوبنا، ما دايرين تفرقة دمنا واحد وربنا واحد، ما في قبلية بيننا.
Wayfair has everything I need to make my home.
Looking for cheap flights to Africa? Save up to $300 off with ASAPtickets.com. Fly to Nigeria from only $600.
Assalamu alaikum. Just a minute. مرحبا بكم جميعا مشاهدين لمنبر صوت الشعب. الناس المشاهدين لمنبر صوت الشعب في فيسبوك مساء الخير، وكذلك الناس المتابعيننا أو المشاهدين في يوتيوب أيضا، وكذلك الناس المستمعين في كلاب هاوس عبر South Sudan Political Club. مرحبا بكم جميعا. Good evening and good morning also to those who are watching from Australia. Good morning to you all and welcome to Voice of the People Forum. خلينا برضو نرحب برفاق جنرالز جنرال مايك وجنرال جرمايا وماي كوهوست دكتور ميلوك. مرحبا بكم في غرفة، وأنا سعيد إنه نكون معكم في النومنسية ده. خلونا برضو أنا أرحب بالمستمعين بتاعتنا تحت في ساوث سودان بوليتيكال كلاب تحت. الأوديون بتاعتنا مرحبا بكم. الليلة طبعا we are going to talk about the contribution of Red Army in the SPLA from 1983 to 2005. أنا هنا قبل كده عملنا حلقة هنا في صوت الشعب في فيسبوك I think السنة اللي قبل اللي فاتت، وبرضه كان استضيفنا ناس من الشباب اللي كانوا ريد آرمي. هنا كان من ضمنه ناس كوكي، وفي واحد برضه كان من استراليا اسمه موبيور. المهم في شباب كتار كان جو فيسبوك واتكلموا عن السليفري بتاع ريد آرمي. That was the topic because it was something like that. برضو الدكتورة كارل برجر عندها رسالتين. في رسالة بتاعت ماجستير بتاعها عملها في الشباب الجو لكندا المشوا كوبا، الشباب بتاع ريد آرمي، وهي مشت عملت لهم انترفيو لما جابوهم and from there she went ahead وكملت عمل الرسالة بتاعتها بتاعت ماجستير في الريد آرمي بالذات الشباب اللي جاوا من كوبا. هي ما وقفت على ذلك فقط، but also she went ahead and she wrote a book, and the name of the book called The Child Soldiers of Africa Red Army, The Role of Social Process and Routinized Violence in South Sudan Military. Carl Berger, she put a lot of information in the book. هي برضو عملت انترفيو لقيادات كثيرة من الحركة الشعبية من ضمنهم جنرال كول منيا. في الحلقة بتاعت الليلة نحن ده تقريبا الحلقة الثالثة، ودائما أنا before I go forward أنا بشكر جنرال جرمايا for your commitment، وكذلك جنرال مايك for your commitment. وأنا بشكركم إنه البرنامج ده لو نجح ولا فشل في آخر حلقة you guys will take the credit with me بالإضافة للإدارة بتاعت South Sudan Political Club, and you need to be appreciated. الليلة طبعا أنا بتكلم مع ناس بدأوا their life they were Red Army. أنا أبدأ بجنرال جرمايا. مايك تقريبا هو في مناسبة بسيط but I think in a while he will actually be free. أنا جنرال جرمايا يبدأ يتكلم، بعدها كان هو انتهى مايك بكون جاء. وبرضه الكومريدز اللي بتاعت SPLM اللي كانوا جيش Red Army قاعدين تحت you will be welcome to join the forum tonight. عندنا دايرين نتكلم عن ناس عاشوا الجيش الريد آرمي. Mike General Jeremiah will start talking to define to us what is the Red Army and what was behind creating the Red Army. في حاجة اسمه black, I think they call it black army or برضه في Red Army. Jeremiah will talk about this to clear the space to all of us. What Red Army ده شنو؟ وفكرة ده بدأ كيف؟ في a lot of يعني contradiction in regard to the information in regard to the Red Army. Jeremiah is a well-informed SPLA officer, وكذلك جنرال مايك، وديل كانوا في الرئاسة بتاعت الراهل الغاية دكتور جونغرين ديموبيو. قبل ما أنا أمشي ندي فرصة لملوك اللي هو my comrade up here في الهوست will help me in the host. وقبل ما أنا أدي فرصة لجنرال جرمايا because he will start speaking about Red Army شنو. أنا let me also remind also أما يتحد هناك أنا ما أعتقد لو كان جنرال كان Red Army الناس اللي تحت اليد بيكون مفتوح، وأنا بعد ما مايك يتكلم بنرفع الناس فوق تيجي فوق. let's talk about Red Army. أنا داير نذكر الناس يوم السبت الجاي هيكون عندنا contribution بتاعت Eastern Equatoria ويوم الأحد هنا هنتكلم عن contribution بتاعت جنجولي state, and then we'll be remaining with 7 states. أنا داير نأكد إنه for the contribution of Eastern Equatoria on the Saturday, General Pagana Mumi confirmed to me today, and he will be part of the discussion also. He will come and talk about the contribution between Eastern Equatoria for the struggle in the SPLA, and which actually is good news. Nena Benadifu Bordo, General Mike, General Jeremiah, Tongjang, General Biel, and also he confirmed to me, and General Biel was one of the leaders of the SPLA. So we are going the right direction. والهدف من البرنامج بتاعنا ده كله قبل ما انا ادي فرصه لما يلوك to say something. هدف من البرنامج بتاعنا ده كله very simple, بسيط جدا. Just we want to tell everyone في South Sudan we contributed in the struggle, and all of us as people of South Sudan we own the struggle and the idea of the SPLA and even creating a دولة اسمه جنوب السودان. ده فكرة بتاعتنا بس. وده بساهم في انه we have the same feeling انه كلنا كجنوبيين اننا شعب واحد we contributing together. Red Army today جنوب السودان is in the mess. الحركة الشعبية بتاع السودان already is انتهت, it finished. كي movement الآن ال SPLA يتحول لحاجة اسمها SSPDF. But هنا we will still talking about our contribution because اللي يتغير ل SSPDF the SPLA those for the war, and that's why we'll be talking about the Red Army, and at the end of كل نقاشات we'll ask ourselves what should be done. And here there is a Red Army today in this discussion. What is the role of the Red Army in correcting the situation in South Sudan today? They need to answer that. دور بتاعكم شنو؟ جونجرن بينهم الجبر كتير because you were told like you are the future of the South Sudan, go and study tomorrow, come back and take it over. You can see the situation now in the mess with Junuba Sudan. How can we correct this kulana ke Junubin? My brother, Dr. Mayluk, Fadal, I want to give you some, to greet our audience and also to say something. Lenas listener done, and I will go give the floor to General Jeremiah, and he will talk in detail what is the Red Army, and then Nas Tanin Mike and big Kalas in time in Al Munasaba, or Nas Al Garin Ted, you guys, you are welcome to join us. Mayluk.
شكرا brother Edward, engineer Edward. خليني أشكر my brother General Mike and General Jeremiah وجودهم معنا في South Sudan Political Club ومستمعين أو مشاهدين بتاع صوت الشعب في فيسبوك. أول حاجة this kinds of discussion طبعا ده الحاجة المطلوب في جنوب السودان. بما أنت كنت قبل شوية بنرجع للهيستوري بتاعنا ليه؟ بنمشي للهيستوري بتاعنا عشان to learn from it. بناخد العبر من التاريخ, بنشيل الكويس فوقه والكعب بنتعلم منها عشان ما نكرر الأخطاء. دولة بتاعنا بتاع جنوب السودان زي ما أنت قلت قبل شوية كلنا كجنوبيين ساهمنا في معركة بتاعت نضال كلنا, قدمنا فيه الأرواح, قدمنا فيه كل مجهودات بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان من أجل هدف واحد. هدف بتاعنا إنه الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان تكون شعب نقدر نغير المصير بتاعنا بأنفسنا. التوبيك الفوق بتاع ريد آرمي زي ما كلنا كجنوبيين عارفين إنه ريد آرمي أو الناس اللي كانوا قاعدين في الجيش الشعبي والحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان. الجيش الأحمر كان يا نواة أو كان السيد بتاع الحركة بتاع الجيش الشعبي لتحرير السودان. وكلهم في discussion بتاعنا في كلاب هاوس وفي السوشيال ميديا كله most of the الناس اللي بيتكلموا في السياسة بتاع جنوب السودان وفي المحنة اللي احنا قاعدين فوقه كدولة بتاع جنوب السودان هم كتار الناس اللي كانوا في ريد آرمي. عشان كده بنشكرهم الليلة إنه يجي يورونا تاريخ بتاعهم وتاريخ بتاع النضال بتاعهم المعاناة بتاعهم المشي فوقه ليه يعني في النهاية لقينا دولة بتاعنا. فالدولة بتاعنا قاعد في مفترق بتاع طرق. دايرنا كلنا نجي نتفاكر إنه ندي زول كله كريدت بتاعه في ساوث السودان إنه أنت ساهمت في إنه الدولة ده يكون دولة عندها سيادة وعندها ناس. so discussion ده الليلة بنفتح كل الأبواب للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان من خلال حديثنا في حاجة كنا دايرين نسألها زي ما قالوا إدوارد قبل شوية إنه أي زول يلقى نفسه في تاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان أو في عملية بتاع النضال بتاعنا إننا ساهمنا بطريقة أو بأخرى. so أنا بشكركم، بشكر جنرال مايك وبشكر جنرال جرماية وجود بتاعنا معنا الليلة في كل الديسكشن بتاعت العملية بتاعت النضال بتاع الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان زي ما فتحنا المرة اللي فات contribution بتاعت الولايات قبل يومين ولا امبارح كنا اتكلمنا عن Central Equatoria but next time هنمشي تاني ل Eastern Equatoria ومن السبع ولايات اللي كان هتجي. so أنا بشكركم بدي الفرصة لجنرال جرماية أو back to you Edward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Shukran, Minduk. Thank you, my brother. And let me welcome again General Jeremiah وأنا شايف General Biel هو انضم في room and I'm so happy you are here. And actually, we are actually going to talk about the contribution of the Red Army in the SPLA, SPLM from 1983 to 2005. أنا أدي فرصة لجنرال جلمايا بعد ذاك لو مايك بقى انتهى بعد ذاك جنرال بيل هيجي فوق نجيبه فوق هنا برضه كزول غايد. وزي ما أنا قلت قبل شوية يوم الأحد الجاي يوم السبت الكونتريبيوشن بتاع إيسترن إكواتوريا General Pagana Mumukich will be here and with General Jeremiah, General Mike and Kazali, General Biel Rambang. I'm so happy and also General Pagan acknowledged Gibel when I talked to him, General Biel was one of the leaders at SPLM, SPLA. So it's good if you guys contributing in reshaping our story. So Jeremiah, the floor is yours, my brother, and you can start talking about what is the Red Army exactly كده. وده لأن حاجة الناس التانية بنجيبهم فوق بنجيب جنرال بيل. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Brother Edward, General Mike, co-host, General Bill, General with the domain. Okay, and audience, the people of South Sudan, and all the coverage from Red Army unit, from Katiba Banad unit, and the rest of the SPLA unit. I greet you all, and I am honored to be here today to give or to lecture about Red Army during the liberation struggle. Yes, I've been saying my name here. I am Jeremiah Jogai. I am a member of Red Army. I am from Red Army. So Red Army, it is, when you are in Red Army, it is for life. That title is for life. Doesn't matter you are at the 50 or 60s, 70s, or something of that kind. Red Army, being a member of Red Army, the title is for life. And this is what I want to make it very clear to everybody who is here. Yes. Today, the question is because contribution of Red Army in SPLA in 1983. Yes, there was no Red Army Red Army is just in military wing because of that age, on an educational background. It made them purely to be in the army, to be in the military wing. But the rest of the unit, they are promoted, then they are taken to political wing. Okay. Today we are going to hear about Red Army. What did it stand for? And how did it start in SPLA? And we are going to hear about the life of Red Army in SPLA, objective of Red Army in SPLA. All this we are going to hear about Red Army today. How Red Army contributed, the importance of Red Army, and who is the commander of Red Army. Let me start to answer the question, what is Red Army? Red Army is one of the military unit in SPLA in the bush. Red Army is a unit. And that unit was under the leader of the movement, Dr. John Garang de Mabir. He was the commander of the Red Army. And the rest, those who had been commanding the Red Army, they were just delegated. This is how the Red Army was. Red Army and Commando unit plus Comscom unit and fire Talada whether they were directly under Dr. John Garang de Mabir. Because when we were in the bush, when we joined the SPLA, at this younger age, after the training, you are not allowed to go back where you came from. That was the policy of the SPLA. When they grow up, they are taken to the Commando unit. And then they are taken from Commando, they are taken to a special training. So, as I said, Red Army is one of the units in the SPLA. The idea of Red Army, where it originated from, of course, all of us are aware, SPLA was a communist movement in Africa. It adopted communist style of military because of the former Ethiopian government under Mengistu al-Maryam. Because by then, when the SPLA, when 1983 came, there were about 5 or 4 communist leaders in Africa. Among of them, it was Ethiopia under Mengistu al-Maryam, and then in Libya you have Colonel Gaddafi, and also Robert Mugabe. So those were the people whom attracted the movement in Sudan, the SPLA. So the issue is, Red Army originated from Russia, former Soviet Union. It was about 18 something, between 18 to to 19th century. That was how the Red Army started. It started in Russia during their civil. There was a war in Russia, so there were two types of army. So Red Army was passing. There is another type of army. There were two types of army in Russia war. Now, when SPLA, I can remember when SPLA became quite strong, Dr. John was having connection with Cuba, especially the former Cuban leader, Fidel Castro. SPLA were taken to Ethiopia, to Cuba. The Red Army were taken there. So, just this is what I can say where Red Army originated from. It originated from Russia. They used it in their wars before, and it was very successful. And the same ideology were adopted by the SPLM leadership. Also to have Red Army to support regulation. But the one of the SPLA, it was quite different. Because some of people they join SPLA, or some of the Red Army in the SPLA, there were about 10 and sometimes 9, sometimes some of that kind. So it wasn't like the way it was in Russia. So ours is more worse than them. And Dr. John was just bringing in children, build a school for them, and then from there, when they grow up, they are taken to the military training centers. So this is how I define the Red Army. And the question which was, what is the role of Red Army in current situation? This one I will talk about a bit later. But now let me put it very clear, the way the structure of Red Army. SPLA has about four type of army. They have Black Army, and they call it Jejel Aswad, or Jejel Lamar, who are Red Army. And then they have another unit called Katiba Banat. It is a unit. Then other unit is a commando unit. Commando, and then we have SPLA militias, and then they call it Moindi. So these were the type of the army SPLA had in the bush. Now, in SPLA, the first battalions, they were now Red Army, 105 and 104. Those two battalions, they rebelled from Sudan, and then they went to Ethiopia, Bilfam. They went to Bilfam or Ethiopia. You know the history of 104 and 105. They were now Red Army, and these were these were the first two battalions of the SPLA. And then there were now Red Army of Tiger and Timsa. I didn't hear about the Red Army because I joined SPLA in 1985. Also, I didn't hear about the Red Army of Jamus. Jamus had numbers in Red Army of Jamus, even though there were some students in Jamus, especially they were quite young, but they had not been classified as Red Army. But it is good General Biel is here, and I think he can make a clarification because he was one of the Tiger battalion members. Now, Red Army, where it started in SPLA, Red Army, it started with the Corium division. Corium was the first division of the SPLA. It started with it was the division which started with the ideology of Red Army. according to the former CNC, doctrines. So, Red Army of Koryom, they went to Ethiopia. Some of them were taken to, they were really taken to Cuba. Those Red Army of Koryom. And I can remember one of them, some of them were very young. They managed to be graduated with some of the battalions. And I can remember someone called Okwal was from Shallow Kingdom. And before we came to Ethiopia for training, I met him in Shulu Kingdom there. And then even he came to Ethiopia, and then from there in 1986, I think in 1986 he went to Cuba. So the first Red Army started with Koryom, then Red Army of Mormor. I would like to put it that every division in SPLA, it has Red Army. So now we have Red Army of Koryom, Red Army of Mormor Division, Red Army of Gazoo Division, Red Army of Zarzal Division, and Red Army of Intifada in Fijar, Intizar, coming down like this. So before 1991, SPLA just it trained about 7 divisions while it was still in Ethiopia. So all those divisions, there were Red Army there. Now, when we talk about the command, let me give detail about the Red Army in terms of command or gradations. Red Army of Mormor or Gazoo, they were under the commander called Majongaur or Jongaur, something of that kind. He was the one in charge of Red Army of Mormor and Gazoo. This is the Red Army of 2 divisions. And then Biaratem was the one in charge of Red Army of Zarzal. And later, the Red Army of Mormor and Gazoo and Jongaur, they were joined to the Red Army of Zarzal under Biaratem. So we were with them in Gilo, place called Gilo in Ethiopia. We were together there. So we were united together. Now, Red Army of Intifada, I can remember when Intifada was graduated, Red Army was not graduated like the way the Red Army was graduated. And Zarzal, it was the first division which graduated Red Army. Because the number of Red Army of Zarzal, it was a very big battalion, almost 2 battalions, 1,777. So it was the first battalion of Red Army sent to graduate to the front line. So Red Army of Intifada, they were not graduated as Red Army, as I said before. Immediately they were graduated and integrated into Commando right away immediately. So their integration into Commando was completed in Peñudo around 1989. And they were one who went to Western Equatoria, and they were combined together with the Commando. As I said, they were integrated to Commando, and their commanders, among them is CDR, led the General Wangchok Koryom, and when they went as Commando, they were under James Ross in Western Equatoria. So, but they were not graduated as Red Army. Then other Red Armies, they were not visible like our Red Army. So the Red Army in any divisions, according to their number, they used to be sent to us just coils of the form of companies to the direction where they are directed to go to. Now Red Army itself is divided into four. So this name they look funny, but let me just say them. Of course, we know there are two types of Red Army. We have active Red Army and non-active Red Army. Active Red Army, these are the Red Army who are involved in combat with Yejalaso together. Non-active Red Army, these are the Red Army who are in their bases, but they are not in combat, or they are in their bases and they don't have gun, or they were not even trained like that. These are the two types of Red Army. But there is another type of Red Army called Moregrek. Moregrek, I don't know which language was it, but it had been used. Because when the Red Army of Zanzar was graduated, yes, the battalion went with BRATM. Then those who were under 8, the other one, they were named Moregrek. Which language, I don't know. Then they were taken to Dima. Then there is another type of Red Army. It seems now Moregrek is quite big. There are another one, another level of Red Army. They call it Dig. Another is, it is an animal in Equatoria. I've never seen it in Upper Nile. Very small animal. So it looks like a fox. This is how it is. This is another name of Red. A small part of Red Army. So they're called like that. So now, according to what I know, in the battalion of Red Army, let me put it clearly. The battalion commander, the visible commander of the Red Army, as I normally say, is BRATM. And then the first Koi, who was Riewula, was under a commander called Ajak Dongreng. Ajak Dengreng. He was the one in charge of Riewula, or first company. And there was one commander called Bill. During the graduation, he was a political officer or political orientation officer in the Red Army. And another general called Chulpan. They were in charge of political affairs in the Red Army. And Chulpan, sometimes I used to see him in the hospital, treating the people there. So he was having two positions as a political officer. Political officer, I mean, like he's a political commissar officer. Those one who are in charge of politics in the SPLA. So he is a doctor, and again, he is a deputy of Bill. They were the one handling the political affairs of the Red Army. And the role of the political commissar officers or political orientation officers in SPLA, it is when there is a problem in the movement, or when there is problems in battalions, people are deserting the unit, they go just so, or any kind of frustrations. They are the one, they cooperate, then they explain, they encourage the army, and all this is what they've been doing. And commander of second Koi was someone called Arwai Deng Ngor. He was the one in charge of Syria Tani. I mean, it's Syria Talta. Got Syria, the one in charge of second Koi or second company. I've forgotten his name in the Red Army. But Arwai was the one in charge of the third company of the Red Army. And the deputy was someone called Deng Tiap. And the one in charge of the first Koi, he was called Galwagai, and that was the Koi I was. And medical officer was called Kuriai. Kuriai is from Bentiu. And sometimes he worked with well used to assist him when there are so many patients in the hospital. And what I can remember the rest of the commanders of the Red Army. By then there were but another platoon commanders like Deng Adol and Ajak Tagat were there, and we have someone called Sadik, or sometimes in Dengapur they call him Abol, and then Deng Mam, he died in Kiela, and Sebit also he died in Kiela, and another one called David Morpin so I think he is now in Juba, and then your Mach, brother of Majong Mach, and then B.R. Makaras, and someone called Mayan. Sometimes we call him a Gudiai. And these are the officers we were commanding the battalion of Red Army, and almost all of them. I never remember someone from Barakazal. I normally, according to what I know, all of them were from Bor, except Kuriai from Bentiu. Now, there were so many areas. Red Army, they were trained in Bongo. Some of them are trained in Dima. Some of them are trained like in Pilfam. And the headquarters of Red Army is was in Pilfam. Now, when it comes to to participation of Red Army in the war, there were Red Army in Kurmuk. And then our Red Army went to Bibo. And most of the Red Armies were very useful in Eastern Equatoria under the command of late General Dagagwam. So those were the areas Red Army were deployed. In Kurmuk, they were active in combat there. And I could remember when the Sudan Army Forces captured Kurmuk from the SPLA, there was a base. Red Army was stationed there. I think almost all of them, they were almost to be finished. Only few of them remain in that battle. And now there were so many commanders of Red Army. Yeah, the Red Army in Dima was under General Peter Beryang. And the Red Army in Vinyuda, they were under General Piang Deng Pol. And when we hear about those boys, that was a resettlement name created when the SPLA went to Ethiopia, went to Kenya. I mean, when they went to Kenya. Because in 1991, when Ethiopia was captured by those military Zanawi, Red Army in Itam, they were sent to Nasser. And by then, Gerald Taban Dengai was the camp commander of Itam. All the Red Army who were in Itam item, they were sent to Nasser. And the Red Army, who were in Penjudo, they were sent to Peshala, Gilo, until they reached Opoida, then to Ethiopia, where the Kakuma was established as the refugee camp. And from there, the name changed from Red Army to Lost Boys. But Lost Boys, I am trying to say this time, Lost Boys it should just be a resettlement name, but they are Red Army, because that name came in Kenya when Dr. John got second options to assist those guys or those boys, and that was the one of the basis of the resettlement by calling them Lost Boys. That was how they went to Ethiopia, to United States. But all of them are Red Army. I can remember we had Red Army also about the two COIs or two companies in Zingi, the former CNC headquarters. When I was in Komodo, and we were having two Red Armies, two COIs of Red Armies there. And I can say also, Gerald Bagana Mumukeji is one of the Red Army commanders, because Red Armies were sent to Cuba, and he was the one in charge of SPLA in Cuba. So probably he's qualified, or he's one of the commanders of the Red Army. And from here, I would like to stop here and give chance to the others. And then from there, when I get a chance again, it is the time now, I will be explaining the objective of Red Army and real contribution of Red Army in Eastern Equatoria. Red Army contributed a lot. It has more percentage in contribution in the movement during the war. So I will have more detail about it, and I will give it later. So thank you. I would like to stop here.
Thank you, General Jeremiah. Before I go to General Biel, because I want him to be the last, I think Songjiang left. General Mike, are you there, or because I want to give you before I go to General Biel? Mike, are you still out? Okay. Okay, then let me give General Biel. General Biel will come. And the floor is yours. Can you unmute your mic? Yeah.
Okay, Collected One. Thanks one more for this effort and this great job that we need actually to consolidate our effort to be united in one word, like when we put the word with one heart. Then our objective was liberation of South Sudan. Now again, if we have this crisis, then we want to compare notes to actually detect where we have gone wrong, what is that needed to be done for us to be on business again as usual. And when you talk about Red Army, you know, when there's a war, there's a lot of effects. Other young people decided to go and follow the adult where they go. If people are going to training, they will insist that they want to go, even if they're too young. Some of them insist that even to join the battle, if you want to convince them not to go, then they will resist it and they will go. But it becomes a big issue after the Korea, because when the movement started, it started as the insurgency in the Eastern Upper Nile, maybe Northern Bahr el Ghazal, where with Deng Majogus Makol, they were having Yanyitu, then you have Bolga one in Bantiu. Then there were difficulties on the border. Only Adal could afford to go and see. There was no young people involved. When the movement was started in 1983 with 105, 104, these are ex-soldiers or other organized armed unit like police, wildlife, resident war. These people were trained already, and they only need rehearsal, uniform, gun, some few tactics, and then go and start the war. These are the ones who started. The other group, these were majority of them is students who went to Bush when there was a crisis between Kwaratem and Garang Itang. Then most of them they were pro Anyanya 2. When Anyanya 2 have resisted joining rank with other people who came from Sudan lately, then the Itang camp was established by somebody called Abdallah Chol. Then the people who came from Sudan, actually they didn't go anymore to Bilbao. They went to Itang. That is where movement was established. And those of Jamus was having very few young people underage. Most of them, even if they are underage, they should be 16, 17, and 18 above. There were no young people at level of that army. And Anyanya 2 men, these are remnants of Anyanya 2. After Bilpam was attacked by the SPLA forces, then the recruits who were part of Anyanya 2, most of them refused to go back to Sudan. They remain, report themselves to the new movement. Then this is a group of Tiger and Timsa. These are the third page of the movement of the Jamus. So there were very few, a size number of Red Army, because the parade was 2,400 or 500, maybe around 80 to 100 seem to be underage, and some of them died in Pechala War and people, because they are the one who insists that they must be trained. People are going to combat and they want to participate. I remember somebody, a small boy called Walai. I don't like him very much. When people were going to attack in people, and then he was prevented, and then he was crying, he was going to shoot himself. He was allowed to go. He was seriously wounded. He was brought out and come and died instantly. These are young people. There was somebody called Kapsul, the Mukhalif country, Tiger Timsa. Of course, Yabulu Parid, Yabulu Tamam, Gudo, Tabul Saba, SPLA. In Tiba, it will go SPLA, Gale, and all good for them. They will get it, Dabuklio, they will jabble itself, Galusal, they got the self of a capsulia. Somebody can let somebody who let them Mukhalif. Well, you couldn't put a guy, self a child people put a guy. These were the young people who were supposed to be Red Army. So actually, like the first speaker, the Red Army started with the division of Korea, where there's too many young people, because these were 10 battalions. Then now the 10 battalion, other young people were screened out, they become sizable. Then that's where the Red Army started. Because they were not supposed to go to combat by then. Then instead of keeping them, the refugees come redundantly, they must be put in one place so that they can be disciplined, they can be given classes. Then you continue with them like that, education and military hierarchy to keep them organized. It was just movement was having difficulties to feed them good food that would make them sometimes vulnerable for disease. And this is how we started, as he narrated. He has it in detail, but this is what I know. Basically, it started mainly after the division of Korea. And very few combats they fought before the split. But after the split, I think the they were engaged by Torit faction who were fighting the bulk of the war until it split. And even the ones that were sent to Cuba, some of them were screened out of the units, and other people have come from refugees camp directly to Bilpam, who did not join the army, but they become Mudad army in the Bilpam. The first batch was sent out December 1986, and the second one later. These are the ones who were sent to Cuba. Only two big, then there is no more. I don't know what was the problem, maybe economic decline or whatever. There was no initiative to send more to Cuba. In human history, other people have their own history. The question of Red Army is related to SPLM socialist ideology, and people who were calling themselves South Sudan elite by then they were criticizing Garang that he want to brainwash them, as you have heard that he is the only commander that they know who talk to them. And then we put some key officers to communicate with Radam specifically, and then direct to Garang. No more people, and they say that no, he's building a very blind force that he will use later on against others. So it was a big worry in people who were eyeing other things for to get what we want. So I think they get a lot. Most of them become victims in many instances when there is a fight that went down between Shambi and Adok. Take 100 of them. The kilo of the fall of Mengistu, a lot of them die in the river because many of them came from areas who are inland, like Nubu Mountain and other part of Bar and Gazelle. A lot of them die in the river. And then in some war around like Kurmuk, a lot of them died there. In Equatoria too, one of them died. Actually, they were disadvantaged group that pays what they don't supposed to pay at that time. Because if they were there for the school, they should be attending the school until they reach the age of 18 to join the combat. But that was not the case after all these disadvantages in the struggle. They were used in many places. They pay heavy price than anybody else. Because most of us people who joined the war, we joined them at the age of 20 or 18 above. We joined the movement, then we finished our adulthood, and teenagehood was out the business beside war. And you can resort to them that these are key children of the SPLM because they don't know mother, they don't know fathers. Their mother was only SPLM, their father was only SPLM. And the history could recognize them. South Sudan, what are the institutions they have? They should give them foundation, give them a lot of, because many of them die now, place that their mommy and daddy don't know. The people who die in the river, or other people who die because of disease on the way, and they go to other places because they are malnourished. They face hell of problem. So I think he went ahead with all the details where they participated, where they were deployed. And one thing that I remember is that some of them were taken to Amor. They were trained with the Babad T-55. And I remember fired by youth, the gunner and the driver of the T-55 tanks, which we had used in a yacht, was driven by one of the Red Army, and he was subject for blame because he he doesn't know much about it. I don't know, or he become disoriented because he was taking the question of a tank cannot fight without a crew behind it because it's vulnerable at the rear. So he took it the way of Kawajat. You follow what has been said, what you are taught to follow. But in Africa, the people make their own mind out of this teaching. You use your own talent to try other things. So he was captured by 3 of T-62. And then the T-62 cannot destroy T-55 if they pace head by head. But if he turns around, then they can hit T-55 from the rear. So if you just take a maneuver of moving backward and then firing, and meanwhile you are running, you can make it out. Other people who have experience on tank, they talk about this one after the tank was captured by T-62, which is less than T-55. So I don't have much to say about Red Army. It just when they went to Cuba after the split, I find myself to be representing Nasser faction in Washington, D.C. So I trying to go and visit them. I was blocked by American that there is no flight from America to Cuba. You cannot go there. Then I contact people of the United Nations if they can help me to reach. They say, no, we will not be able to reach you unless you make it your own. You go to Central America, and then from Central America, maybe you take another route to go to Cuba. After you reach there, we will take care of you. I have those letters with me. And the last conclusion between me and them is that we need those boys to be relocated instead of sending them to South Sudan or keeping them in Cuba without doing nothing. Why don't you relocate them? And they say the U.S. could not accept them, but they will look for other venues. Later on, they said that they got somewhere to relocate them. I have this documentation communication with the United Nations. Can make it visible for you, Mr. Edward. So this is an important unit within our movement. Even when they were in Cuba, they were not affected by what had happened home. They kept themselves together as one people until they come to the Western world. If they join rank and file of all these factions, they did that at home. But when they were in Cuba, they were together. Even if you heard that your father have been killed, your cattle has been taken, your village has been destroyed, whoever has been done what, that one did not affect them. Some of them have tried to come up with all this, and then other people convince them. They managed to stay the way they were. This is a symptom of nationalism because they were raised nationalists. You were not raised in a patriarch locality where your army, your uncle, your cousin, your whoever, you stay in that location. He said the hell of it as planned. The patriarch locality, you defend on your own community, though they don't have that community in mind. Their community, their togetherness, wherever they found themselves, they use their mutual benefit, mutual support, and then they survive like that. So we can see that they are good people, good seed. If you manage to gear them up again, make them one thing, do one thing together, they can bring us something good. Because very simply, they can look the elders, they can look them down that they don't know what they're doing. They can look below them that these people, they don't know what they have learned. And they can actually start a route out of this crisis. So simple like that, I can just rest my argument. I have no much to say about it.
Shukran. Thank you so much, General Biel. Let me welcome Comrade Deng Bol, and also let me welcome back Comrade Tong Jiang. I wanted actually to give you a chance before I give Comrade General Biel. Before I go back to General Tong Jiang, I want actually to read something from Dr. Carol Berger book, and also I want you guys to touch on that also, because it's very important to clear this point to the people of South Sudan. Those are listening in the clubhouse, and those are actually listening from Facebook. Yeah. So, and then I will give a chance to Tong Jiang. It's look like we are not going to bring more people up because Tong Jiang is here, Deng Bol is here, Mike did not speak. I think, but let me welcome Sister Bani too. I want to read something from Carol Berger, the book called The Child Soldiers of Africa Red Army, the role of social process and routinized violence in South Sudan military. And this information is very important because there is a lot of misinformation going on within South Sudanese arena in social media or on the ground in South Sudan. So this thing also, we should put it clear to ourselves and clear it today to the people of South Sudan, because what we are doing here, we are actually telling the true history of the Red Army. And also, like, there is many accusation going to Denka tribe, like the Red Army was dominated by Denka, and this information also need to be corrected. General Biel is here, Tong Jiang is here, Deng Bol, Mike is here, and also Jeremiah is here. I'm reading from page 51. Garang orders his commanders to deliver children to the SPLA. The creation of the Red Army took place in stages. The level of organization evolving over the first years of the war. The first stage was in the gathering of the thousands of youth and children in refugees camps inside southwestern Ethiopia. And this one actually is the quotation by Dr. Carr quoted this from Johnson in 2003. And this began as the early as 1983. After the Boer Mutiny, which made the start of the war, at the same time, the civilians were fleeing from southern Sudan, particularly from northern Bahr Ghazal and Upper Nile region. The SPLA had begun to organize by 1987. The recruitment of the underage combatants was official policy. The SPLA zonal commanders were ordered to deliver thousands of children and youth to the guerrilla army. And this one is very important, and that's why I'm going to ask the question, why it ended up the majority of the Red Army, those came to Cuba and also to US, it went up, why the majority of them was Denka. This question needs to be answered. Last time I asked it, General Mike and Jeremiah, they answered it. General Bien is here, Tong Jiang is here. Tong Jiang and Deng, I think they are the only people up here from Denka tribe. The rest are Nuer and Shuluk. And also if there is someone else later on you want to come in, you can come up, because we need to put the history as it is. The zonal commanders were Salva Kiir Mayardit, is actually born 1951, in Bahr Ghazal. Riek Machar Teny Dargon, 1953, in Greater Upper Nile. Yusuf Kua Maki, 1945, actually died in 2001, in the Nuba Mountain. Lama Kol Ajawin, 1950, and Uyai Deng Ajak, 1952, in northern Upper Nile. Kwal Menyang Jok, 1945, in southern Upper Nile. And James Wani Iga, 1959, in Equatoria. And that also, the question will go later on, why it end up the majority actually is kids they are from Denka. That's very important. And that's why I'm reading this quotation to the people of South Sudan from Dr. Carl Berger. All were what people call as a son of that place. The area of their command corresponding to their geographic origins. In 1987, Major General Pagana Mumukich was the deputy commander of Rhino Battalion, Koryom Division. He remembers well when the orders to deliver the children was given. And now I'm reading the quotation actually from Pagana Mumukich. When the orders went to Riek Machar, to Kwal Menyang Job, and to those of Lamakol and General Uyai Dengajak to bring young people to basically collect what came to be known as the Red Army. The order was transmitted through our communication system by radio, said Amum. It was February 1987. He continued, the order was from Dr. John Garang himself, and he was in Bilfam, the SPLA wartime headquarters in Ethiopia, when he gave the orders. Amum confirmed that there was a standing order for Al-Jaish al-Ahmar to be trained militarily and acknowledged the high loss of life. But he noted the grievous condition within the southern Sudan during that period and contended a dispute all evident to the contrary, that the children and youth did not see the battle but were educated, and also that they were taken to Penyidor. I think you put it wrong. Tongjang, is it true? Penyidor here is Penyidor here, but it's Penyidor, right?
It's Penyidor.
Yeah, Penyidor. Yes. Inside the southwestern Ethiopia, we soon became a massive refugee camp. I need to read something here, very important. Then Tongjang, you can come in. That thing in regard to the board, because according to interview Carl Berger did with General Tabande guy, he quoted something here from Tabande guy. The overall commander of the 1,000 of the children and youth, the future Red Army was Captain Piang Deng Kwal, a Ngok Denka from Abyei, and the contested region in Sudan, southern Kordofan region. Once the order was communicated, the SPLA regional forces set out to fulfill the Garang order to deliver children to the movement. As officers have detailed to me in the series of interviews, thousands of lives were lost during the transport of Red Army recruits to gathering point near the border with the Ethiopian. In the disaster, I don't want to read this because it's taking time, but Taban then quoted something here. General Taban Dengai, then the governor of Unity State, in 2003 interview told me, he quoted something here very, very important, because what I heard people used to say before, they were saying like those lost in the boat, they were kind of 5,000 son of Nuer, but Taban Dengai said here, those they were 500. But let me read the quotation. The boat, this is quotation from Taban Dengai. The boat was sent to Adok, and it was loaded with the families and the Red Army. My family was there, and also a bit at Taban Dengai boat. They told me also a bit at Taban, the first wife, Maratul Awal, ubit tuzaro to offer fil border. Let me read it. They told me the boat was overloaded, and the two engines were not balanced properly, and it was overloaded with fuel and children. As the boat moved, it would go to one side, and the operator would ask the children to move to the other side. Like this is, those guys, they were not serious exactly. They're supposed to be put in the jail. Sorry, let me continue reading. The operator was even drunk يعني السواقين بتاع بوت umzaru كانوا سكرانين drinking aregi. Yeah, they were drunk drinking aregi, Arabic alcohol distilled from dates. My first wife was on the boat, and she said the boat started capsizing at 1 a.m. in the morning. البوت بدأ يعمل sinking at 1 a.m. in the morning. بدأ قاعد يغرق الساعة 1 صباحا. And on a dark night, the smaller child was less than 1 year at the time, and the elder child, the one that survived, was at the back. The bit can survive. The bit الثاني صغير ماتت. And the boat capsized, and she thought she was actually dreaming. She heard people screaming, crying. The last quotation, Taban's wife was among the survivors, but the infant, a girl called Nyalat, drone, they can beat that Taban Deng guy, Taban Deng, now the deputy vice president, let her soul rest in peace. Nyalat, drone, say Taban. We lost not less than 500 in the boat. The family were completely lost. The other sources put the number of the dead children at more than 600. The children had been taken from Nuer town of Leer, Kwaj, Penyi Jor, Penyi Jer, and Mayandit, Panjer and Mayandit in southern Unity State. So, Comrade Tongjang, the second, now let me read it. The second group of Nuer children from northern Unity State were to take the boat following the completion of the first transport. And we were 22,000 in number. Recall Nuer Red Army veteran who was part of the group. The children had been delivered to the SPLA from the town of Ropokona. Tongjang, I read the zonal commanders' names, and actually, you are actually going to speak. We want also even General Biel and also General Mike. He did not speak yet, and Dengai is here. Why? Actually, because the order was to the all people of South Sudan. What happened in the middle here? So Tongjang, go ahead. Abani, you can take the control. Abani, you take the control here. Tongjang, go ahead.
My warm greeting for all of you guys, Edward, Mike, Manuel, Jeremiah, General Torke Rambang, Abani, Dengbol Arway. When we talk something, it's very good for us to make chronological. Like this now, what you just studied for quote from Karabal, General Biel Torke Rambang will explain, will say something more because he knew this. But when we talk about just Red Army started for a very, very long time. General Torke Rambang, when he was trained from Tiger, there were some children in Tiger, like 14 years old, they were in Tiger. And what they done like Tiger and Jamus back in the days, SPLA desperate need soldiers. So those children, they take them, either you put them in Zing or you put them in Bill Farm to guard headquarters with Chigai Tembiar. If I'm lying, General Torke Rambang here will correct me. So Red Army started long time ago from Tiger, Amar of Koryom, Bugulukatiba Walet. Those were very small. They were collect and put in Bill Farm with Chigai, general headquarters of SPLA, to guard it. For all of us, Tongjang, we were like 15 during the Koryom and Tiger. That's called adult. There's nothing called Jajamar there. SPLA was desperate, need soldiers. When it was accused by Yomarai, 1985, so they were afraid for Yomarai. So the battalion at the time, if I'm lying, Biel Torke Rambang will correct me here, General Torke. Battalion of SPLA Khatib al-Wahid from Yarba Mio Khamsa into more into Kazuk. One battalion is 1,200
and 24 plus Kat Katiba. When Pagan went with Rhino, it's a 1,200 and 24 plus Makura of 25. 24 are bodyguard of commander. Sriya Wahid, Fasila Jamal Wahid, 17. One squad. Fasila Wahid, 15. Sriya 4 Fasail in Sriya Wahid. Which Fasila 151, 51, 204, that's one Syria. 200 times 6 will give you 1,200 plus 4 each Fasila. And then 24 to 1,200. 24, those are bodyguard of Kat Katiba, like Rhino, Makura, Lokyo, with Zindia, with Panom Thanking, like that, I did with Norma K. 24 are bodyguard plus commander of Kat Katiba. So Jamar now come with the different, I heard there was 1,777. I don't know how that increased, how Jamar going to be what going to be more than 17. So Jamar, when they were trained, sent in the beginning, Miarba, Mia Kamsa, majority are Sudanese army. And some of them, they were students. In a Jammus, not all of them, they were like all students. There were some, even some children, Jana Jammus, word called Jana Jammus, word called Jana Tiger, word Jana Timsa, word Jana Jarat. Those were all Red Army. And when they send them down, they take them and they put in Bilfam. Just say in Kanadi, Difa, Montega. And Bilfam at the time during the Tiger, Bilfam, Anyanya 2 used to attack Bilfam. So those Jajamar, they will live there. A lot of people now, they think like they're only Jajamar. Jajamar started a long time ago. When I went down with Zindia, I was 14 to be 15. So that's just what. But at the time, SPLA need soldiers. When they were being accused, them under Tiger and them under Koryom, and they become accusation, they established in Mormor. 1,224. They were taken to Bill Farm, Nishigaya, Tim Jajamar, more. They learned alphabetical there, and they were taken to Cuba. Majority of Jajamar, more, and some that Tiger, some that was taken by academia. Damandag SPLA was not corrupt. There was Jajamar, that's the Jamus, Jana Jamus, that's Gulu Jajamar, Jana Timsa, Jana Tiger, those Jajamar, Jana Jarat, and Katiba Walet. They were all taken and more. They were taught alphabetical in Bilfam, in Makwaji, in Paymore. They were studied Konkwaj, where they're going to set the animal to bring something. Because in Bilfam, in the winter, it's very difficult to go. So you have to use babur for luka or boat. Otherwise, in the summer, car can go. But in the winter, car don't go because the river. So they have to carry food by their head to go there. So on that time when Jajamar, during the Mormor, you cannot be called Jajamar when you're not trained. You will be trained. If you go in Bilfam, you have gun. If you say somewhere and their gun, when they go to Etang, are monitored, no gun go with them. If they go with gun, they will put in force in Etang or army or shoot the police station. You cannot wandering around with a gun. Intelligence of SPLA will intercept you at night. Only headquarters of leader like John Garang in its old compound, there are weapons, Carbino, Yuan Bany, all those high commands. Another up. And you cannot walk with a gun in broad daylight. Only by pistol and you wearing not uniform. But in Ethiopia, at the time during Mengistu, refugees are known their weapon. They have weapons, they are soldiers. People knew that. The Ethiopian government was no restriction. So that's Jajamar studied more, Kazuk, Salzal. When Jajamar, each year this division come, or Majmode, Jajamar, those who are 14, they become 16. And that the first signature, Jajamar or Koryom and more. Their first combat, they were when they become older,
17, and then they are the one you call commando. They were put in capture before 1987. Judge Amar, others who are growing, those with Daniel Shoki and Musulum, those are Nabulanya Mom, those that were commando was put. Garang trained them and they were with Garang, and some of them Nabulang, some of them they were shipped with Joko Nagadwok Nyaba with Zalzalwan to liberate Joko. Judge Amar was a temporary thing. When you're young and you don't need to be accused, Garang don't want to be accused for child recruitment. They keep them in the Panyudo. And they are soldiers, they are trained already. Judge Amar 1988, that's where some of them, and SPLA start become corrupt. Some people, they knew the school, they were open, and some commanders, they start snitching some civilian to Judge Amar to go to school. Even they are older. So the system start corrupted. Judge Amar in Itang, in Dima, at the time, Bial Torke, Rambang, James Wood, they were there. And they were like making logistic. James Wood were cut, Mentiga, Bial Torke was working like logistic, delivering military weapon, ammunition, and all those things to Kapoita. So he used to just temporarily walking between Zing to go and bring weapon and across to Dima and take them to Jebel Buma. Bial was there temporarily. And Abial, they were working, was administrative in Yuan area also, William Yuan. So they were always in front line. Different unit, Jejamar, when they become growing, they are giving different name and they will take them to Jejaswad in front line. First Jejamar, they were still minor. They were taken 1988 into Marwakifi, Kiasa, Malango, Liwan, Limit Triangle, under Dengagwang, they were put there. Most Majonga Yom, they were back, and others. In 1988, 1989, we take a flight from there, and then we come to Kapoita. We went from Kapoita. That's the time SRA was established. And General Director charging SRA was Dr. Lama Kolajawin. But Lam is still in front line in Upper Nile. But he give order. Not Justin Yaj, not Pierre Locre, not Casito Wudu, not a lot of people, not John Schwal. Some of them, they were in Nasir, some in Ayod, SRA. But their boss even was a zonal commander, Lama Kolajawin. Whether there is go Nuba Mountain, whether go to Barkadal, whether go to Bentiu, Lama Kol was a boss of SRA. Sudan Relief Rehabilitation Association, and then become Operation Limelight and all this kind of stuff. So we took flight from Lar, and I was bodyguard of Dr. Rian. We come into Kapoita. When we come to Kapoita, there was a meeting was made in a place called Malango. So we took off from Kapoita. We went to a place called Buna, Port, coming to Narus. We were driving with the convoy of Garang. So we come from Binti, we don't have no car. So we go with Garang together. Then we go into Marwakafi, to Malango, into Liwan, into Kiasa. So we went there and meeting were taking place. That time was negotiation. People were talking that those prisoners who are in jail, they should be released. And Dr. Garang refused it. Dr. Garang was very much agree, but Salva Kiir refused it. Riek Machar was pushing James Wani, used to go on telephone with us. Lam was on telephone with us. Lam was not in that meeting. But James Wani, Galari Madi, William Nguyen, and others, they were there. And Riek came, and Paul Manyang come from Turin. So Salva Kiir refused, and thing work off, doesn't work. Then we stayed there for 2 weeks, and then we went back to Lar. 1988. That's what Judge Amar. This is an important thing. Even there is something who are not sometimes, people of South Sudan sometimes when those some quotation, some are true, but some are not true. Sometimes they try to exaggerate to be people know history, everything was done on them. 1988, Bial Torke Rambang is here. Taban was in Kapoita. before being taken to be take over Itam. So Taban was not in Bentiu 1988. But his wife, true, yes, was in that boat campsite. And who was Swag Ababur Malaga, we speak in radio SPLA. It's a one campsite, the children, 500 children dead, survived. Emmanuel Jal survived in that boat. Don Larijan is here, survived in that boat. Lam Tungwar Kwegwang survived on that boat. They were put in that. We took them in the cars, in a ladder, we take them to our Dogal bar, and their food was overloaded. Those Swagin Babur, they become Tijari. They go there and bought the fish, dry fish in a Dogal bar, and they bring it into read into Kapoita itself. They were drunk all the time. Malaga Wien is the captain in charge, but the driver, his name is called Alier, and there is one from Agra Battalion, his name is Isaiah Joe, and all this kind. So children, they were capsized. Malaga Wien at the time was alternate commander. Garang said, Kwalmanyang, they said this guy need to be executed, to be killed. And guess what? Riek Machar said no. 500 people are dead, children. So how come you're going to kill Malaga Wien? And Malaga Wien was in Gaul, is from Jamus, was with the war for that event. Riek Machar said, let me just demoted him. So all the Babir they were taken was Malazim Sanya, and was son to be son Jabal Buma to be arrested. Somehow how come to Bor and Nasal Pakir make it Nasal Pakir and Nathwal Manyang and thing. Malaga was not arrested, was not condemned to death. People like Biel Torque, when they were thrown in army, you will overthrow enemy. You can overrun them and capture them. Biel Torque was stand there with only 2 task force or 3. An enemy was like 10,000 Natanginya brigade everywhere from Doleba field, and there was no reinforcement brought by Paul Manyang. There was no reinforcement was brought by Gordon Kongshol in a Nasir to rescue him in Panjag. We were stuck in Bentiu. Mati was killing us, and the Riek Machar cannot bring anything to rescue Biel Torque Ramban. Just RBG 9 just captured from Biel. That's why at that time, Abiel from alternate commander, all his rank was removed from alternate to Malazim Sania and was condemned to be killed, was taken, arrested, put in jail in Ward to be killed. Thank John Grang intervened. And Abiel was to be killed. Those kind of things. In 1988, thank God Abiel was still commander in that area. Children were taken even in area of Abiel Torque Rambang. Biel knew from Lag, from Tiang, from Gawe, children was taken.
You have 2 minutes to conclude, because we have to. Yeah, thank you.
When I could brought 20,000 from Barkazal, Yusuf Ko with 20,000, Shuluk and Nuer in entire Upper Nile, 20,000. In a Bor, they have like 10,000. Kwalmanyang was going from house to house, called Salatin, and children were taking. Those they were all. Equatorial people were trying, they resisted. Anuak people were trying, they resisted. Taposa, they can. But Shuluk, Nuer, Denka, and James Wani that time, he brought some, but not very much, maybe 10,000. But in Upper Nile, in Shuluk, in Nuer, 20,000. Yusuf Ko, Nuba by himself, 20,000. When I got entire Barkazan, 20,000 by themselves. So this is a fact. If I add other sedition into this, Beltarke will correct this. When children were taken in Ayot, Beltarke will say that was true. Because it was an order. And free tech that they're going to school, but they're going to put them in school. If they are too young, put them in school. If some are older, they will be trained. Underage, they will be safe to grow up. While they're learning skill, they become Shawit facility, they become signal, they become military intelligence, EMT, medicals, those personnel. That's the intention. You put your jammer in school. For those who cannot carry a gun, you put them in school. When they grow up, they will be Shawit, intelligent, but jazz, but medical, Idara. That's what's intention behind. Thank you very much. And I like Bel Torque. Give Bel Torque
Yeah,
chance.
I'm going to give him a chance. Yes, I need to give before I go to Mike. Then I will come to Deng, and after I will go back to General Jalmaya. Let me actually, before I give chance to General Biel Rambang, I want him to make comment. I want you also to consider this. There is comment here from Com Patrick. Com Patrick actually he wrote comment in Facebook. He's saying the total of the Red Army from 1987 to 1990 was 35,000. And it had been said by Sherman himself. Dr. Riek Machar sent 15,000. CD Kwal Menyang Jok sent 10,000. CD Awet Akot sent 7,000. Dr. Lam sent 3,000. And also there is a question here, General. I want you to make comment on this, General Biel. There is question from Mayan Liu Bol, and also this question is actually direct to General Biel. He's saying here, he said, I have a question here, Comrade Edward, to General Biel Rambang. Red Army was idea preparing, shielding of training them as the future army. The senior army are finishing. And this idea was considered as the child abuse by international community, especially the Human Rights Department in UN. What is your comment on that? General Biel, make comments on also what's said by Tongjiang, and then we'll continue the discussion. Go ahead, General. Unmute your mic there. General Biel, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade Edward. And then I'm lost between question of Tongjiang, which one is which?
Okay, can you make comment?
Can you repeat it?
Can you make comment on what's said by Tongjiang? Then I will ask you the question. I have the question up here.
Yeah, and my question to Tongjiang, I learned that because you talk about many things.
Actually, Tongjiang.
My question, Yororamba, my question is a confirmation of Red Army. Yes, Red Army used to go Maki, 20,000. When they come, there's no way they can go through Bentiu. It's too far away. At the time, SPLA have a lot of troops there. They come through Tunja and come straight, going to way of Nasir, go to Tarfan. This is a fact. Nuba come in huge number. In the board, someone wrote, they come and said that there was like 10,000 sent by Kwalma Yang Duke. When I could send huge. Those of when I could, they never end up to be in a Jammer in a group. Some of them, they were like 15, 14. Probably they've been trained somewhere and they ship into front line. So there's no way entire population of Barkazal to be smaller. They say Barkazal when I could send 5,000 and Kwalma Yang send 10,000 in a board. No, that's not accurate.
Oh, you mean the Red Army?
Yeah, and also when the collect children go to Ethiopia, it was everywhere where there is SPLA, even in Punjab, where was there. Yes.
Regarding the Red Army, there was a question earlier by Edward that he said majority of Red Army came from Dinka. How come that if it is a policy of the movement, why should the Dinka be the majority of the Red Army when all the areas were given orders, as you read from the messages that was related by Pagana Moom and one by Taban? Actually, there was a message to all units that let us bring these young boys for purpose of sending them to school, but keep them as soldiers, in a soldier of hierarchy. And then at the end, they will end up the future army of the country. There is no doubt about it. It is what do you call
Reserve.
Open secret.
National Youth Service.
It is an open secret is that tomorrow professional army of the country who have no effect, who have no relation with their own ethnicity because they live together out of their communities, out of their mothers, and what they know the movement, they will know orders, and then they are going to be a good soldier for tomorrow. That's why the people who tomorrow leadership, they were very worried that this man is building a blind army that he will use against others. This man is a real dictator. So that was the child within. Even that message reach the human right to pick it up so that they can destroy this one. And the purpose of it actually is that they are redundant in their own villages. They don't go to school because there is no school. The few schools that were there, they were closed down by the war. And actually there will be no way for them to be educated anywhere. So it was not a bad idea at all to bring them where they can be given ABC and do other things for the movement. But other people were worried about it. We don't care. What we want, let South Sudan come out, then we see later, like now. These are worried now. So I cannot comment on if I would send 7,000 or send less or send more. You know, the population of Bahr el Ghazal is very huge. There is no point that they cannot bring a big number than Kolmanyang because the route of Diam was open from Yerol to Chambe, then from Chambe to Diam. It was an open route. So it regularly used it was very safe. There's nothing that can prevent children to go to Ethiopia through that route. So there is no way for our way to bring only 7,000. If you see it commonly, in a common sense, it will not make sense unless Daniel Awad was against it. And I don't think that he should be against it. Number two, that the group that went to Cuba, first page, almost it is not, if it is not 50-50, it should be 40-something, 50 Nuer and 40% Dinka and others. That's why there was a problem in the second page. About 60 children Nuer were sent out of the bill farm when they had been screened waiting to fly out of Africa to Cuba because there was other Red Army from Korean who were brought in from Bor area and they replaced these children. Then they got very fresh. So the second page has to be delayed so that these people can be given orientation, Espanol word and all this. The first page and second page has gone through because they were newcomers. So they were delayed. Even me, myself, I have an issue with them. Maybe I fought with them. I lashed them a lot. Because somebody made a very wrong move in the Midanta Bill family. He was a second lieutenant by then. Uja married Midan. So there is somebody called Alier. Alier the Zul Mukhalif. Chaptul Maji fi Share. Japur Dorab Zulda. I'm coming from my headquarters. I was given assignment of being a military police commander. I was having 180 men armed. Then when I want to come to the headquarters, then I saw Aliya doing this. Kura Katawara Zul Dorab Zulda Bikura. Zola Taban Gal, according to simple Gal moving Yalda Gadiela Kura part the Nefsu were not delivering. When it should be what are layer and layer, I'm the intention. I'm intentional. Earlier we're paying attention. We want to read my face if I have seen what he has done. I was trying to hide my face, but he recognized that I'm not sitting up with that one. So I pretend like I didn't see what he has done. And I was trying to talk to my bodyguards to look and clean the dirt in the field. Alier was moving away from me, and then I moving close, and then we just found ourselves running. He ran, and then I ran after him. I caught him. And Mokwei Masai told me to give it to him. And then he abused Mokwei Masai because he was very indisciplined boy. And I said, I told Mokwei that you bring it to me, you give it back to me. So I took him to Office of Combat Intelligence. He was abusing the people who want to write down his name and take information about him. He was abusing them. So I decided to give him 10 lashes. So I asked somebody to give him 10 lashes before he just received 3. And he walk out, he come out from there, he come running. He slapped me at my face. When it come Malazmawi, in the Uras, good am siku. When it come now, we did now, the Karkon, like your fellow come inside it, so the other put it Amar Pug, not the Amar guy, the Hill Selim Town, that we could check the Papa Cotina. Puadism, Matthew, who feel if you US man, Matthew Blake, the man, the Jam, the demo forward the man, the South. Yamati of Jack, that is a Yanko Lamata Machina, Guardian to who got him and Ali. Kalazan is a make of Menali of there after finishing with that one. I went to look for Matthew. Who made job from Madgala, Mulu, Hut, Nagal, Tata Captain, Pigin White, and a good way. You guys were dealing with crazy people. You jump this one, Pigin White. I said, okay, that's fine. I went to my place. I prepared my 180. I tell them that we have a mission. If you have food, you eat it now. And they give you have to get a sugar salt. Sasaba kid woman got in winners. I don't get done amber from Mabiari. When it get a while, it is the day a woman not a poke that age. You let a malum Mugham Kalas. They are we all did in this village. Jabu and that which actually Yaltan and Kalas. The motor is accommodated. Atala will balance. Group and make it that and then really okay. Second group, Mofrodi, Amulopale, that's no problem. And I then call it agree, but they can go piece of girl, Mapizol Jab, woman Jab, and put some around. Then we're out in the Mandu Katir, Red Army. Mamma, he Jab to Bellet, Levufi, and they can the big of his cap. The Red Army in Tarpa, there was built too many children that were not brought from their own home. They were found in the refugees camp. So, Kalambita, I know, Red Army ended up being Tinka. To Kuna Chan Yumda with a Karabita Itang death. And then Mangisa fell. Then the refugees come in from Ethiopia. For Sagu Kulazol Jerefi, Tija, and Wood. I'll can't be thinking to Kulu, baby, tight, and the Kulu Halu Yumda, Dofi Kutori. The Kulu Yala Tan, maybe they deserve or whatever, but there was no intentional. Galdarin so and so. Zol and Maja. They changed as well as the man, people at war with Anyanya too. They were actually done. They don't want to join SPLA because they were brainwashed by Anyanya too. That's why we recruit them by force. I'm the one who were having idea of recruiting Joy to come and fight Anyanya too. I beg orders from William Nyon to give me orders to go and recruit them by force until I was allowed to do that. They are jobs allowed in Anyanya too, SPLA, because we come and fought them. We recruit from the same community. We oriented them, we trained them, armed them. They were commanded by James Oath because there was a very big propaganda that these people, if they are armed, they're going to join Anyanya too, and then they will dissolve the SPLA. Because they don't trust many people, including myself. I was not trust why I should force people to be SPLA soldiers if they don't want to, while they are being forced in other areas. So James Ross, when he was called by Dr. John, that I don't want to arm this UN. First of all, I want to change the mission. Instead of going to fight Anyanya too in Great Upper Nile, I will send them to Victoria. Then James told him that if you do that, chairman, you destroy our movement. If you go and arm them anywhere, 1,200 young doers like this, you will not force them to where they don't want to go. They will go where they want to go by force, unless you don't arm them. If you take them to Equatoria, arm them, from Equatoria, they will come to Great Upper Nile. So now, when that happens, you will accuse us that we will plan this one to destroy the movement. Now you are the one destroying the movement. James will say that I volunteer myself. If you trust me, arm them, give them the same mission to go and fire and yank too. I will command them if you trust me. Then Garang said, okay, James, if you come up like that, if you are the one to go and command them, I have no problem. I will arm them. I will ignore all these boys within the SPLA. I will risk whatever result. Arm you, give it to you. Let them go and deserve join the game too in your hand. James said, I'm ready. So, you know, there was a very big fight within. People don't trust themselves, like what the chairman said. Now we are moving. Nobody, don't trust nobody until you cross the line. If we cross together, then we are common friends. Other people will make other things on the way. You see, this is what happened in 91. There's nothing in Kibra. So the good kalam, they kalam basit, get it to be people who kalam kabir. So what if you know kalam with Radam there was very big worry that Garang was building a dictatorial administration that will be protected by the Red Army. That's why it was used by human rights to challenge SPLA. According to we, the insiders, we were having no problem of manpower. We have proven adults who are ready to serve. When they are called, there was no point for us to recruit our children. But if you left them redundant in the villages, it is better that you provide, you civilize them, bring them where they can get ABC, where they can appoint themselves as one brothers, and then they grow up like that one. You take military intelligence out of this signal, whatever, political orientation, all this. You can have a professional army for future. There's no doubt about that. To me, there was nothing wrong about it. But other people see that is not good. Why do you bring children? Then why do you keep them? They will remain illiterate. They will not produce nothing. They will not promote no cause if you left them like that. So actually, people were accusing SPLA for doing that. To me, yes, it was a future army for Garang. That's why he was keeping them out of contact with too many commanders, only him, with some trusted individual to him. It was a big deal to others, but we were seeing that when time comes, we will see what they want to do with this boy. So, أنا بشوف إنه قال ما في كلام بتاع إنه يقولوا قال في كلام بتاع رادامي دينك كتير ما بزول قالوا ما تيجي. Yes, and then we were talking about contribution of people of Eastern, Central Equatoria. You make announcement in Facebook, in Clubhouse, and too many people of Central Equatoria have seen that, and they didn't show up. What did you do? You go ahead with whoever available to have whatever little information he or she has to make our business go, instead of just be disappointed and leave everything that will not produce nothing. It is better that you do something better than sitting idle. So there is nobody who was told, then don't bring your children to the Red Army. Everybody who responded, he brought the children to SPLA, they were Red Army. That's why some of them end up in Cuba, some of them end up as lost boys. Not become intention of not bringing other children. It was not a plan. Even if, like now, when you see that girl didn't become something above 50% of the SPLA army. It wasn't planning. Nobody planned for that. But because of defection, because of this in whatever insecurity and control, all of them, everybody come with his own army and they want to assign peace for his portion to be integrated. Then from piece to piece, then they form that number. It was not a plan from anybody. Situation forced it to be that way. So that's what I can say about this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, General Biel, for actually confirming that information. Like what I said earlier, there is a lot of misinformation going on in social media, even within South Sudanese. And Dr. Muhim, before I go forward, General Biel just confirmed last time, General Jeremiah is here and Mike, they confirmed that إنه الجيش الأحمر يعني ما كان فقط قبيلة بتاعت دينكا ياو قالوا لهم يجيبوا الجيش الأحمر. أنا زي ما قريت قبل كتاب بتاع دكتور كارل بارجر وكونفورميشن من جنرال باغانا موم إنه الأوردر مشي لكل مدن بتاعت جنوب السودان. لو كل الكوماندر زون الكوماندر ما جاب أمن منطقة دي بيكون مشكلة بتاعه. So nobody can blame Denka إنه ليه أبناء Denka كانوا majority. That is very important for all of us as South Sudanese. Kwal Manyang, maybe he used a different tactic.
Can I interject 1 minute, please?
Yeah. A minute, Tangyang.
Yeah,
I will come to you. A minute. Let me finish this. Let me finish this. I will give you a chance. Malaysia, just let me, I need to send this idea before I move forward. Tangyang, I will come to you. So, that point is very important. Nukta de muhim, بالنسبة لنا كلنا كأبناء بتاع جنوب السودان. أنا كنت قاعد أقول كل Manyang هو استخدم ايديولوجيه مختلفه بس he used a different tactic انه هو يعني يفوز ابناء بور وناس دينبول is here and lion انه لازم يشيل من كل اسره بيت. I was a different tactic actually to get them. This the point. Before I go to the Deng Bol and then Lion, then I will go back to Mike and Jeremiah. Before I go to and I want to give Mayol, because he came up here to clarify actually the point of the numbers. He said actually he has information and you need to add something into that. So before I come to you, Mayol, let me give Tongyang just 1 minute, Tongyang, because really we remain with 2 hours. We want to cover all of us up here. So Tongyang, just take 1 minute for clarification.
Yeah, what I want to correct is one thing here. And I like to talk with the reference. Gerald Biel Torke Rambang here. Deng Bol is here. Pagana Mom went to Barkazal 1984 with Ryan the battalion. The optic command was Makur was overall, Condem Quad was second. Pagan was operational commander and also was David Tojiel Menawi, political commissar of the battalion. When they went, Makur went northern Barkazal until to Awul. From Yurul to Rumbek and Tony, Pagan was the one left there. To Kolos Road come from Wow to Tony to Rumbek. Makur Alaya went on road of Gorial to Awul and to Abia. That's where it was. They come back. 1986, Pagan went to Cuba, come back 1992 or 93. And 94 was elected to be Secretary General. So Pagan and Luan Rambang, they went to Cuba. In 1988, when order come out, you see his quotation of Berger. So Pagan might be in Cuba talking through radio, but it's not in Ethiopia. It's not in SPLA, in the ground, because Pagan was in Cuba. That's where he went to school. Luan Rambang, Gerald Torke knew him. Ale Ram passed away. He's a guy who was in the Bill farm, taking Amar in the Bill farm, 1985, into Addis Ababa, and they went to Asmara through Angola, and they went to Cuba. Lual Rambang, first batch of J. Amar, Lual Rambang from Nasser.
Thank you. Before
so Pagan in 1988, 87, Pagan was not in Ethiopia. Pagan left 1996, come back maybe 92 or 93, and 94 was elected to replace James Wani when SPLM was failing. James Wani was temporary Secretary General. Before was Lamakol, Riak Machar, Martin Maniel, James Wani. And when movement split,
cannot be food quickly, no any ammunition, no any order quickly. James Wan was Secretary General. Movement was failing.
Thank you,
But then
Tongjang.
took over
Can I
from
correct
James Wan.
something, Tongjang?
Thank you.
Can I correct something?
Go ahead, General Biel. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Tongjang,
I
mute your
remember-
mic, please. Mute your mic. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Pagan came to Itang 1987 from Cuba with Luaramba. Because when I married Jabedi Job.
So I was in Bentiu, I have no idea. That's why I like to mention your name.
Yeah,
So you come back from Cuba and return back.
The people who recommend my wife to me, this is a wife of Luaramba, Nyabushai, and Marabita Pagan. So Paganja, Malwal, when Lwal come to go with his family, he went first by himself, but later on he came back and took his family. 1987, Pagan and Lwal were in Itang. They came from Cuba.
So I still stuck in information 96 when he left, and then I was in.
Yeah, he went 96, but he came back 97.
That's why I always say Rambam here to correct. So it is correct. It is correct. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, General Biel, did you finish?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Before
I'm the one who intervened.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I have someone in Facebook. His name called. Let me mute my General number. Biel. There is comment from Okuni Simon More. Actually, he's in the Canada, and he's saying here is the first badge of the Red Army. Please, if you can join us in the clubhouse, Okuni, it will be good.
Yes, son of Simon Mori.
Yes, he's in clubhouse. If you are in the clubhouse, Okuni, please join us in clubhouse. Otherwise, I think we are friends. I will call you here in the phone. Just a Jamana, because of time, just let me do this. Before I go to more,
give them time limit.
Yeah, I'm going to do that because really we have to. Yeah. So before I go to Dengbol, let me and before I go to Mayon, there is a question, General Biel, or all of you up here. There is someone in the room here actually. He asking about his father. So really, before I go forward, before I forgot this, let me actually ask the name. And if someone have information about his father, the guy is down there and they don't have any information about their father. His father is called Sijin Meyar Bilkway. General Biel, Tongjang, Mike, Jeremiah, Deng, Loyon, Mayon. Anyone in this room here, you have information about how he died? His name?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, General Biel. Very good. Go ahead. His son is in the room down there. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sijin Mayar is my brother-in-law because he married my cousin, my uncle's daughter, Nyarwailam. So when Rhino went to Bar El Ghazal, he was with Pagan together, with Makura Leo. When I came with Tiger Utimsa, we were relieved from Tiger Utimsa when Arab was asked to join Koryom. The Syria from Zindi was sent to Fatai to go and bring Arab. Then I was brought to Zindi and Arab together. Then when we came to a place called Kot Walchan, that is where Rhino came with those of Nakura Leo and Pagana Mum, Pelasikin Maya. Then they went to Bar El Ghazal. But specifically is the place that he died and how General Pagan will answer this one, because they went together as political commissar of the battalion Rhino. But I know I met Sigin in Launur in 1984, before we go to war with Anyanyatu in place Korim, the final one. So I know this is how Sigin died in Bar El Ghazal. He went with Rhino. Pagan will know exactly the location and the date.
Thank you so much. And let me remind his son in the room here, General Pagan actually will be here with us on the Saturday when we are going to talk about the contribution of the Eastern Equatoria. So my brother, who has the question on the Saturday, remind me again with your question, and General Pagana Moon will answer the question. Let me give 2 minutes to Mayol. You want to actually correct something. Mayol, please go ahead. You want to add in regard of the numbers? Yes.
Thank you, moderators, and those who are listening. It's actually a very good forum sometime because we touch the history. BL Turkey may know me or may not. What I want to say is this, because according to what I heard from many people, some people are saying truth and some are just adding things which doesn't add up. Regarding the Red Army is not about, it's not Dinka, because the message went out from Dr. John to 5 zonal commanders. The area of Akobo and then to Nasir, it was count like a command and chief zone, which is the zone that Bolmanya was in command of it. Bargazal was Awenakut, Riyamachar, Western Afanai, and in Junuba, the Nuba Mountain. And there is one guy, I don't know where is he now, Paul Lamdorfur. Maybe BL Turkey may remember this guy. Is one having one area also under his command. When Red Army message went out to those 5 zonal commanders from command in chief, everybody responded wisely. Nuba Mountain responded, but because of distance, they didn't make it. Western Equatoria or the whole Equatoria was having an issue. Their contribution was not that much. Barkizal was given a very big number, which they didn't do it. I'm from Barkizal, and we have to accept the reality. And this is the history. So some people saying Barkizal having 10,000 Red Army. No, we don't. We don't have 10,000. Those who contribute much in Red Army, it is Paul Manyangchuk, because Paul did it seriously and he went to every location of Bor and Tweed and Duquesne and even up to Low Nuer, looking for Red Army to be sent. The first group went with a Unimabur. That was 1987, Shara. So here we have to say reality, because this is the history, and we are not, whether you are from... That was my group. That was my... Hello? Hello?
Yeah, continue.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Yeah, whether you have a problem with X and Y, please stop this, because what we are talking about here, it is history of our country. The Red Army, the reason of the Red Army, why Dr. John called for the Red Army, Turkey said it before. Because the war, nobody knows when war is going to stop. And people who are coming in the war mostly are students, teachers, officials, and those who are in the villages. Which sometimes when you are in the army, there are some units need educated people. And when you have educated army, then you will be okay to find your objective and fight it well without any problem. That was the reason for call of Red Army. But when politics came in 1980s in between us within the SPLA now has been turned in a different that Dr. John was recruiting this for his benefit. No, it wasn't his benefit. That is one thing. This is how J. Jammer was called. Regarding Cuba, this corruption never stopped actually. Even J. Jammer and
Mayol, sorry. Mayol.
Excuse me.
No. You cannot accuse me. I'm the moderator. You have to listen to me.
Okay, good.
Yeah, actually, because you are now start talking, and I have people here, they have been waiting for a long time. If you want to make comment, please wait. I have to stop here. I thought you're going to just make a interjection. Just you wait.
And let me clear this, Brother Edward. You know, I'll form there, Jama, I'm now the history done. That's why someone like, General Biel Rambang is here. General Mike, General Jeremiah. وانتوا ناس اللي كنتوا في ريد عام وكانوا في الجيش الشعبي بتاع السودان قاعدين نجيبكم هنا عشان تيجي توروا الشعب بتاع السودان الحقائق. لو فزوا اللي يجي يعملوا political gain لأننا ما كنا جايبين هنا عشان نكون politics. We came here to educate our people contribution بتاعنا كله كجنوبيين الحركة بتاع النضال بتاعنا ده كان عملية بتاعنا كلنا. إذا كان في misinformation here or there you guys need to correct it. انتوا ناس اللي كنتوا قاعدين في الحدث like General Biel ما بيعمل gain حاجة عشان يجي to twist the history يعني زي Jeremiah ناس people who fought there for all this time في الحركة الجيش الشعبي they're not going to twist this history ما في زول بيعمل twist لحاجة اللي عملوا بيد. So this thing have to be clear to everyone in the room here. This kind of sessions أننا قاعدين نعمل عشان كل واحد South Sudan feel himself here. Even us, and moderators, we have personal, question we can ask, like, those they bear kere. Then أخواننا مش ما في خلا هنا ما بنعرف قبر بتاعهم بوين. So we got the time to ask questions and to correct it. So thank you, brother Edward.
Thank you so much, moderator Mudru, my brother Manluk. I have also James Kong here with me on Messenger. General James Kong, he was here last session. Now I'm going to fix time. I know I'm going to give I don't want to make it 5. Let me make it 7. We'll give 7 minutes to Dan. Loyon Dan, Mike is there, and I have to go back to General Jeremiah to continue. And also I will come to General James because he's with me on the messenger. And James, I hope you will be able to download the clubhouse. Then I will give chance to Mayol. We are speaking history, Mayol. If you have point, write it down. Don't come just trying to accuse anyone. This forum, sometimes they speak truth and it's a good or a bad forum. When we come here, especially what we are doing now is the history. If there is some information that's wrong, it need to be corrected. And that's why I said last time I will give thanks to General Biel for his time, General Jeremiah, General Mike, and General Tongjiang. They will be with me here until the last state. We are going to talk about it. So Jamana, which is Western Equatoria. A part of this, they have to be with me here because if there is information wrong, it need to be corrected because we are talking about history. So then go ahead, please. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Comrade Edward. Thank you very much for bringing this topic up. It's very, very important. And let me salute General Biel. General Biel, thank you very much for your service to our nation. When you speak, it's like you fought the war by yourself. It's amazing how you have contributed to the liberation struggle. I thank you very much on behalf of all the Red Army. Comrade Mike and Comrade Jeremiah, I greet you and I salute you, along with other Red Army from Cholo. You guys have done a lot. And to the pioneer Red Army, the Asaspetai Saber, Comrade Tongjiang, Tongjiang, I greet you too. Thank you very much. And all the other Red Army and the people of South Sudan. I'm not going to talk much because I am a very young Red Army. I am 45 years now. And earlier on, I had the sickness. So the whole time it was a struggle during the Red Army and was not very much or not involved in combat. I have been in war zone. I have dodged bullets like anybody else, but I have not been sent to combat because of my disability at that particular time. But let me just say that I am very familiar with the history of the movement because I was involved on that fateful day, the 16th May, 1983, and all along. And if you know, the people of Bor, from what they call Twaike to Twaike, or from Bor to Duk, we were very, 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 very much involved in this because of Corium. So we followed whatever was happening, even far, far, far away, and even with a lot of people passing through us. So basically, when I speak, I am going to basically maybe confirm, maybe if there is something that I need to correct,
or anything like that. And especially from 1983 all the way to 2005. Okay? Now, 1983 to 1987, I wouldn't know much because I wasn't there. I was still in the village. From the time I came to Ethiopia, from 1987, and especially specific to me and the group that was in Penyundo, I know about it until we came back to South Sudan, and also almost that it became a problem after that because of the split of 1991. I know until we came to the West. And then there is also another story that I think Comrade Edward will give due consideration, either later on or another time, is the idea of Red Army Foundation after the liberation struggle. After 2005 until 2012, there was nothing about Red Army because it was not picked up again by the SPLA and SPLA after the death of Garang. And it disappeared from the radar. But we instituted it again and we brought it up and we established a foundation in memory of the Red Army. I have been chairman of that organization. I've been part of it the last 10 years and I've been chairman for the last 10 years. So if you ask me what is the Red Army Foundation later on and what is the vision of the Red Army Foundation and what are your perceptions or what do you think is happening, I will definitely tell you this. Even what the leaders think about it now and how the Red Army react to it, how the people see it and all this. But let me just pick a few things because I'm not going to talk a lot about the things that were said. You see, if I say something, it is from the mouth of the person that was there, although I was not there. I had the opportunity, a very good opportunity, of living in the same place with Longbody. And every evening we would sit until like 3 or 4 a.m. just being emotional about the war, the stories of war and the Red Army. And with Longbody was always this guy called Tap Malwan. I don't know if any one of you knows Tap Malwan. When those of Longbody arrived,
Tap Malwan is from Jagai, who was bodyguard. Yes. Was bodyguard of John Blanc from Kaliba Cobra. Now was bodyguard of Riak. When he went to Benteo, I recruited him to be bodyguard of Riak until 1991. Thank you.
Very good. This Tap Malwan is the one who saved Longbody. Longbody almost died, and he was his roommate. So since that time until now, they are in touch. They are inseparable. Okay. So according to Longbody, Longbody came to the movement as an officer when he came with those of Malong and Nyanya too. But because he was young, he was now part of the Red Army. The taking of Red Army to Cuba, Yajamana, those who were taken were those who were there. And most children who were there, I'm talking about most, I'm only giving statistics, were either with their parents or were already in Italy or were already Nuers that were in Ethiopia or at the border and got that opportunity. There was no corruption because at that particular time there was no organized Red Army. There were only children. And most children were with people they knew at that particular time.
There was a corruption. Bob Jackson Yaj was taken 1985 in Nairobi, never went to training. Akwen Malit, Akwen Aker.
Yeah, I know Akwen Malit.
Yeah, they are from my area. They never went to Ethiopia. They were taken from Nairobi.
No, what I want to know.
They were taken from Nairobi into Angola, and then Babur come from Asmara, meet them in Angola. That's a corruption.
All right, Tongjang, I want to know were there children that were left and others were taken? That's the thing. Or was 619 the only number that was needed by Cuba?
Some were left Dengbol, some were left Power because they don't have their people in high command.
Okay, all right. So many of these people
Dengbol, actually, your time is finished. But let me say this. There is one person down there in the clubhouse, Sokuni. He was one of the first batch. It was one of 619. And actually, just let me give you 1 minute, and then we'll come back to you later on after Lion. After we will go up with Jeremiah. Go ahead, please. Deng, you finished?
Deng Bol, you can finish your point. Okay, thank you. Now, my last point is this, Comrade Edward. I'm not going to talk much now since my minutes are finished. Jamana history that I just American. People should not play with it and people should not dilute it. If the accusation is that some people are more than the other, know that in death you cannot corrupt death because death is death. The more Red Army you had in one family, the more Red Army you had in one clan, the more Red Army you had in one section or one tribe or one region, the more death, the more suffering and more death they experience. It now looks like an opportunity because the survivors have history to tell, and probably some of them got education and have claimed to chunk of contribution. So I want us to be sensitive that perhaps those that you consider the majority and those that you consider to have been part of Red Army most of their time suffered the most and lost most people. I will add more later as part of correction and especially things that I know from 1987 on. But the person that was mentioned earlier, General
give me a minute.
Was the one that was given the first time, and he was
you are here actually.
Some of the ones that were very young were given to a journalist to bring to Ebola, and in 1986. Yes,
Tongjang? Yeah, Dengbol. We'll come to you later on. Okuni is here. Okuni actually he said he's one of the Red Army to the Cuba. Yeah, and he's in Canada. So I want to, because he said he want to correct something you said and Tongjang said. Okuni, go ahead.
I think first of all I'll start with Dengbol.
Can you raise your voice a little bit? Yeah, increase the volume. Yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Jamana, can you hear guys in Clubhouse?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank General Biel. I think General Biel is too far. He came to SPLA when we left, but I think he narrates most of the history. And I think you asked Dengbol 2 questions, but he's not able to answer. Dengbol know very well when we formed the Red Army. I just talk in general, though anyone can take his side. But Dengbol know very well when we start, he was a Secretary General when we were forming the Red Army Foundation. And I was Secretary for Health. This I am talking about 2012, 2011 in Juba. You know very well. Tongjang, I want to correct you a little bit. I know Tongjang very well. When we left, he was a young boy. I know him very well directly because I don't want to go in details, but I know him very well. You know my family very well, and I know family Tongjang. What I want to say, there was no corruption in SPLA. Like when the SPLA started, there was main 3 groups. Mostly was Dinka, Nuer, Shuluk, Anuak, and I think we have one family from Brun. Even there was no Nuba. Nuba came when we were already in Cuba. Maybe the eldest Nuba, they came when we were in Bilfam in 1985. I'm talking about 85, 84. The other question I asked before, the 2 pictures, the guys, you put the picture there, those guys still alive. Did anyone try to contact them and to ask where the picture was taken? And I have that contact. I'll send it to you later on.
Yeah, you can send
Maybe.
I just took the picture from the book of Dr. Carl Berger. Yes, I took it earlier.
Yeah.
Send me.
Carl Berger met us in Canada in 1997 when the first group came from Cuba. This were the genesis to start writing about Red Army. We talk about it later on. But the 2 guys are still alive and they're here. I will give you their contact. If they agree to talk to you, it's up to you and them. But the 2 guys still alive. They call them, both of them from Tiger and Timsa. But because I was young, maybe Tongjang no, Uncle Kirby no, Bol, Yao took care of them. and both of them from Upper Nile, one from Bor and the other one from PG. So you can look for the detail by then. Now, what I want to make some correction, when SPLA started, most people went to the SPLA from Greater Upper Nile because the war started in Bor, Haraka started in Bor. Most people left is from Bor, which they went to the bush. Then when June 4th, when Darabayot, the other people also left. So the idea, the genesis of why the first group went to Cuba are mostly from Nuer and Dinka. It's not something was said. It's when Cuba asked to take the young people, they took the people who was there. So we arrived to SPLA in 1984. You guys listen very carefully. 84, most people was there was Nuer, Dinka, then Anuak, and then Shuluk. This is the group went to Cuba, and we have one guy from Bongo, we have one guy from Zandi, we have two guys from Bari, and we have like three from Shuluk, the kid of General Alfred Akwet. So you have to ask, those are people who went to the SPLA, those are funded by SPLA. So when the war started, Cuba was offering a scholarship
By
to
the way,
Ethiopian
to continue, the daughter of Alfred Akwet with me here, actually. She's a wife.
I know. She's my friend.
Okay, go ahead, continue. Very good.
Yeah. No, those are people, we are there in the ground. When the war started, we are in Itang, Ethiopia, like General Biel said. There was Nuer, Anuak, Dinka, whatever, we are children in Itang. We were stuck in to build farm. Then when Awet and Kwaj Makwei, no, before Awet, Kwaj Makwei, when Aspagan came back, Min Barkazal, they brought Yalta Barkazal. They are Yamuru train for more Yadufa Abitana. Those Shabab was in big number. Lakin also, when Koryom came, they brought young kids. The two guys were trained in Koryom. They came from Bor. Those are people who came, Marokton, Kwalmanyang, Tonayi, okay? Ufi Marhum Kanarham Gulo,
my friend,
Haris Agarang.
don't mess up history, my friend. You are doing very wrong.
No, not wrong. Listen to me. I was in SPLA in 1984. If you come before me,
all of us.
No, not true. Kala, listen to me, please. Let me give my opinion. I was in Itang in 1984.
Yes.
I don't know what time you came. I'm just telling you that. Okay. Now we went to Bill Farm 1985. Mormor came 85. Okay, and then in December 29, we left from Bill Farm to Zinki. From Zinki, we took to Asap, which is Eritrea now.
Yes.
From Eritrea, where the first batch took the Safina. It took us 24 days to arrive to Cuba. We went by boat. Now the second group, where I want to correct Tongjiang, where those Akwei and Bob Jackson they came. The second group, they left from Addis, not from Nairobi. They left from Addis by plane. And in the first group, finance comes to Ayanin Jamam. The king they left from Nairobi. There are no one left from Nairobi to Cuba. That time, Cuba was a communist, only deal with socialism, which is Ethiopia. Kenya was Moi. Moi is support of American. So if you support America, you cannot work with Soviet. This is just thing of common sense. So all the one went to Cuba, everyone left from Ethiopia. Nobody left from Kenya. And the only two groups. The first group left in December 1985. The second group came in June 1986. And the third group, which is a small group, came Ayani and Fidro, Jafiu Bob Makwe, Humja, for November 1986. So after that, nobody came. So just this is the history, but
That is good.
What I want to
I want you to conclude. Yeah,
I want to conclude. What I want to say, there was no corruption done. Was the people who are there. Cuban is in 1,000. Even we cannot reach 1,000. We went only 600 and 19 because these the only children that was there. There was no more children. Now after we left, when I came back for December 1980,
I want you to add this with you. Actually, like there's a claim those children, they were the son and daughters of General Lat. So go ahead.
That time in SPLA, there was no General Lat. But our fathers, the one took us to SPLA. So, and the Red Army from Barkazal, they came without parents.
So that means you are product of corruption, right? Go ahead.
No, listen. We are a part of people who went to the bush to fight. But Cubans say those small ones to be taken to Cuba. Now, the kid from Bentiu, they came without fathers. The kid from Rumbek, they came without father. Barkazal Kulu came without fathers. Except a small family, maybe less than 10 or 20. Like all the Red Army from Barkazal came without fathers. Even from Bor, not all Bor came with fathers. Bor came, young boys came without fathers. Like I accept for you, I came with my father, me, because my father took us, you have a chance. But the rest, they came alone. Most of the Red Army, they came without parents.
Very good.
Yeah,
Doctor, Doctor, a minute. Yeah. My look, I need to give James. My look. Further, my look.
Yes, I want to. They don't have that position in SPLA. I got my cousin who can carry that into Tarata Sharif. You know, we shall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have the list. Thank you.
Okuni, just a minute. James. Yeah, just I think you have a correction before we follow the line. Go ahead.
Yeah, but this is a minor correction. My brother who just talked Kabishoya, he's very confused by Kranta Jigrammer. In Tarajammer, there are three groups, to be honest with you. The first group, in which if you Cuba, Felen, they yell as he said, the founders of SPLA, SPLA, Jama, family of town in the Mentalab, Bita Sudan, the Jim in Malakal, the Jim in Bor, the Jim in Ayo, the Karmosofin, the Jim in Nasser, they came with their family. So some calls for Khalis or Jofita. And then a group of Jezadum, Jiki Hammer, Jim and Molonga in Barakazal.
I'm not hearing you, Lion, Jasmine. What's
let have been two Jakan, Drabufi more. They were very young. Come on, Fimusha Sila Kanaf Salakify. They said, Dum Salam, which day. So they are the bulk of Jammer, which is Cuba. And then the second group of Jay Hammer, which would do for you do. Then as a Coleman Young, Marik Mashar Lamau, the Taliban in John Girl. You know, the Hammer, Yas is a wolf and you do, Yas is a wolf and you do. After him, Conbula, and then the second group, when I let her Bentu, is special letter out of Zato, Yakusha. Then the third group is a Jay Hammer, group of Tani. The man can see how to go and people left out Huduta, Kenya, or something like this. John Garrison, the area's command school to Sudan, in Limuji Yammer. Lemon Shalom will walk a picture in Hitam. Shad Nasmin Hitam, Shad Nasmin Wen, Shad Nasmin Japlan in Baragazalim, Mama, I use this to Agirgum, Shalim Limnas, Baragazal, Yahoo, Lamuji Yammer. We don't see Huduta, Kenya. Yaji Samra Kansa can go below Operation Douglas Storm Hajadil Victoria. So Jammer, there are three groups. A group of Mr. Kubada, Yalta, Jorolat, SPLA, Lasso SPLA, will Yala Sogara country, Buffy more. And then group of Tani, Yarik Mashar, Coleman Young Lamau, would do for you. And group of Tali, Yajil Mufiaha, whole Akbar Zatu. But I don't know that number, but they are the majority. But so this is my contribution.
Thank you. Dr. Rukuni, I think because you stand with us. Thank you.
I'm agree with him. When I'm agreeing with the General Bill.
Thank you so much. Can you stay with us? There is some people in Facebook that want to join. I just posted the link. I have to post the link. Finance with Juba.
Yeah, let me say this. Let me say this.
Tongjang, we'll come to you. And Nasal Fijuba Jamana, please, there is a link. Join us if you want to come in. Let me go to Lion. Lion, let me give you 7 minutes.
Abani, that's a good
Abani?
I thank you so much.
Lion a minute.
Lion, just a minute.
Abani.
Okay. بس أنا بس كنت بسأل عن شكرا إدوارد، وأنا بسلم لكل الناس في المنصة ولا مستمعين في فيسبوك وفي يوتيوب وفي الروم هنا. فأنا بس I was looking for confirmation، لأنه قبل أنا سمعت بأنه أول دفعة وصلوا كيوبا في 1987، لكن هسه دكتور أوكوني confirmed، لأنه في page في كتاب بتاع كارل برجر الكتاب the title from the cattle camp to the slaughterhouse on page 49. دكتور أوكوني has confirmed that لأنه أول دفعة قال زي ما قال حتى بأنه they left in 1987. وفي كتاب بتاع كارل برجر بقول هم وصلوا كيوبا في جانوري 1986 and they spent like 24 days ومكتوب هنا يعني في كتاب سفرية كله which is about 13,000 kilometers like the distance that they travel. It was a long journey. This is what I was looking for. But in this world, وهم ماشيين as the kids live, how those children as they faced a lot of hardship in Cuba. In that book, as I read it last time, زمن كانوا في Cuba, there was hardship, no communication. Although زي ما هسه قالوا في عيال بتاع جنرالات جو من ضمن عيال بتاع ساكر أو الناس ما عندهم أبوهاتهم, they faced hardship. There was no communication with the parents. And if you are lucky, like عيال بتاع جنرالات, they will get only 3 telephone calls per week only. But the labor, because they work in plantation farms there, and you know, the food was not enough, and there was a gangster fighting there, and they lost a lot of children, so a lot of people. So I was just wondering, do they have record of those kids that died, the children that died in Cuba? Because it's stated in the book, there was no record of all the South Sudanese or Sudanese that were sent to Cuba. There is no record.
Thank you.
So as they go along,
Okuni is here, and Okuni also, because you need to answer that question, you was one of them. There is actually, I think Dr. Kara Berger actually in that research, she wrote something about the lady who actually hit by car, something like that. Okuni will talk about it. But actually, Okuni, I want to take this with you. There is Dr. Frog Shangon on Facebook here. He wrote a comment. He's saying, who said that there were no elements of corruption back then? When the first batch was being selected, they took the son of elite commanders and well-known individuals. Otherwise, why was it ended in 1986? Go ahead, Okuni, before I go to Lion.
Okay. Edward, can I jump into that issue?
I will come to you, Mayol. Go ahead, Mayol. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mayol. I just want to thank my sister. I think she wrote she read the book very well. We left Bill Farm December 1985. We arrived Cuba on January 22nd, 1986. The journey took us 24 days. Now, Fallon, we lost people in Cuba. I have the records. And I think maybe General Pagan might have records, and the government of South Sudan have the records. And we lost, when we went to Cuba, we didn't went alone like children. We was 298 children, plus 2 elders. One he called Abraham, he passed away. And then the other one who took us to Cuba is Ustaz Anedit. He's still in South Sudan alive. He's member of parliament. He's from Tony. He's the elder when we're us. We was 298 plus 2 elders. This is the first group. Now the second group, there was professors among us, teachers, which most of them are alive. One of them is my stepmom, Mama Rhoda.
She's the first one open school in Itang. That history you guys don't know. People don't talk about it because nobody representing the other people. We have Cecilia, which is now here in Canada. We have Teresa Modesto. She's in Juba. She's a member in National Assembly. And we have Mama Aseneta, the wife of late Professor Arcangelo Wanji. She's in Juba now. So people who took us to Cuba, they're still alive. After that group, we have a group came who are now, we have General Aguirre Kwan, he's the general now in prison, he's in Numuli. We have Ustaz James Wright, he's here in Canada. We have Ustaz Albino from Uami Lokoro, he's here, Wajopari, he's here in Canada. We have Ustaz James from Latuka, he's here in Canada. And we have Ustaz James Wright from Nuer. Those people are alive. So those are people who went with us to Cuba. They didn't took us like this. And then we have Ustaz General Tem de Biar. He's in Australia now. He's the one took again. Then we have Professor Ustaz Jog Mike. He's in Canada alive. Those are people who went with us. Those are people who are still alive. So we are not talking just inventing issue. Now, the other question, people are saying the people who went the Yalta Generalat. Not like this, brother. When Cuba, they came, they were stuck in Ethiopian. Even the school we went for is called Bataya de Kore. It means the word of Kore. The word of Kore is the word 1978 between Ethiopia and Somalia. And that is school, the Ethiopian vacated for us to be there. And Cuba wanted 1,000. The school capacity for the school was 1,000, but there was no 1,000 kids. So they collect the kids, I can tell you, without a reservation. They collect all the one over seven years to up. I was 13 years old. Now I'm 51.
It was too expensive to take you there, my friend. So
no, listen. I want you to listen. Don't talk things you don't know. The younger one, listen to me. There was two boys. Listen to me.
Ya jamana, let organize ourselves. Aizol, in the Nas Makalam of the room. Aizol in the Haja, just make a note. And the Manazol de Inte, I will give you a point of interjection.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then, I will tell them, Fizo Gibel, Minaulat Bentiu. I remember he's my brother, he's my friend. I have a contact with him. I just came from Juba like 2 months ago. Tamalwal, Yami Bentiu. Maindumu Abu, Fat Cuba. I will tell him, Albino Akwe, long body. Ujami Barkazan, Maindumu Abu, Fat Cuba. Even become general. And I can mention many people without fathers. A kind of fathers, maybe like 50. From the 600 and Abum Garin, SPLA maybe like 50.
Yes.
The rest, mind of Abum. Aram Mika Gule, Budun exception. Yalta Kerbin was there. Yalta Nyon was there. Yalta Simon Mori is my dad, was there. Tani Yalta Muru, I don't know what. Maybe in the Nas Gadeton, Abu Abada school fee, Peter Gadet, Makum for US. Miki Gule, who got Mark for life, who can't matter for Itang. Now they have found us, SPLA. So, what do you think? We can Abuna Jamna Misudan enough. We have to wait for Yalta Masakin Cheniju?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, cool down. Let me. Then a minute. Anybody need your mic? Order, Jamana. I don't want to move anyone down. I don't want to do that.
Let me finish.
Yeah, conclude.
1 minute, just 1 minute.
Okay,
the rest, Yalta Francis Moore, the hero. Okay? The Mago Kopo fi Junubla. Ya Haita Lokuta Mafi Mabin Zuru. Alcanfi Asharo. So this is logic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alcanfi Asharo. It's a Mafi Mabin Zuru Gajana Munuja. But then the last thing, it was my bus.
Okay, Okuni, go ahead.
Nasa, Gale, Wogi fi Hinade, fi 86, 87. Rajamana, you go educate yourself. You can be in America, but you can be illiterate. And communism work amichen.
اتحاد السوفيتي وقع 200 حكومه في اثيوبيا وقع 200 1987 غورباتشوف ما 87 83 غورباتشوف جاء لواشنطن يعمل agreement مع ريغان to abolish communism 1986 85 87 communism وقع so there was no any link anymore ما في Soviet Union
That was not the reason. Somehow reason.
communism collapse
It can listen that phone there.
Okay.
ما تساعدني
Okuni خلاص. Okuni. Yeah, Doctor. Okuni, thank you. Doctor, can
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
mute yourself, please? James.
But then, by the way, Kalamta, why the corruption, to be honest with you.
Okay.
اليال الجولكان بيجي موظفين كان جاب اليال من السودان. They have the right. الفرق بتاعهم الكثير ده يال الجو زي ما هو قالوا ده يال تاع مساكين الجو كان جاي للجيش بتاع SPLA وكرم من موب تاع مرمور. اوكي؟ لكن الموضوع ما هو because communism fail. ده كان جوش تاع فن لأن الجوش اللي كان شالبور ده جوش جاب من ليبيا كان قاعد SPLA جوش كثير جدا. اوكي؟ I don't know whether they were the SPLA بس في الناس بتاعه كوبا بس was just receiving they didn't pay for the ticket بتاع ناس شالوا بالطيارة وناس شالوا بوابور حتى التدريب ذاته شالوا عرب شالوا دفار ودوك because fun exhausted ده مش فن ما هو عشان كلام بتاع communism وقع كوبا was ready to receive لكن SPLA was unable to transfer and it's very expensive التذكرة بتاع زول من إثيوبيا بالطيارة لكوبا تمشي إلى بأنغولا then you cannot go through Europe. كمان الجوازات زار المسيبو زار الجوازات كله بأسام تنوير تاجات وأسام تانيو. then you cannot be called جرام ونسافر بجواز بجواز إثيوبيا ما في جرام في إثيوبيا. But if you are
my friend you went without passport went to Cuba without passport. No, مشينا بدون passport.
Thank you.
Let me tell you.
بعدين مشينا
يا جماعة إذنكم. دكتور. James conclude. James conclude.
The same thing I did. الناس اللي مشي بالطيارة شالوم بالطيارة اللي مشي بإثيوبيا مشي بأنغولا عندهم جوازات لكن زول واحد بيمسكهم يعني اسمه زول خارج البشر في المطار.
Thank you. Let me stop you here, and you and Okuni, please note down your point. Mayol, make your interjection. Then I go to Leon. Mayol.
Yeah, thank you. I want to remind Okoni about something, if he can remember. The lady who was making interview during the Cuban children screen, whether UBR visible or no. Also,
Okuni بتعرف listen بلا مرة ده.
أنا بعرفه personally. I know her personally.
Yeah, Mayol. He's saying he knows the lady personally and he know her name. Go ahead, please.
The lady she's called Anne. Anne, she's a Cuban woman who made interview for a screening of the kids. When she left, Aliyal and mind to Nas Bitoman by Rufino headquarters, they were left out, including me. And this is where I came and joined more.
Okay. Yeah, Okuni, this is now a sign of corruption now. You guys came because of your fathers. Continue, Mayol. Order. Let him finish.
Did he know Uriku Bono?
Yeah, Okuni, go ahead. Answer the question.
Yeah, Dagiga. Uriku Bono is in Australia. Dagiga. They were me in New York. Abu Mafu Ugashi Australia.
What happened to him?
What happened to him? Why he went to Australia and you guys went to Cuba and in Canada? Go ahead.
No, Orik was in Cuba.
Okay.
I was training Cuba.
I'm
a trainer in Bongo. There's a Dubat that I'm Cuba. Uja there of Dubat SPLA. What is she talking about? Orik filed Australia after SPLA shuggled. Orik Cuba. Uja shuggle and the Majak. Australia.
Thank you.
Majaga God Musube Bongo 1989 we come to battle terrible nasa katiba mukshasha ushunukulu wewa telefon saniyan we kuna vibifa mafi mara kubia they can hamsa asakirjo within the katra kan vibifa kamba fi saba kubin aliyana fidru maana dela Gordon boy kan was 5 years Abuisu Moses Machar, Yakan Japan 1987, Yajab John Kong. We don't want to talk about it.
Yeah,
Bora
Okuni.
moya yala kudro.
Okuni.
Maweta kama mara kubia.
Okuni.
Sibil sama mara.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe what I need to say, Mayol, Ugal can't be corruption, but let's move forward. Lion.
Okay.
We'll come back to you. Lion, go ahead, take your 3 minutes, please. We have to go to Lion and Mike and General Jeremiah, then we come back again. Lion, are you there or you left?
I'm talking about 1985.
Yeah, Okuni, mute your mic. Lion, go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Lion.
Shukran Jazilan.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I want to thank you so much for the topic here, the contribution of Red Army. As in SPLA 1983 to 2005. Very wonderful. Kudos. Good job for you, Edward, and the moderators and the people listening. The good conversation. Although people have deviated from contribution of Red Army and they're talking about corruption. And I'm happy to hear there are people here that want to keep the record straight. I was not there by then, but I know my cousin, Okumi, and those who spoke through you, Edward, Bjorgan Dew, Victor Bjor, who died in Canada, is my cousin. He is not a son of a general. I have other people like Bull Akoinyuan, here, Koba, and he's not a son of general. His dad was a chief in my constituency or section. I have Pur Manyang, live in Iowa, is not the son of general. He went to Cuba.
That is my cousin.
He's my cousin too.
Those who you are counting them are related to Chagayate, my friend.
No, not Chagayate.
No interjection.
He went and married
Then mute your mic. Yeah, then mute your mic. Then mute your mic. Mute your mic. Then mute your mic.
Oh yeah, these people are deflecting here.
No problem.
Hold on. I am going to tell them.
Go ahead.
Chagaya Temdauta, who died in Iowa recently, the wife of Kwirmanya, was not married to him until he returned to South Sudan, and I met him in Pagari. So by the time Kwir left to Cuba, there was no relationship between Chagaya Tim and Kwirmanya. That one, we don't need to lie a Jamana Junubin. Kadib de ya bukatul Junub Tana.
Thank you.
Jana Batamaskin. Machipi Cuba. But element of corruption, I'm not going to dispute it if there were some corruption. But if there are 1,000 people needed in Cuba, why didn't they take 1,000 and they take 619, as I heard from the experienced people who were there? By the time
Mayor, can you mute your mic, please?
By the time my late brother and cousin, Bjorgan Bjor, left, I told him, because we were in one school together before the war embarked, before the war of 1983 started, in our village called Pagar, we were together. Called Bjor Bedur, he died in Canada. And the speaker who was speaking through you, Edward, will remember.
Thank you.
What I'm talking about. I told him, my cousin, the day you are going to leave, I'm going to leave with you together. Unfortunately, I went to cattle camp, and they left when I was gone. I don't know, was it? My memory cannot recollect, because I like to speak the truth. It was around 1984, 1985 there. When Arok left in 1986, I left without telling my dad. But my dad escaped and went and followed me to Werinyol, and he went and returned me home, 1986. Arok left with Katibarat when Kwalmanyang took over the command. So by then, in 1987, Anakan Timura, I came to Powell, which is called Kongor now. And then I was called, and my dad was there. And they say, we are registering boys, children going to school in Ethiopia. And I told them, my dad is here. Let me go home first. And my dad is going to tell me more information. I cannot be, I will not actually understand. The group of Salatin, Uzol Kabir Butana Isim Buldanga Chwek, Yaogat Bektip Assam Butana, Nazal Khan Mozabin, and Kwalmanyangalu, Yeshilu Fibonga, the Yeshilu Fibilfam, or the Ethiopia. But then I left home. When I went home, my dad came and he told me, my son, last time you used to live without, you used to take a plane leave. Right now, your time has come. I'm going to let you go because that was the time SPLA.
You remain with 1 minute, my brother. You expand your minute actually explaining.
Yeah, that was the time. Edward, it is a very good history that actually will tell us exactly how people were recruited, and I will appreciate if you can allow me to finish. But I appreciate you. I want to respect your room. Thank you so much for bringing me up. And really, what the topic you brought up is a wonderful topic. We want to create a unity of our people.
Okay, so can you conclude in 2 minutes? Then, please, can you mute your mic? Can you conclude in 2 minutes, my brother Leon?
Okay.
Yeah.
When I went home, my dad said, okay, SPLA are going to disarm me. I want you to go, my son. You used to live with, you used to take a praying leave. And it's a Basharian. So I say, go and tell my brothers. So I left with my two brothers, twin brothers, and we went to Ethiopia. Because Kwalmanyang, Beji, disturb people and the SPLA disturb people. And this is what a lot of people say down here. This is to prove why we were many. One was very high, the steep and parent. That's why we went in numbers. Another thing, our distance was short. All the commanders from all the zonal commanders, the Supo Meki, Kwalmanyang, Dr. Lamakol, Dr. Yamachar, Yusufu Meki, Garalo Nodi, or Waniba, and Awedakut, and all the zonal commanders were informed to bring their children. That has been cleared. This is to solve the problem of why there are many. Anyone cannot be blamed on the policy of SPLM, SPLA. That has been completely confirmed.
Thank you. Thank you, Lion. Let me stop you here. My brother, your minute finished. I will come back to you. We remain actually with 1 hour. Mailesh, mute your mic.
And I respect you.
I will come back to you.
Love this room.
Yeah, I will come back to you, my brother. Thank you. Let me go to Tongjiang for clarification. General Tongjiang, you have 1 minute, my brother. General Tongjiang make your clarification. Then I go to General Mike, 7 minutes. Go ahead, Tongjiang.
Thank you very much. And I want to make one clear. Someone come in 1988 who want to talk about 1985 when people went in Cuba while he was in village. Are you guys crazy? I was there when those groups went to Cuba. Akwe Malinaria, his mother is sister of Justin Yaj, Akwena Akleraro. Bob Justin Yaj, they never went to Ethiopia. When Justin Yaj left, they come to Nairobi, and they were taken to Nairobi. Road airplane went to Ethiopia. How do you say there is no corruption here? And I give example from my own Mayadi. When we went to Ethiopia, Long body was Malazim Awal, Anyanya 2 of Nagmalanga 1. Long body is older than me. How long body went to Cuba and I'm young and I was standing in the front line? This is not a corruption. When you take children to Cuba, you take children of Carbino, you take family of Arab Arab, you take all family of William Yuan, children of Alfred Okoy, they were there, children of Simon Morris was there. In 1991, Simon Morris was me in Nasser faction, father of Dr. Rukai. He said when Garang sent people in Cuba, there was corruption, putting all Denka in it, and now Dr. Rukai now is condemning me here. When it was going, I was there. Now locally, I'm from Murle, is Jajamar, yes. Agua, Nasib of Carbino, when it's not trained, and the Quinmalis were not trained. Children who are trained, Jajamar, were in a bill farm with them, they were left in there, and they were come and collect.
Mayor, close your mic, please.
Someone from when 1988 want to correct me. You see how disgruntled it is. That's wrong. I talk something I know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. What I need to say now, we're going to move forward with the contribution of Red Army, and the second part actually, who will be a talk about the corruption within the Red Army.
That's why I said, during this topic, it's becoming wide.
Comrade Edward, just interjection.
Okay, go ahead, then, for 1 minute.
Thank you. Comrade Tongjang and everybody else. Okay, by the way, let me agree with Dr. Okunyi 100%. But let me just say, Tanzim, it cannot be 100% perfect. We cannot crucify the whole movement because those who were there is no way I could have gone to Cuba while in the village. Some people must have been left. But looking at certain people who have gone to Cuba,
I was not in the village. I was there.
No, I'm coming to that. Okay? But looking at some of the people, including my cousin, Kwirmanyang Chiping, who had gone there. Because in my family, we really don't care nothing about relationship. To be honest with you, until today, we have never had a closed door meeting with John Garang when he was alive. Completely 100%, although he's our blood. You see? So this ajat with our relationships there, I don't understand. But let me just say, it is simply because majority of the children that were there at that time came with their parents, were accompanying their parents. And this is how the sons and daughters of all the other commanders went, because some of them had their families. Yes, give it to them. If there's an opportunity, of course, they will put their children first. Then the children of the other people, those who are present there, will go. Not all of them will go, of course. Yes. But it was also the opportunity of that time. Okay? My advice, Comrade Edward, is that this is how we destroy everything in Genova, Sudan. We find one fault in a pool of success, pick it out, deflect, and destroy. That's how we are stuck now for the last 17 years.
Thank you. Let me say this, my brother. What we are saying, we are actually telling the history. And also, the point you just made was clear. Dr. Carol Berger also, based on her thesis, she said something like that. She mentioned also, like what you just said, like, Fair and Zema Gibel Okuni said. Okuni really mentioned one important point. The son and the daughters of general, they were with them. So very simple, Yal Bicham Karumau, they will take priority, like what's saying. Let me go forward. We'll come back to this. Really is history. We should not worry. We should not worry. A minute. I will come to you. We are not destroying anything. We are recording the history and put it correctly so we can shape the future of South Sudan without any corruption, nepotism, and tribalism. General Mike, you have 7 minutes. General Mike, if you are there.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, take 7 minutes.
Okay, first of all, I apologize. I was busy somewhere. Let me just go with the topic. I was hearing some other discussion about Jajamar taking to the coup and corruption. But let me go straight to the contribution of the Red Army in the SPLA, as in the SPLA 1983 to 2005. I think I made it, I said it last week again, or I will say it again. First of all, there are two things I want to mention here. When we come into analysis and telling about the contribution of the Red Army, we have the facts, we have the opinion, and there is also objective and the plan of the SPLA about the Red Army. Myself, according to my understanding, and also not just understanding, but as I was also a backbone of the Red Army, I think Garang talked to the Red Army. I cannot count how many times while I was there, but I understood exactly what was the aim for the Red Army. There are two things that I want to mention again about the Red Army. One thing, Grant knew that when people join the movement, the Red Army, which is Jejamer or Jejasot. Taban Bugulu Jejamer or Jejasot, Red Army and Black Army. Black Army identify as the people who have a capability, they are big enough to carry a gun. Taban when the military are graduated, bidig arba kazana wide murakab isla wa arba fi kubub. The total each individual is given is about 500 apart from el Sodadigilism to carry it with you. So Jajamer, they cannot carry Kalashnikov and Kumsumia and 500 Talga. So Garang said almost about the age. It all actually was not about age, but it was about how you look like. You can be maybe tall, you can be taller or tall, but you don't look like, you are very brave enough to go to the front line with the Jejaswa. You will be, pick out to remain at the Red Army. You can look like short, very strong, brave enough, you can be selected to be a Red Army. So the most thing that Garang used to say, and for those of you who were Red Army, either you were in Peñudo, you were in Dimo, or you were in Etang, or Tarpam, or wherever they were Jejamer, in those videos that you see that Garang is speaking with the Red Army, I was there. In all places, Dimo, Peñudo, Tarpam, and Etang. And the most thing that Garang used to say is that you, Jejamer, you are the backbone and the future of the new Sudan. You are not able to go to the operation to the front line, but your time will come and you have a duty. Your time and the duty when it comes, I will come and I will make sure that you are well enough to go and carry gun also and fight. But the fighting is not only about the physical fight. I said it and I will say it again, but also we need the knowledge. We need also people who know how to read and write, because the weapons that are coming, they need somebody who know how to, read and know number 1, 2, 3, 4. So Red Army, it was not has a way of using the children, but Garang knew very well that the future will be determined by the time, because Garang knew very well all the leaders of the South Sudan who were in the movement, they will not be there for a long time. Some might have also died in the war, or maybe some will go when their time comes, they become old, they will not be able anymore to, be able to fight or to go ask for a mile working on the food. So this was the plan, even when Garang sent the general message to all units to bring the children. He knew that without this when the time comes, like when we become independent, or when we achieve the objective
Mike, you
of
remember
New
it's
Sudan.
1 minute. Huh? Go ahead.
Yeah, there will be no people to take over or to work in the government. So, just in 1 minute, I want to be very brief. Red Army, the objective is to be the long-term future of the new Sudan. So Garang always said his message very clear that you, the Red Army, you are the future, and I want you to go to school and study. Some of you will be a doctor, scientist, but there is a very important point that I want to put here. If you see in all the people that when we were in Garang headquarters, most of us who were in Garang headquarters, we are all of us exactly, we are from the Red Army. The Red Army from Koryom, the Red Army from Mormor, from Kazuk, from Zalzal, from Intifada, from Disar, and down. So when we say Red Army, it doesn't mean that those are the kids. No, because the time goes. If you say the Red Army from 1985 or 86, when they were 15 or they were 14, they already become 18 or 19. They already grown up people, but they still have a title of Red Army. So people should not take in the wrong way that when you say Red Army, it means that the kids. No, they are not kids. They already grown up, but they still have a title of Red Army because they were graduated in the training at Red Army. But as long they put in the front line, they are not anymore Red Army. They become Black Army. But they still have a background or the title of the Red Army.
Thank you,
so these are the things we need to understand very well. The Red Army is not just a kid, but the Red Army, even though some of us now they are in 40s going to 50, we still in a title of Red Army, we still be called the Red Army because we went to the training and graduated as the Red Army.
Thank you
this is the point I want to make.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, General Mike. We'll come back. Actually, we are actually about to close the room. Let me welcome, by the way, Comrade Ayuel Dow. Actually, is the one of the two young boy. Actually, I'm playing their photo on the Facebook live here and also on YouTube. And welcome, my brother, and we'll come to you like Okuni. Okuni mentioned earlier, like Okuni, are you there? You still there? Okuni, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah, actually, I have one of your colleague. Actually, he's the one of the two young boy in the photo here, and he was me in the room. Danny will talk a little bit. Let me come to Mayol. Mayol, let me give you 5 minutes, and Abel, I give you 5 minutes. Then I come to Ayuel, and we'll go to everyone here. I will go back to Jeremiah. Then we'll come to James because James did not speak. Let me go to Mayol.
I want to come in after James.
Yeah. Okay. Mayol.
Okay. Thank you, Duet.
That is your 5 minutes. Yes.
I will just pinpoint the two things only, and then I will be done. One thing I want to say is when I was talking about the first Red Army of 1985. It was formed in 1984. That that is Red Army I was talking about it. Because I was part of it, but because I don't have anybody who knows me, I was taken out. And then when I went to Itang, and I get Carvino, because Zalan, Katiba Zalan. So Katiba Zalan was left in Itang, and then I proceed. And I'm a shade in Tianta, and then I went with more. So it doesn't mean that Beno lo finance bugul Beno mafi corruption. There was a corruption. Finance al Masha Fukuba, al Yal del Ma Malo interview, like in the Yal, but Anas Kubar Masha Jabu, Umasha. They're one thing, and we have to accept this because it is a history. Another one is about contribution of Red Army. Red Army did a lot of things because when they were trained and you grow up, then you go and join the army. It doesn't mean that you remain there, Red Army, forever. And all what they did in liberation areas is well known to people. Like Western Equatoria was liberated by Red Army when they came with Piang Deng, 22 task forces. They contributed in Capoeira also. Like Brother Dongjiang mentioned it before. Because in 1995 also, they contributed. Because we went up to Kenya and we mobilized them from Kakuma. And they went and captured Kurmuk and Pashala. So these are still Red Army. And also their contribution in United States. So Red Army did a lot of things and we have to accept this. So I'm done. So what I want to say, people should not deny that there was a corruption in Jesh Al-Amr Al-Khan Misha for Cuba. There is. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief, Mayol. Thank you so much. Let me do this. I'm going to give 5 minutes to James Malaysia Juana. There is people that did not speak. I have to give them time. James Kong.
Yes.
James, go ahead. It's yours. Take your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Edward. By the way, the idea of Jammer was a very good idea. As I said, Jammer, there were 3 groups, and I mentioned that before. But Jammer was terrible in this minute, to be honest, my friend. It imagine to shoot Genesis in Baragazan. I shall Egypt to Ethiopia. To be able to almost 45 days or 60 days. Mind proper food. We bump every day. That is 10 years old. Can that child survive? There was a lot of deaths. It was a very good idea. He didn't prepare for it. I don't know why they do that. عشان يجي في دوتا إثيوبيا ما عنده أكل كويس وبمسك كل يوم. كثير منهم ماتوا. برضه كمان حصل حادث كبير جدا. رغم شارشان يال 300 جنيه بوابور. يال مش غرقوا في النيل في سكة عبور ماشي لبور. وابور مش غرق يال كله غرقوا. كانوا بسيطين بس ياو سرفايف. كمان في إيتن في طرفهم ولا في فنجدو ولا في جمة أكل كان دار ما بروبر. مش عملوا مزار ومان. ياو بقطع وخشب ليال بتاع للفاميلي تاع مراهيم يقولوا ليال الناس الرجال ماتوا ونصارهم قاعدين في ريبيس كامب بيلوم بيوت فيال بيمشي بيجيبوا خشب زي مسجلين. So you don't know an idea whom جيش ولا كان جايبين لمدارس.
جيمس أنا دايرك أضيف حاجة. أنا عملنا شو قبل السنة اللي فاتت we talk about the slavery in the of the Red Army and actually I think General Nas Jabril Kwano, Tongjiang, and there is one guy, I think I forgot his name, from Australia. They were saying actually Jesh Al-Ahmar da fi Inak, and Nas Kubar al-Kanu bistaqdamun fi buyut bitawman. So make comment because terrible. We are recording the history. Go ahead.
Yes, was terrible. Was terrible. And let me give you one example. One day, I'm going to Jiko, Jit Fitam. As I was walking, I met Jesh American Jabu Hasab in Tarfam, they bed with I don't know, bed Munu. When they were going back to Tarfam, they were talking in words. Women, there are many. I asked them, Yal Jaim and Gal Jaim Bentu. So I said to him, the kid had gone to Helibitan Green Mine, and he was 11 years old. imagine أنا بعرف أبو خال بتاعي ذاته يعني it was a shocker يعني I was really shocked جن جايبين عشان يعمل شنو ذاته ده لو 7 سنين دار عشان هو شاكل ولو جايبين لي مرسى اللي خلاه يجيب خشب من طرفها لقيتهم بشنو ما خلاه يقعد في مرسى أنا I need to be to طرفها myself ذاته أنا I saw الفود اللي هم قاعدين ياكلوا ذاته is not a proper food ومن بطبخوا براو يلا صغار زي دي بيمجن بتانو بفندق براو بمشي بيجيب مويه تاعهم براو اوكي يمكن يغسل ملابسهم so idea was a very good idea لكن القيادات انا was terrible مني الاريا تكسروا الاريا تابور بور تكسر تاثير كبير جدا then the second area تاثير في جيل امر ده بنتيو تاثير تاثير كبير جدا then the third area تاثير ده شمال برغزال يعني they took the brand بتاع suffering بتاع death بتاع جي عمر يعني جي عمر ده almost they were 20% of the SPLA لكن ما موت خياليه جدا يعني ده I can't imagine why انا ما اعرف يا كانوا what was thinking تم كان شنو لما يكون الناس يقولوا زي ده وما في شعور انه يلا قاعدين يموتوا what do we do هل جايبين يكونوا الجيش جايبين الجيش يا خلاص خليكم في مؤسسات الجيش ومن يعرف ضربنا عساكر وجايبين طلبه خلي يكونوا في مدارس يكونوا طلبه ايوه زي ما one of the speakers كلموا انه جون جرن عنده idea انه الجيش امر ده النواب الجيش بتاع نيو السودان that's the future of نيو السودان why that's good well and good ما بطل يعني لكن you treat it well انا I see the anger في جي امر ليه يوم الليل ذاته بقوا ناس كبار they are still very angry سهجانين شديد جدا من الحركه the way they were treated very badly inhumane ده مش يمكن نازل كنا ما عبواتهم ولا ده شنو it was very bad I hope it will not happen again in history بتاعنا should be the last but I feel really very sorry for them you know it was terrible they were really mismanaged ما في لزوم لكلامنا والناس اللي participate very much
you remain with 30 seconds huh? You remain with 30 seconds
ده ما قلت ده كول منيان وريك مشار ودلاوين it's the most people that contributed Jahamir thank you
let me go to Abel Kon Abel you take your 5 minutes thank you General James Kong
شكرا brother Edward Mike and all the moderators طبعا كتار فوقنا the contribution of Red Army Edward I think we should have divided into two the recruitment of Red Army and the contribution itself after they were recruited I will not comment about how the process being done especially Nathan Khan Masha Kuba طبعا because we have them here in the platform but we do hear some story that happening including taking some of the kids that were not in Itang by that time. Yeah, there was some kind of corruption was there. But what I just want to focus on, Edward, is the contribution of Red Army.
Very good.
Dr. Grant, as a direct command of the Red Army, and I agree with Brother Biel and the largest speaker that is spoken here. Yes, he was a direct command of the Red Army, knowing that this Red Army had a program for them. The first program is that you will be trained militarily, and also you'll be also put in a school. And that's why most of the Red Army, among them there were teachers, starting from Bill Farm all the way to Kar Farm and Pinedo, Dima, and even within South Sudan. I was among the Red Army that were mobilized at the hell in 1990 from Ethiopia when we came to Eastern Equatoria before the fall of Mengistu regime. The purpose of this, they trigger us in the most cases that we are being taken to Kenya. But after we arrived in Dima, we realized that actually it was not going to school, but we are going to be the substitute of the judges for the kan guardian for Tijabta, Eastern Equatoria, maybe Kafota, those areas that were liberated. And judges will go, Mosul will go to, Operation Tajuba. Yes, it happened. Most of us were deployed around Eastern Equatoria. Upon arrival to Kafota, we were also selected based on the level of education that one has. Some of us were taken to medical training. Some of us were taken to Shaharat, the Madafat, and I was among those who were taken to medical training. في outpost اسمه Norwegian is the just outpost of Famajere في Kafota. When Mengistu regime fall, we also had an influx of Red Army that came with Majanga God. Those were mostly those who went to Bongo and they came headed by Majanga God. You know, that was actually the lifeline of the movement by that, because movement were in the verge of collapse, and Red Army were used to fight in front line, including Aglibian fi Commando, Naza Kamaja Shakam, guided Piang Deng Majok, and most of them actually participated in Operation Tajuba, an operation with Tabor when we had the two split of the movement. It is very important that also we have to recognize why some of us are bitter within the SPLM, because they have a message for us, a plan, and the plan that was not fulfilled by the current leaders, including Dr. Okune Kanja Bejaide. These were people that were trained in Cuba, but when they came to Canada, they were not mobilized by the government of South Sudan, but they decided to go back to South Sudan because, you know, Yamshi Yamal contribution, they developed government. But government of South Sudan was not involved in mobilizing the Red Army that we actually can help in building the nation. I also disagree with some of the things written in the book Kakalo. This can groom to be the leader of the future from these two tribes, and it was a mistake because that was not the agenda of the Asylum leader that had in their mind. Those who went to Cuba mostly kid of this senior commanders, and those who happened to be there. But also there was a fear, Edward, they will say later on, you know, the kids are going to be sold. So some of them even, some of the parents did not decide to give the kid up because there was a notion that Garang is selling the kids. That's why I take them to Cuba.
General Biel, he mentioned that earlier. Yeah, you remember 30 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah, so the contribution, we have to dissect the contribution into two. The contribution, including the front line, and why the Red Army actually were recruited in 1995 in Kakuma, and they went participating in capturing of Kafota and the area that were liberated after that. Yes, we have contributed. Something that cannot be denied. But there was also a mistreatment of Red Army, especially they were given a test to be parenting themselves at a young age. You know, and also they were used to like that was a mistreatment, and given at the 10 age, if you can construct your house by 10 age, that also a mistreatment of that film leaders. It was a well-thought plan, but it was not fulfilled based on the program that was supposed to be done. That construct how hard it for them, that can guide them properly, but they were given responsibility at the young age. And most of us now are responsible at the young age because some of us have actually, you know, been groomed into that responsibility. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. That the contribution of the Army, we have contributed without reservation, and we were mostly were, you know, Grant said, you know, you will be the responsible for making sure that Sudan Jadid, Sudan Jadid, and we can use that as this current state of South Sudan. So I like that the Red Army that came here and contributed. The future of this country is now. It's not tomorrow. And the future of that country is belong to you. You have to take what is right, and that's what I just want to conclude my contribution. Shukran.
No, thank you so much. Thank you, Abel. Before I go to Okuni, actually want to make comment, but Okuni, yeah, I have to give Ayuel, and then you spoke earlier. My brother will come to you before I go to General Jeremiah. So let me welcome actually Ayuel, and I'm so happy because Ayul, yeah, because actually your photo is up here with me. Actually, I just took that photo in the book of Karl Berger, and I just use it, and then you can tell us even when the photo was taken, and we'll give you 7 minutes instead of 5 minutes, so you can actually tell us actually where we were in the Cuba and the rest. Go ahead, comrade. Thank you for being up.
Can you allow Coin just to make a brief comment and then I can come after him? Is that okay?
Okay, that okay. Okay, Kun, you want to make Okon, you want to make a comment? Yeah, go ahead, sir. Okon, are you there? Okon, can you unmute your mic? Oh, okay, Okon.
Yeah, got a smiley.
I kid got a smile. Yeah, you can make comment then. Yeah, okay, thank you.
معلش انا بشكر الجماعه اللي كلموا وبعدين بيعتذر صوتي بس في زحمه كده كيف معلش لو قلت حاجه غلط انا بعتذر.
Thank you.
انا بس عايز اتكلم عن الكونتريبيوشن بتاع ريد ارمي. I hope Comrade Deng Bol is there. نحن طبعا اخر الزول اللي كان بيتكلم وقال حاجه طبعا نحن انتهينا من كوبا. We came to Canada because there was no way to go to Sudan. الحكومة الكوبية بتكلم باللغة العربية عشان ما بقى يفهموا. الحكومة الكوبية في جروب فاتوا في 1993 they went back to Africa. هو في our brother Peter Gadet وكان وصلوا هناك ما يستقبلون كويس فكوبا decide ما في ريد ارمي تاني to leave from Cuba to Uganda ولا to Ethiopia. وكده كان في اشتكاك حصل في الحركة. Then they give us asylum. Most of us to give us asylum to come to Canada. فعلا contribution في دفعة الجوارة when we are not there فعلا في حاجات حصلوا كعب في ناس شغلون في بيوت شنو I acknowledge that. وفي ناس فاتوا في الحرب زي تحرير كوبويتا وياي ده كل جيش أحمر الصغار اللي كان جورانا وكده نحن في كوبا. ده جماعة they contribute by their blood to liberation of South Sudan. We acknowledge that. Those are people who give their precious life. And I'm coming to talk about my group, Muslim. A group اللي نحن مشينا after the CPA. طبعا نحن we had a chance to spend more years in Cuba. We graduate, we did postgraduate, we moved to Canada. بعدين وكده عملوا CPA. أنا with other 14 doctors, we form ourselves. قلنا يا جماعة نحن كجينا كندا ما جينا عشان نقعد to enjoy the beautiful life. لكن because there was no choice, we didn't have any document to go back home. وكما كوبيابا. Then let's organize ourselves to go back home. As a CPA, I'm signed, and we are preparing. This was 2005. Already, I went back to South Sudan. 2003, I went to here. I came back. Now we organize ourselves. We start knocking door. The general Jamata Kanais, mostly the Bill Grammy Church, Cemetery First. وقعدوا معانا كنا ثلاثة as a group leader. كنا يا أخي نحن we want to go back home, but we train in Cuba by Spanish, and now we are going back home. If Cuba ma Ramona HIV or malaria, we need to be trained in Canada and then to go back to help our suffering people. So Bill Grammy Church طلع $1 million كنا 15. And in January of 2000, I'm just summarizing. In 2006, we was accepted at the University of Calgary, Faculty of Medicine, for intensive course with ASENA, with 10 months. In 10 months, we did the training. After 10 months, by October 2006, they sent us to Kenya. Now we'll upgrade. We sent to Kenya. Anna, my other colleague, they look at us, we don't need any training. This kind of our master. Then we went back to Cuba, 2007, where we start our contribution as a Red Army who train in Cuba, Dakatra. Although we have already 2 doctors already in the front. So one of our contribution, Italo Mashir Kamanfi interview in May, my colleague, May this year in Bill Farm, contribution to Red Army. We are the first group to go open Akobo Hospital. In September 2008, we went to Akobo, we opened hospital. Then when we went to Akobo, we came open Bor Civic Hospital. After Bor Civic Hospital, for those people from Barkazal, when Mihil Gulo Marialo, we opened the hospital Marialo.
through Ali Arcangelo, AAA. And then we start dividing ourselves. Then we partner in 2008, we partner with our friends, John Dow Foundation, to go to open the hospital in Warkok, where Dr. Moza Gangrai, which his brother was his cousin talking, is also cousin to Deng Bolarway. He started running the Board Hospital, Fiakobo. We left Dr. Michael Riak. We left him to work in Akobo. Then we went to Warkok, south of Bor. We left Dr. Ajak Abram Quinkor to work in Warkok. Warkok was a cattle camp. There was no hospital. We the first people to open hospital at Israel Army from Cuba. Then the first doctor to go to Marianao is Dr. Benjamin Mumjok. His dad is the one who took over Luarambang when Marhum Luarambang went back to South Sudan. Jok took over. Then we went open hospital in Northern Barkazal, where Dr. Mozan Gangrai, also in Congo, Umaja Mabu, Umaja Maumu, Yao Khan Shakal fi Barkazal. And then from Barkazal, he went to Kurmuk, which Sozan Damazin is the one running hospital in Kurmuk. Then my brother, also my colleague, Dr. Mediton, went to Upper Nile to be the director of IMA, Interchurch Medical Assistant in Malacan. He went there since 2007 until Galwag Gatarap Malacan, he moved. Then I was running IMA in Bor, Jungule, and then they called me to come to Juba Teaching Hospital because they're looking for a surgeon, and there was no surgeon. And by January 2008, I was called to be Juba Teaching Hospital. Then when I was in Juba Teaching Hospital, they kept me there until I went up. So this is the contribution, and we have more doctors contributed, and we have more soldiers. We have people in agriculture. The current director for agriculture, for mechanized agriculture, is from Cuba. It's no Mati Makur. Mati Makur Jamudunu Muabu. They're the director now for Wazara. Now the director for Ministry of Commerce is called Moses Kur, also Jabara Gurunu Muabu. I just want mileage, but and then you go to Bill Farm, I will not mention them because they are active and organized force. You go to National Security, we have generals from Red Army. I will not mention their name because for the genesis. Now, what brought the problem? المشاكل بحصل في البلد ده يا خلينا نكون frustrated. I cannot blame anyone. And most of us, we are out because of political differences. Lakin, yes, acknowledge the Red Army mistreated. And I think all we feel this pain, but as an intention. Now, we have to know we train in communist country. And we went, South Sudan was pro-independent South Sudan talam in Western world. Italo Meshet, few documentaries we did about it. General James Gallo, those people will prepare for tomorrow. I have an article in BBC in behalf of Red Army before the referendum. It's called AK Pencil for AK-47. They are going to build from Garangrafa Galam. So article there is there. I think if you go to BBC, but write AK-47 for pencil, you find it. The other article we wrote also about how we're going to contribute and how we're going to knock out the system and mabita Cuba. Eventually, you know, I'm learning our orientation. I'm learning counseling. I know we were traumatized. It took to Kalam Hagigi. Most of us, we stayed there 14, 15 years without communication in Cuba. Fina got 15, 16 years. So imagine somebody who's grow out, hayatu kuluke jamu abumat, manazoni the trauma. So before Namshin is talking about Junubin, I'm trauma and healing. When we said 2011, Legin and us, we just realizing things are shifting. That's why Kuna 15 Nafar. We decide Namur Red Army Foundation. General James Gallo given we try to form thing identity boring of a system to South Sudan. Like from there we start growing. Finas biga General, Finas biga Wazara, Finas biga Mudra. So you cannot keep them there. So we move on. And then the idea was to create foundation where we can recruit other people. فعلا نقول دفعة ورانا عمرهم في أربعينات نحن في خمسينات في ناس almost في رقم بتاع كوريا ماشيين الستينات. So نحن the idea بتاعنا how we're going to contribute to our society positively. Let's leave our differences alone. أنا بتكلم معاك زي brother إدوارد أنت جبت كلام ممتاز. ليه نقول ممتاز ليه؟ أنه بوري هوية بتاعنا زي الجنوبيين. يعني نحن وقت جينا أنا وقت مشيت SPLA I didn't speak Dinka, I didn't speak Nuer, I didn't speak Anuak because I grew up in the north. But now I can speak Anuak, I can speak Nuer, I can speak Dinka thanks to unity of Red Army. أنا كنت ما أعرف ولا كونغو علمنا كنت ما أعرف شغل مقدمنا لكن علمته بunity علمناه في بالفهم كنا قاعدين زي أسرة واحد. what are you doing here Edward? أنت صحافي أنت ما عندك جهة. You just want to enlight the beautiful history of Indians and Junubin. And I appreciate you and all your audience. أنه نحن نشوف بس هوية بكون يعني identity بالإنجليزي. Okay, my Arabic is still small, but we want to see our identity as a South Sudanese, not as a bunch of tribes. We want to see ourselves as one nation. I don't care from which tribe you belong, but I believe in your idea. And this is the main message bitak.
Yes.
According to my understanding.
Exactly.
I want to get this message people to understand. We're talking here as a South Sudanese, not as a tribal group. And you aim, much as on in party them, you aim to get the message to all of us how we can organize ourselves, how we can benefit without fighting among each other. Because it will not make sense. We will fight and we cannot contribute. We have big number in diaspora. Sometimes we don't want to talk about this thing because you see why many intellectuals, I have many colleagues, many juniors, people I teach them in Juba Teaching Hospital. Now they're working in South Africa, they're working in UK, they're working in US. Why those people cannot come and contribute to our suffering, beloved South Sudan? And this is your Mbitaga Edward, or everyone who is talking there, I'll take the positive from you. I don't care which party you support. And this is my ideology. And whenever in Juba, I'll never cast any soul into fikra ghalat.
Thank you.
But then, the last thing, in 20 seconds,
yes.
Okay, مشينا كوبا. الكان ادانا كروت شلان جيبو. لسه الفكير ما يريد. يا كان بقسم أوراق، حتى جمعنا، حتى لعبوبو، حتى ركبنا طيارة مشينا. لكن ما في جناوفات كوبا. عشان يالو كان صغار. One of my brother got to build from 10 سنة عشان عمره كان 9 سنة. عمره 9 years. نحن كنا بنرفع بعرف شافوا بيفهم بيانو كنا ميكي جنرال جيمس بيعرف كنا بيجي ميلبو بينمور بنا تانيوا كنا بيجي مويه براسنا انا كنت عمري 13 كنت برفع الشوال تاع جمه ابوي ما قال زول ما يرفع شوال كنا برفع جمه من بينمور لبيلفام وفي اولاد نوير كتار كان معنا فعلا حتى اولاد نيويورك اثيوبيا اولاد قاعد يقدموا معنا وابواتهم جو كشافونا سود ابواتهم حاربوا في بلد كويكان كويكان دماغه دفق في جنوب السودان في رارمي الفاتو كوبا ماتوا ناس مايكل ليجا هون نا اركو ناس كوندوك نا بول ماتشام ده في كوبا لو كنت مات يا كوبينا باو زول في كوبا من 1000 دانا ضرب تارجت 99 جاكو تلورا جوبا ضربه ب 123 فو حاجات كده بعض مرات when we talk very emotional because في ناس ضيعوا حياة حقهم لكن we don't want anyone to blame. Now we blame them. Do what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. And this is what guys from America قاعد فكر يا أخي معلش شو غلط حصل نصلهم غلط كيف فأنا معلش sometimes we become very emotional. I'm a grown up man. I can survive anyway عشان أشتغل نظافة أنا بعيش لكن بس بوجاني المواطن التعبان ما بياكل هناك مشيت جنوب عندي أراضي عندي بيوت ما عندي مشكلة لكن أنا بوجاني المواطن الثاني الصغير أنا قاعد هنا برا أنت إن شاء الله قاعد في welfare وقاعد في food stamp you survive. لكن always we have to think our people back home. Thank you and I appreciate all your guests. Here we are debating. We are not targeting anyone. We're just talking in general and we have to correct our mistake. If we don't do it, I don't do it, who's gonna do it? Thank you very much, Brother Edward. And I encourage all your audience. شفت في ناس أنا كنت عرفتهم أنا بعرفهم. لكن ما قابلنا سنين ده كله because مشاكل اللي حصل الناس اختلفوا. لكن I appreciate your show and keep up the good job. Let's correct our mistake. Nobody gonna come and correct it for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much Dr. Okun. Really let me appreciate. خلينا أنا أشكرك لأوديان بتاعي في الفيسبوك يوتيوب وعرب أو في الكلاب هاوس. أنا يعني أنا بشكرك شديد لأنت جيت وبرضه لcontribution أنت اتكلمت عن contribution بتاع Red Army. Before I go to Ayul, we are running out of time. Really أنا قبل شغال الساعة 5 بدري خالص الصباح. And وبارا عندنا show برضه لوقت متأخر. So we remain with يعني few minutes, but actually I'm going to promise anyone here we are going to make part 2. Let me say this. The mission, the idea, الفكرة بتاع البرنامج like دكتور he put it exactly قبل شوية. وكلامه الأخير اللي قاله الوضع بتاع المواطنين في جنوب السودان is what actually promoting me to come and sit here always. أنا في أمريكا. I don't care. أنا ممكن أقفل الفيسبوك I can close but I still أنا عندي مواطن في بلدي عندي أمي هناك عندي أبوي عندي ودا أمي كلكم أنتوا قاعدين في الفورم ده. الأيديا بتاع البرنامج ده دايرين نوري جنوبين في صوت الشعب إنه الجنوب ده بلد بتاعتنا كلنا. And all of us we fought for that country and we sacrificed for that country. So correcting what's going on now in the South Sudan, he want us, all of us as South Sudanese, to come together and say we are Junubin instead of dividing among ourselves into the bunch of the tribe, Gabilet Kida, as you guys can see in the clubhouse. You can see even in Facebook, the level of insulting. Shetai Magad Yesel Fidune Dukulu, you can see them in South Sudanese community. We are so divided. This division now making us not able even to do any change in the country. So international guiding barra, kalam da gada gol zay magal dictor. Nasal guide fi America and always say this. The guide for America, guide for Canada, guide for Australia, guide for Europe. Loma shagal in the welfare. And this is the truth, and many people they don't accept this always. You think about Nasal guide for Junub and mind them welfare or mind them ash. Paul Modu, the general Mat Gabli Kamyom, while the former governor bita Lagos State, Yal Bitao Gabli Kamyom guide fi child orphanage fi Juba, Ma Peter. And this is country you guys call yourself Red Army, you fought for. This question, anyone you should ask it to yourself. Is this what we fought for? Is this what he died for? Or we need to correct this situation? There is our objective that we doing this thing to share our national identity. You know, Junubin, Mama, whatever you say, and we have to come together. We fought together. We die together like Mahasagam Shea Okungangaret Kalam. And I need to stop here. Sometimes it's not you alone, Dr. Okun. All of us will get emotional sometimes. Because Al-Wada Gibela Nagaret Kalam, my wife, Gablishem, now lad bit at Ngok, Mashaladi, Abu Mad Mashalo in Juba, Ushalo Mashaladi Malakal. وبرضه كان مشى بور لما الجبال اللي لقيته هنا في سام كلاب قبل ما انا ابدا الشو ده انا لو if he is watching this show now I don't want to mention his name but he was telling me حاجات قال لي ادوارد whether هناك something you cannot imagine ومشى بور ومشى ملكال I was asking him بلد كيف قال لي بلد انتهى في ناس هنا شبعانين قاعدين برا هنا في امريكا وكندا واستراليا وشغالين اونطه. They promoting killing among Junub while we are not able to fix that situation. And that's why, Voice of the People, we are actually shaping our national identity. And for us to understand, being a tribe, we fought it together. Mafi Gabila Masha Khala, وقال قبيلة كنا كنا جنوبين. Let me really, we are actually running out of time. I'm going to give Ayuel, CD Ayuel, 7 minutes. Please go ahead. Ayuel. Ayuel. Sorry.
Comrade Edward, أنا بسلم عليك بسلم لجميع بتاعك القاعدين معك ولكل مدرسة القاعدين فوقنا. Dr. Okoin, I hope you recognize my voice. Te saludo.
Gracias, amigo.
My name has been concealed, Dr. Edward or Comrade Edward, because I need a humanitarian project that I need to carry on in University Sudan. And but أنا كده نقول تعريف بسيط كده بس. أنا مشيت في مدرسة فلال. سنة أولى بتاعي كان في الأول في 1981. ومشيت قابلت أوكوين في مدرسة شاب في ملكال. A few things I want to put it straight. لأنه في a lot of myths about ages بتاعنا. There was two ways you will find your age. إنت لو مولود في village، ده ما نكون مولود في village. أنا مولود في هناك ديار يا إدوارد.
Wow.
What am I to go? What am I to go?
My God, when you were okay, go ahead.
No, Maya position.
May bango.
Lakin wanga banya chol.
Doi. Very good. Doi. For the ball.
Ana mulud fa anak diyar wana ma shulkawi. Umachet kabar gaba kon. بلدي أطار أنا قاعد في أطار سنة واحد بس في حياتي ومري كله في ملكال النضال ده بديناه كنا يال سخار جديد وكون ممكن يامر كل كلام ده متابع وعارف في مدرسة الشعب في 1983 1982 كروكلم بتاع السودان كان غيره كان بالمدين الإسلامي عشان يكون يعني سبجك الوحيد بتاع دين ونحن في مدرسة الشعب أنا كنت في سنة ثالثة وفرتاز مشينا برا عملنا مظاهرات. What did we know at that young age? What did we know? But you knew that something that was not correct, something was wrong. يعني and then in 1983 مشاكل حصل في البور. Just to cut a long story short, أنا طلعت في ملكال طبعا إجازات زمان كان شهر 12 والكيف يا أخوانا؟
Yes.
إجازات كان شهر 12 وشهر 6 ترجع لمدرسة 6 شهور بتاع إجازة. أنا جيت في كنال في ذاك في يوم 24 شهر 2 كنال جمهورية ضربوه وقبل ما يضربوا كنال جمهورية كان مشاكل أصلا هنا بنعرفه كلنا 6 months before that. فالجاي كان بيجيبوا كتير بيجي بعمل بيوت للمواطنين. أنا واحد من الناس اللي كان جا ضربوه بالدبشت بتاع جيم في دكان بتاع كازن بتاعي ده تعمل كمليت في راسي وكجا ضربوا كنال جمهورية بجاموس وكجا جا وضربوا كنال جمهورية وجرينا للبلد. 5 days later I joined the movement. وموري كان كم أنا مولود في village. ده أكو أنا موري أنا مولود في village. أنا ما أكون ده أنا دفع. لو أكون أكبر مني ممكن أكون سنة واحد ما كتير. أنا دفع. So أنا مشيت and I joined the movement. I trained في كوبرا. غاية بتاعي في مركز تدريب ده كانوا بوين سادس. الله يرحمه وده شهيد. ولاس ترمينال كان قاعدين في كوبرا ده من أولاد النيل بالذات أولاد طار وأولاد شلوك. كوبرا ده كان جزء من كوريوم 1 الماء فيوز اندية كتيبة أولى كوبرا كتيبة ثاني راينو كتيبة ثالث ورات كتيبة رابع. karajuna shahr 9 sana 84 zindia karaju besura achan nyuon kan gat mushagal fi bukten abdala chuwal kan edam sego fa zindia karaju na urau نفس اليوم لكن رباط طبعا كانوا بيشيلنا بنقول الناس لتهديدا مساكن تونجان ده زول رادو شيف باري تحريك ده كويس وكل وصلنا ما كويس تعليمات جم من قرن فضانات كان كتير زي ما قالوا شو بس ده كان كتير قرن قال يا سلفا فيال ماشيين الناس كتيبوا كبرى نحن كنا أكثر من 50 ولد أمورنا من 13 لتحت قال يا الليل ما يمشي لانه في امطار وفي فيضانات فنزلنا في بلفام انا بقول bring up the point الناس بيقولوا بينه في SPLA كان corruption ما في يا اخوانا لو قمنا في السودان في corruption ونحن كنا سودانيين
SPLA
ونحن كنا سودانيين 200 مو بغير من ما تقوم من بيتكم والبمشي بغير ناس في أركا ما في يا اخي ما ده ممكن ماشي معك ده. And that was not the intention to eliminate corruption, but can't jai mana. Let acknowledge that. فأوكر وصلنا بيلفهم يا أخوانا. Long story short, أنا قاعد أقول and then I'm correct one thing from Jangalu. Long body أكوني نيون كان قاعد بيلفهم كده. يا كده خلاص more كان قاعد بيتان ويال شالو برا وكونو جامع. وكوني نيون كان قاعد بكتب جامع ناف بيلفهم.
Yeah, I never talk Akwe. I'm talking Akwen Malin His mother and Justin, and Pop, yes. Akwen Young Longbody is Garmalan.
I agree with
mother and my mom are cousin.
Good. I have no objection about Akwe and Bob Jackson. Let leave that story aside. I know both of them. فوكيروسنا بيلفام لأن جينا for the first time كلاين المسلسل جا for the first time زمزمية جا for the first time سونكي جاوو في أركا لكن الضباط والمعوقين قاعدين ناقو صار فكير ما يري كان قاعد وجي جامر ناق ده كان باكل شريف اللي كان قتل كوريوم شريف كبير شريف ده ما ممكن تدقه بتبقوا 4 ساعات كله ما قدرت تاكله كده وفي بلفام كان في روس وكان في مولاد كويسين سكر زيت ينامت وكتيو بنات كان في بعد جامر بس كان بدلو شريف ده والرئيس ماكولات دول الناس الدبات والكتيو بنات I'm sorry to say بدأوا التحريك اللي كان في هناك جد فقول لنا شريف ورفضنا.
The history have to be said like that. Go ahead.
ورفضنا وكده قال لنا بين شريف ده تاكلوا اكلنا يوم واحد يوم ثاني قلنا لا ما ممكن. فانا واحد من الناس اللي عملوا مظاهرات في بلفام وانا متاكد لو كنا سلفا يرمى تاريخ ده لان ده ما بنسى وبذكر الكلام ده. عملنا مظاهرات بتاع الجيش عشان كان في 3 حاجات طلع برا قالوا يشيلوا سلا بدانا.
في الجيش بعمل مظاهره يا اخي فكان كتلوك
بنعمل جنبات دي مظاهرات الجيش.
اوكي
بنعمل جنبات ما بينتهي. فعملنا جنبات من الساعة 6 صباح حتى الساعة 8 قاعدين نجري بس. وجينا وقمنا في مكتب بتاع سلفا اللي كان المكتب بتاع شقاياتهم. فعملنا انزاج هناك وسلفا طلع برا. وقال لنا شنو انتم دايرين شنو؟ قلنا لهم بينو دايرين شيلان سلا بدانا وعشان دوباره يمشي شيلان سلا جدد. وعشان يمشي شيل زمزميات وعشان يمشي شيل سونكي. ده ما corruption؟ 1 قلنا له برضو في اكل هنا اكل كويس في دقيق وفي دقيق الجاهز انستنت دقيق ده وفي فول وفي ده وده وبيجيب لنا شريف له 2 فصار بسمع جادل كلهم انا دول بسمع بعد ما انتهينا كل يزول بيقول في قلبه قام سالنا انتم دايرين عشان اعمل شنو؟ قلنا له يا سلفا اننا ما جايين عشان نقعد بيلفهم جايين نمشي نشاكلوا. قام قال خلاص طلعوا كتاب بتاعكم تعليمات مبارك عشان كان في مويه عملوا كانسل عشان ما يجيب solution للمشكله اللي كان دام في بلفام. We had to leave the next day عشان الله كتاب بدانا في جموية زول بارب بيلفام مسابقة بيلفام للسياجاك ده يوم واحد دكورين شال مننا 3 يوم عشان كان مويه كله. long story short المهم صورة بتاعي ده عشان نجي للسؤال ده ايدوهد مسكوه في 1985 باي شكل بتاع جوكو الأول. أنا مشيت قاعد في سياجاك وبعد مشيت جيت بيتان وكربينو جا شحمني وشاني في رياسة بتاعه وبقيت في رياسة بتاع كربينو من شهر 12 84 حتى جينا مشينا كوبا شهرين بشكل بتاع جوكو ومنه رجعنا ليتان يوم ما مسكوا صورة ده والمسكوا ده كازن بتاعي ومسك صورة ده بكل السنين يعني 20 سنة ماسك صورة. حتى وقت جيت في كندا جرت عليه صورة وأنا مسكت الصورة ده معي. I know Carol Berger very well and I know Coy know her. We was their first informant وكتشالنا في كوبا. هي كان شغال في BBC correspondent في خرطوم وكايرو. And طبعا we was being snaked out from Bill Palm. And somehow BBC realized that and she was the one reporting on us. And then we disappeared and she did not know where this group been taken. And no one knew. كجينا في كندا هي من كندا في ميل سجل اسمه ميديسين هات يا ميل كان مولود فيه لكن جاك ورمال اسمه إدمنتون ده كابتل سيت بتاع البيتا جال لقى الناس كوليك بتاعي في جو باس كان يتكلم اسبانيش وده جنوبين فقام عملوا approach وسالهم انتوا من وين فقالوا له فقال كيف بكلم اسبانيش. And then the story starts from there. And from there she's starting writing her master degree on us, on our story. And from there she move on to write at doctorate. One will move on all the way to Maji في Rumbek Maji قاعد هناك 10 years. One will research the كتاب بتاعه. كتاب ده فيه وجات كتار أجاك وفي تانين exaggerated. في تانين had been distorted because of the history. لأنه تاريخ كجات بودر. تاريخ بتاع 30 something years you cannot remember the thing exactly and we need to be straightforward. أنا ما بمشي لأنه وجات وكون قالوا I would agree with all of that وكون قالوا. We will never change the past.
Before you conclude, let me ask you a question before you conclude. By the way, let me acknowledge actually the presence of my sister. She was actually, I just saw her name. Her name is Dikang Simon Mori. Okuny, she's your sister, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that
she
is
was
very.
in Cuba too.
Yeah, because actually 3 months ago or 5 months ago in Clubhouse, we were talking here, and really she was telling us what happened exactly in Cuba. She was there with you. So I just invited her, but it's look, she don't want to come up, but it's good you are here. Let me ask you a question, Comrade Ayuel, and then you can conclude. Ayul. You know, this photo I'm seeing in front of me in Facebook, it look like you are so young, 11 or 10 years. Kada Kalimna, Al-Kalashnikov, how you guys were dealing with this? Really, this is very interesting.
Edward. Yeah, I got a question too. Now, to come in Kalam, it's personal question for me and to General Biel as well. But to Gul Kalam, Sura Mao. So I got my 2 brothers. They joined in 1984. One of them didn't make it, Jakatalo for America, and the other one is in Juba. We go guide for Juba. So the guy has seen the car around maybe 15, 16 years old. So question but I don't
Amigo, Gale may look Okun Gale Munuzolda.
My brother is Malit Kong and Minjokong.
Yes, I know them. I know 2 of them.
Okay, Okun, you said you know them.
I will also know them.
Okay. I know Malit too.
Yeah. So just my question was to General Biel. I know I can malite talama James Hoto wala manazalo. Umene jamal station to Yabong, Hakim, and then at that time, get killed. And Abong Tawan was a stronghold with Harkashabi. Martin Minila Yuel Kangai, so my question to you and General Biel is that time, I'm afraid army. Not or Yamata. It's another Abtakum, another kind of 16 or 9. What was the planning for them? Jamashik, the Rabom Tawari Markum, another kind of 15, 13, 14. So what was the Kalamanum Kambia Mulum Shunujao? The question that I'm them Shimad in Talano, it was Salak Hassan, Sura Batab, maybe the Kunta Asher or Talatasha son at that time. I don't know, but how is SPLA dealt with you guys? Thank you.
I think the number in the my good already, and I'm a college General Biel Barin to join after that. My experience is this. Edward, to answer Sura Batak, when you clan you can't you know my clan you can up on many. Uma best clan you can up on many. Kaki can be Jibulena. Anna Muzakar, I will marry the Kaki, Jeb Gidam Takagade. Can guide next to your Bandolon, but Anna Kunta give and take. I was 11 to 12. And Funat Bugulu, Anna Kanun Mazol Belgaria, Jana into 11 as a day. Janadam can chill and add. But Janat in North America, 11 years in North America, was 11 years at University Sudan, they're not the same people.
Yeah, there is no comparison with them. Let's be honest here. Go ahead.
They're not the same people. 11 years at University Sudan, they can survive anywhere.
Yeah, 14, 15 years behind them, Mabe Ferry Serena. What are you talking about?
11 years.
Yeah, let us be honest, let us be honest. Go ahead, my brother.
We need.
Yeah, my sister.
You know,
my younger sister, she was 8 years old. She better now she was cooking for us. And I say, I'm 16, 17 years, even they don't know how to cook food. So go ahead.
No. You know, let me address some issues here. Fear just Kitabu at Carol, and I usually my Carol in the fear debate about things you write. And she's a writer. She's a writer. She has opinion. She has research a lot of things. But the fact in Aquana, then could do correctly. One, Benu Yala can't shall be Kuba. I know I will not change anyone. I'm not here to change anyone's mind. But I just want to say the fact. If all of us can't shall be Kuba, can yell the commander when we were 619, mathematics does not lie. How many commanders do we have in the Arca by that time? That's one question that one needs to take home. And yes, Logalufiyal Butakumara can shall be Kuba, or relative Ram. That is also true. And can fiyal Butakumara, or relative Ram can shall one of Kuba. The intention with our program, they can the Jajamurta more. Jajamurta more, Yaukan Yal Sukarja Katir. The program can look. Ulakin the Manguri Gibel corruption guard with Dumbatana? Failing. Nasal Kubar can Fiaraka. Jajabu Yal Butam. Lakin the Maya majority. The can't part of Cuba. That's things that tell Carol all the time. You need to put things straight. Don't say the majority. The majority, the Makan Yal Butan Kamarat. The can Yal Masakin Saki, the Makungal Gibel, Poja Caribenu, can't jai Buduna Boo. Da can't jai Buduna Boo. Well, can't jai Buduna Buddha Katir. Put that aside. Let us assume all of us can Yal Tamusulin. We shall not be Cuba. We just managed a job in 1988. My few of Puninyong. After me half done as a job, but in the time, the room be jesh, the room be medicine, the room be contraction. Utanin the man when I couldn't mention better than a Bolmacham. 14 academics, military academics, 14. Kulumad was it. Bagazol Wahid, the Koyma, the Gulis Metao, I can because of security. وكل مادو كتلوم في ماركة ما فيه جنة بتاع إليجا هون
مايكل
يا أخوانا أتاو لو كان يالتكم نراد their contribution can be minimized because a bomb can ask for.
Thank you. And there's no corruption for that.
Their contribution cannot be minimized because of a bomb child the corruption in Cuba. Leave alone Chalum, but Umja and I'm going to contribute. Let's sort of done it. After Minaz Machari of Cuba 1988, 99% Madukulu. We now trying to collect the data. One of them Guleg Edward, and I am Musuka Jahmer Khan Fabi Cuba, for diaspora. A land. We're trying to reorganize ourselves for two purposes. One, to collect our data, because we are a historical group and we need to recognize that.
Let us talk the truth, my brother. You know, guys, ana given saltakum swal. Contribution bitatkum shunu. Just it can be a dream. Yeah, to mashare to Cuba shunu. But what we are looking forward into Jeshamar and in Adela Kuna Kartuma said, we are Kartuma. You guys don't recognize us.
No, I don't mind that, but I'm Edward.
Okay, conclude. 1 minute conclude. Are you conclude? Conclude that.
Edward, I don't mind that, but I want to kind of the good benu. I don't want to add on Aja Okongalu. Because Aja Okongalu, this is what in our heart. Okay? I'm one of the people that thinks about this thing too. Then we miss the society badana. Bugulu one certain tribe, and let's be frank, Dinka, will contribute more than anyone fi Araka. They kill Magad Bukushumna Nagbara. One of Bugul de Nas. Loita Shilta Hamsa Akwan. Utalata Akwan Tanin. Umin Hamsa Akwan Del. Talata Machimadu. Umin Talata Akwan Del. Inen Machimadu. Munamul contribute more. Jakwana mathematics does not lie. Every South Sudanese family has contributed equitably according to your numbers.
Thank you.
5 and much madu minu talada de. Utalada much minu itnende. El talada much madu minu itnende by our actor. Min zol el khams talada much madu itnende fabadu. Ani inda kalam je gidam na denga batai. They call me enemy of Dinka. Dinka katin khairnde de but no kalam batai. I cannot be enemy of anyone. And I grew up in a family where we don't have tribes. Ukimachera fi Cuba, that was fomented on me. That tribe is the evilness of our society today. And if we don't fight that, if we cannot fight that, forget about South Sudan. And I'm going to suggest to you that I'm not very good at speaking on social media, but your voice is being heard. I want you in one day, Edward, is a suggestion for me, if you can take it. I will challenge South Sudanese Kulum in the topic. Let them define what is tribalism. Let them define it. And when we know what is tribalism is, then we can talk about it and eradicate it and emancipate our mind from it. I'm glad right now people are coming together. The dust of 2013 are coming down. And people now are reasoning. Otherwise, this forum would have not been possible today. Lokana Jerry for 2013 or for 2014. But I'm glad we are coming together. And we need to come together. Because the unity of South Sudan is a unity of survival. It is to be or not to be. And if we don't take that seriously, Nadgaran Kifara Pigaba come 39 years. Unano said Bugina Hamu Kamsinat. Ukulu Kumbejaida, I use on to come Marbinat. Mitain Salah Dodan. When Yalna, we need to start now. And we need to start by preaching unity, by preaching truth. History will not change. The last of history, let it be. Let's learn from it. Let's take the good thing and let's take the bad thing aside. Let's use a good thing and let's learn from the bad thing not to do them again. You know, for Anna, I will conclude by saying, thank you, Edward. You're not the same Edward I was listening to. Today, you are an Edward that inspired me in a lot of things. And your forum has been one of the forums I've spoken for social media. This is the second time now. Other forum don't encourage me to say anything. Sometimes what I got good Edward, they give the math to Yunzon. Because that guy kita bugulu, ufina stanin, ma bushubu, I can tell I'm in Edward, I get a mark. So this is our problem. Lo yul galaja, ma bushuba jana gutu bushubu, the munugalu zatu. Yes, the lanu guta jakap, chilu bara. Lo guta jakois, own it, and leave me alone. And then look into the ideas, not onto the people. Let rid of this crazy idea. Ben lo idu admin chulu, uidu argala jakap, kulu shulu bukun kap. Olo kumina nyuak, omula jakois, kula nyuak bukun kois. Let us start treating ourselves individually. Kulu wada will carry his own cross, not cross with our tribe. And I think those should be elements with our tribalism, because when you deem the entire group simply because of one person, or two, or three, then you are making a big mistake of judgment. And I will conclude here, and I would like to salute everybody that is in this forum, that is taking his time. I'm sorry to come late. I don't want to say I'm the busy man on the earth, but my time is really shrinking, and I'm getting old. And by the way, my book is coming out.
Thank you. We'll be waiting for it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, General. Thank you, Comrade Ayul. Let me say, Jamana Malesh, we are running out of time, and really, I'm sorry. We are going to make part 2, and in part 2, we'll start actually with General Jeremiah, because there is actually part he did not talk about it today, but because of time now, I will not actually allow him to continue. But we are going to make part 2, and we will start in part 2 with his continuation of his presentation. Let me, before I go to give anyone the final contribution to today's topic, the contribution of Red Army, I need to acknowledge the presence of my beautiful sister, Dikang, and I'm so happy you are here. And actually, Nyakwan, she is with us here, and actually she is a wife of my cousin too. I did not know I supposed to invite her to be part of this, and also we can see the ladies, those were Red Army. So Dikang, welcome, and let me really want to give you 5 minutes. I want to hear your thought too. Welcome. Red Army bin Banat, Kativeta Banat. Go ahead. Dikang, are you with me or are you sleeping? Dikang? You guys hearing me? Dikang together, or what's going on with you?
Yeah, we're hearing you. Maybe she doesn't open her mic. Yeah, this is the first time.
Dikang, can you open your mic? Okay, let me go.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know how to use this thing.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying.
Yeah. Hello, Ustaz Edward, and hello, comrades. My name is Dikang Simon Mori. I'm a younger sister of Ukon. I traveled to Cuba in 1986 with me. I was not part of the. I traveled with my mother. I was only 8 years old. So my mother was one of the teachers, the caretakers of the Red Army. So I traveled with her and my 2 other brothers. And my 3 brothers, Okuny and the late Dr. Rick and Natana, were already there. They left in 1985. So yeah, I was with them in the school, and I came back. We came back to Africa, to Itang in 1988. So I was just there for 2 years, and I don't remember so much about being in Cuba. So I think that's all I can say. But there's also one thing that I want to say that let's also acknowledge the teachers and the caretakers of the Red Army. You know, the men and women like my mother who went with the Red Army to Cuba and who also helped a lot in ITAM. Let's not forget them. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my sister Dikang. And actually, it's good you are with us here. Thank you for coming up and thank you for contribution. Thank you so much. What I need to say, we are actually going to give a final contribution. But let me start with Dr. Okonya and James because they are with me in my phone. Let me start with them. James, let me give you, or let me start with Okonya. Dictor, let me give you 3 minutes, Dictor, and exactly will be 3 minutes. Really, it's going late with me here. So, Dictor, go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Edwards. Thanks, one of the guys in the picture. He's spoken.
Edward, can you open your mic because we can't hear?
Oh, sorry. Okun, Dictor, you start. Okay.
I said thank you, Brother Edwards. One of the guys in the picture is spoken. Fair, we grew up together. When we used to go Titit Waya, Titit Waga, Titit Wata Lemun. Kuna visora janaba sawa. Ugarana mte sharp. Kan mafi, ana kutama bi arifu mi ya tukabila.
Dojo no wiji yani?
Dojo nganya. Ala mtu kukuta nyua. Magatu malakan, maka mwakero, maka kuna shuluk. Magatu malakan is dreaming. Your idea is to bring people together and look for better future. And this is the outcome founding father with the SPLA and all those commanders and our late uncle Nasmati Majir, they wrote the manifesto for better South Sudan. John Garangana kan mawahe. Gashilu galam de ya kun kala shiko bitakum. Ayuel ma intaha kalam gel felan. Civil farm silah sharule kan fiya sugaro. عندنا واحد انا متذكر very well ضرب يبدو بيدوش انا خلاص مجاعة كان ما فيها كان بليلة الشريف وفاي اخضر خشم الناس كله شدد فيال صغار بقى يدوا القرى بسلاح عشان كده شالوا السلاح كله من دانيال انه ده was kid يعني انا اكبر منه عمره فعلا كان 12 I was 13 years when I went to Bilfam so والكبار كان ناس لونغبري اكوي هم كان 15 16 so بقى شباب بضرب بعض عشان كده جندوا السلاح من جيش احمر وقالوا جيش احمر يقعد في الرئاسه وبعدين Uncle Chigayatem took us Zeyalo. He used to talk to us. عندنا كان شباب من أولاد مسلم من دوب دكتور مرحوم أستاذ then those people that took us as their kids, as their brothers. We're not talking about fantasy. فعلا كارل برجر أنا اختلفت معه كتير وكلمت معه كتير في كندا في جوبا أنا قعدت معه في جوبا في بيبور قعدت معه كنت وزير الصحة وكنت جاي كلام شباب يا وانا قلت له تاريخ تقوله بعض مرات is not correct لكن فعلا 90% عنده فيه صح لكن now let's open new page let's organize ourselves as Sudanese القاعد في الدياسبرا والقاعد في الجنوب to make our country to move forward فإنت شكرا you bring anyone القاعد في جوبا القاعد في الدياسبرا القاعد وين let's express ourselves كيف we can move forward. فأنا مبسوط جدا بكل جواب contribution وبيدين جنرال نكلمه ده حقائق لو ما كنا حقيقي منو بقوله فشكرا keep up the good job معلش لو في زول جرح زول تاني let's forgive each other لكن let's move forward as a South Sudanese not as a tribe forget about blue 64 60 cup لا let's move at only South Sudanese you respect me for the way I am. Your contribution, Bukunit as an individual. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dictor. Thank you really for taking your time and coming to contribute. And this is actually what we are actually looking for. The South Sudan now is at the crossroads, either to be or not to be. And really to fix that, we need to to look into ourselves. All of us, we are South Sudanese, and we need to accept ourselves, and we need to put our hand together. Let me give chance to General James. James, take your 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Comrade Edward. طبعا ده برنامج كويس. We are revisiting the history, and although it's very painful history بتاع جي عامر, and it's a history and it's a stories too. يعني هو تاريخ وكمان قصة. حتى لو بقى فوقه ما في data كده يعني concrete people should rely on it. لكن now بقى في contribution كتير. So one of the جي عامر ذاته يكتب تاريخ بتاعهم ذاته بنفسه, مش المرة الخوالية يكتب تاريخ. واحد من جي عامر ذاته هيقوم ذاته يكتب التاريخ. الجي عامر اللي مشي في كوبا يكتب تاريخ بتاعهم. الجي عامر اللي ضربوا في ميادين في مرمور ولا في قريوم ولا في كازوق ولا في زلزال يكتب تاريخهم. جي عامر اللي بوم من المعسكر اللاجئين يكتب تاريخهم. جي عامر كان في فنجدو وكان في ديما يكتب تاريخهم. بعد كده يلمون في حاجه واحد. انا زي ما اقول قبل اخوي is very painful history بتاع جي عامر ده, لكن God is great. ما في مشكله. الحي مات. People need to move on. But يعني I'm really very mad بالقيادات بتاعنا. You don't neglect young بتاع ناس تجيبهم عشان يعملوا لك شغل. At the same time you neglect them. You treat them like their kids. Imagine the time جابر كان باليموم, جنجر ما جانا كان قاعدين في أديس أبابا, they were drinking milk, drinking tea, watching TV. وده نفس الإيج بتاع يال اللي جابوه من البلد بتاع دينكا ولا البلد بتاع نير ولا بتاع شنو. حتى لو ما قدروا يودوا مادس, لكن at least treat them a little bit يعني was dignity عشان يعملوا لك حاجة بكرة. المهم الفات ما في مشكلة. يعمل contribute. هم النواب بتاع حركة يعني they were volunteers. كل زي ما ولد قال قبل من العطار ده, وقام بنفسه من بدون أبوه وأمه, and he was 13 years old at that time. يعني it's a very big contribution يعني. أنا بكيفني يا أخي.
يا شكرا جنرال جيمس كونغ. قبل ما انا اقفل التليفون وانتم ممكن تتواصلوا في فيسبوك, انا داير قلت ايتا ودكتور كونج, you guys download Clubhouse, just اسمه Clubhouse, وانا I will share my name in Clubhouse with you in the same group here في Facebook. Before I close the messenger for you, انا داير اقول لكم انه let me remind both of you والناس اللي قاعدين يشاهدونا في فيسبوك وكلاب on Saturday we'll continue. We are going to the second state, which we are going to talk about the contribution of Eastern Equatoria in the struggle of the SPLA, SPLM. Priority and we give it to the son of the state. Really, I don't know anyone who was comrade in the SPLM, SPLA, or who is not. So I need to make it clear لو ما في أبناء بتاع state, they did not show up in the discussion like what we did on the Sunday. Was it yesterday? Yes, on Saturday yesterday. Contribution of Central Equatoria. Nobody showed up, but and I will give thanks to Comrade General Jeremiah, Comrade General Biel, Comrade Tongyang. Why is all Jafok in Umbare? So on Saturday, I hope Lopi comrades outside here from Eastern Equatoria, I hope they will get the first chance on the Saturday, and also General Tongyang, General Jeremiah, and General Mike. With Jeremiah, they will be with me on the podium, and General Pagana Mumukij actually is going to join us because he was talking to me this afternoon, and he mentioned a lot of the son of Central Equatoria contributed, and also a lot of the son of Eastern Equatoria contributed in the struggle. So he will be here with us on Saturday, and on the Sunday we will continue because we have a short presentation by Dr. Cole on Saturday, and at 6 p.m. we will continue. We'll join the room for Eastern Equatoria contribution, and on Sunday we'll go into contribution of Jungule State, whereby Dr. Okoñ, I want you to be there, and also Deng Bol and the rest of Launwer and Murle and Deng Kabor. There is a lot of story at Denkabor here. Lion, prepare yourself. I think you are down there for the discussion of Sunday. Thank you so much. You guys have a good night. Let me go to Comrade Dengbol. You take your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Comrade Edward. First of all, let me say that you are one of the people who participated in the liberation struggle, but not in front lines in southern Sudan or all these other places, that basically recognizes the contribution of those who were in the bush. And this is our point of departure. And this has been the problem that we have with a lot of people who were not directly involved in the war. We who were, in IDP camps and refugee camps and in the battlefields, recognizes the contribution of all the South Sudanese people wherever they were, politically, diplomatically, economically supporting, and everything. But a lot of people now are trying to dismantle the SPLA, because they think it belongs to those who were in front lines. So I thank you for that, and your following has actually increased because you are fair to all the South Sudanese people. I hope you will give me 4 minutes, because I spent 1 minute on you. So let me now go to my 3 minutes. Thank you very much. First of all, Comrade Edward, I beg you to set aside a day for Red Army Foundation as a continuation of the Red Army vision to preserve the historical legacy of the Red Army of oneness, community, and national service. That topic will talk about how the Red Army Foundation is trying to recall that history, preserve that history, and grow a new generation of the Red Army. Okay, and then also develop the Red Army so that they can take up the mandate in which they were prepared for, and that is nation building. This is what we've been trying to do the last 10 years. The 10 years is a long time, so it requires it all. A lot of people are going to contribute to this. People like Dr. Okunyi, who is one of the founding members of the Red Army Foundation. And Dr. Okunyi, I thank you very much. You are a wonderful man. So let me just say something about. There was a message that I sent you, Comrade Edward, and that is what is actually killing the Red Army today are two things. Number one is that our leaders are trying to run away from the story of the Red Army, and I will tell you the experiences I have had when we are talking about the Red Army Foundation. The Red Army are not dumb. When we have tried our best to get our message, our contribution recognized by the government of the Republic of South Sudan, and especially the SPLA, but in vain. President Kiir only attended one big event of the Red Army, and that was in 2013. And I know why he came. He came because that was the time he had just relieved everybody, from Dr. Yak to all the people that are called Garang boys. And his fear was that if he does not come, the show will be hijacked by those of Dr. Yak, Dr. Majak, Denga Lor, and everybody else. So he came in order for him to control that event. It worked out well for him. We stood with him from that time until now. Unfortunately, from that time, he has been avoiding us. He's been involved, but not very much. So they are afraid. But what they don't know is, the more they continue to distance themselves from the Red Army, the more we get angry and angry. And I cannot rule out that in the future, in the near future, the Red Army will open a very big case in South Sudan, in East Africa, and internationally, so that they can be prosecuted for abusing the Red Army. You see? Because right now, there won't be friendship anymore. We all fought for this nation. But now they cannot even recognize our suffering and our contribution, huge contribution. The Jamana Red Army is the only unit, the SPLA, that was in many divisions. Okay? Katiba what? Let me say Katiba Adid was one. Katiba Shah was one. Gazal was one. I mean, Katiba Mazulum was one. Gazal. All Kataib were one. But Katiba Jesh Ahmed was in Mormor, was in Zazal, was in Kazuk, was in Intisar, Infijar, all this. And still, all the task forces and all the operations and until everything in the 1990s became Red Army. So, this is very annoying. By the 1990s, we made up all the operations, and Mike and Jeremiah are our living witnesses. It was, I declared it already that the war was a partnership of all army, that was a Black Army, and Red Army, the young army. And now, as we try to fix problems of this nation, one group of people think they own South Sudan, and that is Jesh Aswad. And they have messed it up, and they don't want the Red Army to have a voice in order to be part of policy and decision making. And then sometimes they blame us. So I'm not going to talk much because I wish, Comrade Edward, you actually prepare a room for only the Red Army Foundation to cover the last 10 years of our existence. I will tell you all the secrets that all of you do not know about why the Red Army is being killed and choked by the leaders themselves. They don't want it. So we can talk about history, but our history will go to the dustbin. It will be preserved, perhaps. But whether the Red Army will make tangible impact in this nation or not, it will depend on the Red Army. If they come up and they stand up and they say, this country belongs to us, it is an inheritance.
You are minute. They are finished then, and I will.
Thank you.
Will
all right, I rest my case there. All we want, Jesh Ahmed, Red Army Foundation, is to be given a chance next time, but with only me, with you asking me, and I explain. Then you can bring the rest of the people up to emphasize or to provide questions, so that we can cover 2-3 hours only talking about Red Army Foundation. Because what people know about Red Army Foundation today is just misconception. People don't know anything about it, and they continue to talk about it. I have been chairman for 10 years, elected 3 times. I know everything. I've met with all the leaders. I've fought with all the leaders. Now, it is a point where if I don't get killed because of this Red Army, I may end up in jail. Because that's all I talk about. And I'm confronting them with facts. And they are scared. Okay?
Yeah,
thank you.
Actually, thank you. We are going to talk about that because there is a lot of accusation against you. And even during the show today, there is some people actually commented where they were saying you are not the Red Army. But I will surely communicate and try to arrange the room within this week, inshallah. Thank you so much, comrade. General Tongjiang, let me give you 3 minutes.
Thank you guys
General
very much.
Tongjiang Nyandeng, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you everyone here, moderators.
Tongjiang, is that you? Is that you in the picture there with Riek Machar or someone else?
Yes, that's my pictures of 1991. So Deng Bol talk about Red Army and look my pictures. So I don't know how it counted me. Red Army, we all left South Sudan, we were a kid. And when you went there, some Red Army, they were sent, I'm one of those people who was sent in front line when I was a kid in Zindia. And then I went to Bentiu, you see my pictures with Wolf, with Mormor, with Riak, that's my second operation. And that is 1991 with Riak, that's me there. Malazim Asani, you guys blow up that pictures and look at it. And that's me today. There is Red Army, people talk here. Dr. Wukoy, this is
Tongjiang, send it to me. Send it to me in Messenger, then I can put it up here. Go ahead.
Okay.
Finish your point.
Yeah, I would like to appreciate Ayul and Dr. Wukoy. Dr. Wukoy didn't see Beta Carbino, my auntie Nicola, wife of Carbino from Anuak, and they are very related. Even when Carbino passed, Simon Mori was the one making big of Carbino. I really appreciate them, and I really thank people of Kingdom of Anuak. Thank you very much. Good thing we have children in between. Blood from Twij Mayari to Pachala is there, and it's everywhere. There was 2 people here. If you guys, like Dr. Ayul, knew Red Army was with Carbino and taken to Bill Farm, Probably knew Ayat Makol from Ngongwaliak, and he knew a Biel Mayan. Biel Mayan is mixed Sinwer and Denka. I knew John Tut from Gajak. Those are Jammer from Jammus. When they joined Jammus, they were like 13 years old. So Jammer started in 1983. And the time SPLA was desperate, have no soldiers. Like me, how you cannot call me the Jammer. But I was not. I was in the front line. So it's okay. Even Jammer today, Dengbol is 45 years old, as he said. When there is Jammer, there is Sword. Everywhere now, Dengbol demand Jammer to take all attention in South Sudan. Jammer are very good in 1991 when movement is split. My God, thank God, Jammer, they were there. They become radio communicators, signal. They went to school in Demma, in Marwakafi. Those Jammer went to Marakafi, in Kiasa, in Malango. They spoke perfect English. Those have become signal, become military intelligence, logistic, counting ammunition, referring a weapon that were not working. That how can you cannot appreciate these guys, medical student, EMT, and some of them they become doctors. Those are reserve gun of SPLA. I will never doubt that. My favorite one was Judge Amar in Cobra. Ayulu Yak, Denga Janging, Uziru Juok. Those they were from Cobra. Abiel Torke Rambang knew them. Ulana mom is here. I don't know what's wrong with Ulana mom. Ulana mom don't talk. And he's always here and watching. I hope maybe he's working with CIA or something. That's the guy how to talk. So Judge Amar and Katiba Banat, there are Yarmanyog in Canada. There is a Luella Guto in Australia. There are a lot of things that could come back. And most of them, they were soldiers for 2 years, Katiba Banat, and they end up they being married, produce our children. One of them, military intelligence, was Achol Philip. It's a late Achol Philip, wife of President Kiir. If you look, the boy of President Kiir was introduced in Bor when Kwalmanyang had disagreement with President Kiir and left, went to Bor. That's the son of Achol Philip. Achol Philip was Malazim Sania, military intelligence. Abonyibak, wife of William Yon Bany, the nephew of Kawaj Mokwe. Those are all Katiba Banat. For those who are in Juba, they cannot talk to tell their stories. But I encourage Navyar Manyok in Canada. For those who are in Australia. But sometimes if they talk, their families are going to be in danger. Those we cannot. When there is a strong man, there is a strong woman there. Also, those who taking minor who are taken to Cuba, like Mama Bangoda mom, the wife of most feared commander, high command in SPLA Nyachigam Nyachuluk of Agrab, Mama Bangoda mom, like Teresa Choldengalat, like the wife of late Simon Mori. Simon Mori was outspoken. It's like me. Thank God those doctors, they were giving pen, Garang give them pen. Garang envision things. But when Garang go to look for gun, ammunition, to direct an operation in front line, Jammer were abused by those commanders, but they were good sons. People like Biel Turke Rambang, Nat Jamadon Mike, they will not accept Nat Peter Panyang, Jammer to be abused.
Tongjang, actually, you are 3 minutes. You now got 4 minutes. But actually, I'm trying to arrange actually the topic. Just I need to bring you because it. I don't know Tongjang Maluma the there in the give a Barak alone, and you talk for 3 hours. So just can you conclude in 1 minute?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Edward. Something called patriotic love of the country. People throw many of things, and you brought people's thing in. I hope Uziru Jok, I think, whether in Khartoum or whether it's that, whether in Shuluk area, and a lot of people are free. There is a guy, Dr. Ukeng, there is a guy, Judge Amar Koryom, is in Panyudo. His name is Oleto. Zol Kabir died, Bulbul Nyagwo, Warsham that died. Uleto is in Panyudo. I hope you guys can bring him here from Manual. contribution of Anyuak and Morley with their Lawnware in Jonglei Lawnware in Jonglei show next Saturday. I'm very, very excited because the people of Jonglei, they will speak out. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. History of our country is more painful. Some people try to cover it up, but we outspoken. Thank you. Adwognya give me pen in Nairobi. And that's why I'll be able to write and read. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Really a special greeting and appreciation from the South Sudan Political Club and Voice of the People Forum to you, General Biel, General Janmaya, and General Mike, actually, for accepting to come up here every time we are hosting and recording, actually, the contribution of our nation. Thank you, General Tangyang. General Mike, take your 3 minutes, brother.
Okay, thank you one more, Edward. I will just try to fake here and there. I didn't comment about the Jejal Marabitat Kubo. Just I remember Jejal Marabitat Kubo, Kenya mentioned before when they come, those who come in 93. I was in Nettinga when they come in 93. They were in Nettinga, and one of them passed away. This is what I can remember. But I have also some understanding about Dubat, Kulurat, El Khan Majifi, Kuba. Maybe some of those of Kanara Tasal, Nas Kok, known Nas Bolton, Nas US, Nas Ottawa Yul, Nas a lot of them to mention, El Khan Mashidraf, Kunurat, most of Khan also Khan Furat, Wadofa Kuba, Yamshi Arado, Yamshi Draf. طريقة بتاع راسة وانتليجنت وalso جاك سمو كل جرالات من I command في SPLA. I know all of them by name and all these. I can mention all name of them. But let me go to the point of Red Army. To be honest, if it was not the death of John Graham, would have not even be talking here now. That would have been another history. But let God take that cost. Death to Grang is not only Grang who died. His vision died. His subjective died. Even the contribution for the Red Army to South Sudan, it died too. Because if Grang was alive, we would not be here today. And most of maybe 90% of Red Army in America and Australia, they would not be here today. And some of them would have been doing wonderful job in South Sudan. So all these things we say, yes, in anywhere, even in America, they are a negative impact. It is the cause of whether in military unit or in military, faction or in any. But when people say it about whatever the cause that the suffering that the Red Army went through, it is a natural. It is something obvious because freedom is not a free cause. Liberation is not a free cause. How many babies who died in the stomach of their mothers? How many babies were killed by bullet, by bomb? So it's not a surprise to us. We have to suffer. We suffer a lot. If one of us can tell his history today, some of you will cry. Will cry the tear in their eyes. If really we went deep, how we went through this suffering. But this is all God is planned. So, brothers and sisters, history has to be told, and the truth has to be told. When we die, we will die with our history, with our information. But if we release them, they will remain forever. Our generation, our kids, the future generation of South Sudan will pick it up from there. So, Edward, I will not want to go further, but when I will be free, also I will explain more when I have a free time. But I will just fix the point there and here. And thank you very much, and for that, commitment also to be, concerned and bring all the Red Army and liberators and to also tell their part of the history. So I will stop here and thank you again.
Yeah, thank you so much, General Mike. And really, actually, I wanted from the beginning, you and Mike, you and Jeremiah to speak and put the detail forward. But actually, we are going to prepare part two, and also I will give you chance, you and Jeremiah, and also Tongjiang to speak before we invite people to the room. And that while I want everyone, actually, when we start the room, it's supposed to be with us. Then he can take his part. So thank you so much for being here. I know you was committed today, but actually you were able to balance it. So thank you, and we really appreciate and your contribution in this room and actually the coming room and the struggle of South Sudan. Thank you. Have a good night, brother. General Jeremiah, let me give you 3 minutes. And actually, the part two, the part you did not finish today, we are going to. I will talk to you in private. I think if it's not today because it's there tomorrow, I will call you. Then during the week, we'll actually arrange the room, and then we'll continue because we need to finish it this week, part two. So thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Brother Edward, and all the comrades, generals, especially my chairman of Red Army, Dangbul. For all the audience, it is a very good discussion, and it is good. It has been said there will be a part two. It is very important because the topic was about contribution of the Red Army, and in our discussion, it has been to be dominated by the issue of the Red Army in Cuba and some interjection here and there. So really, the part two should be about contribution of Red Army in combat mission. And when part two comes, we should not make it again with the topic we already talked about, especially the one of the Cuba and other topics which are not related to the combat. Because the main point you want to know, what was the role of Red Army in liberation, in field or in combat? What were the main battle of the Red Army? Where did they die most? What responsibility given to Red Army by the SPLA? So it is good. I will leave them aside. We shall talk about them in part two. But what I want to say is that I am trying to refer everyone to the book title Lost Boys of Sudan by someone called Mark. I am advising those who have interest to read it. You will find what happened when Ethiopia was liberated by the rebel in 1991, when the Jejamer left Penyudo to Gilo. So how they died and all the worst thing about Red Army in terms of loss of life, you will find it in that book. This is one. Two, I am also referring each and every 1 year to go to YouTube and type SPLA the result division, full version, or SPLA the result division. You will see the result division when Dr. John was addressing them to open the training center on the 27th of October 1986. You will see the size of Red Army because someone just say, how come parade of Red Army become 1,777? You will see from there. So this is what I want to refer people to. And then there was a question asked, what is the role of the Red Army in the current situation in South Sudan? And the current situation in South Sudan, it is a political situation, the current political situation in South Sudan. What is the position of the Red Army? This one, it seems we don't have time to answer this question now because it was asked. We will ask that question next time.
In part 2, yes, you will answer it in part 2. After tomorrow, I think we are going to do it.
That's right. Another thing, my chairman Dembole said here, to see whether there is a case against the ruling party, SPLM, or no case. I am talking about that, is there any case if Jesh Ahmed or if Red Army file a case against the ruling party, SPLM, by blocking or violating the promise of Dr. John and the SPLM official during deliberation. That promise had killed a lot of Red Army, fighting very hard that future is belong to them. Now it is in vain. And the fact is that President Kiir is our commander-in-chief. Because when Garang died, he is the one in charge of the Red Army, because Dr. John was in charge of Red Army. He was the commander of the Red Army. So we are not accusing President Kiir, but because he is the head of the state. Or the good thing had to be appreciated, or mess had to be blamed, or anything is responsible. But he is not alone. Because when they call themselves, there are only 4 who are men from high command. He, President Kiir himself, Honorable Coleman Nyangdu, Vice President James Waniga, and Honorable Daniel Awerakot. These are 3 people who are responsible. These are 4 people who are responsible for deleting the SPLA in the books, replacing it with Ugandan military version, changing the name. It is not a problem, but mission or the soldiers, the SPLA, wartime army, had not been benefited from this from independent South Sudan freedom. So the proposing filing case or accusing the SPLA, Red Army versus government, or Red Army versus SPLA, versus SPLM party, this one had to be discussed by the Red Army. Red Army had to call conventions to see whether there is a case, to file a case against the ruling party, especially the 4 people whom I have already mentioned here. The Coleman Young, Daniel Awerakot, James Waniga, and President Kiir. Because they are the senior people now. So, from here, since it has already been said, let it put it aside. So, I would like to stop here because you've given me 3 minutes, and I will give detail in part 2 about the Red Army. But what I want to tell to the chairman of Red Army, who is my chairman, is to think about showing the SPLM ruling party as Red Army. We have to initiate convention to see exactly whether there is a case. I know Red Army had paid a very heavy price. They died in thousands. Many diseases killed them because they were children and their immune system could not resist different types of disease, in which I was one of them who was really battling with what do you call it? We call it Gerban or not Gerban, I don't know. How do you call it? What? The word called Kwon Yishulu.
Go. Hi, how's that? No, I don't want to see the man there. Abani chola ngodachal. I'm trying. Going.
No, it's actually called Kwon, but how do you call it in English or not?
Yeah, in Arabic. Yeah, Arabic. Al-Baras, something like that. Yeah.
Del Baras, yeah.
Yeah. Mahaja.
Yeah.
Ya Al-Baras ya na. Ya going zado. Ya zado ya. المهم في ناس بتقول
مش السكين بتاعه بيكون ابيض كده واسود.
بس حاجه زي اكوله كده يعني بيكون في جسمه.
بيكون في جسم وكمان بيكون مع الاساس.
جدري.
No, ما جدري. هو بيكون في محلات اساس يا نيجو ده ودان يا ملوك. Jeremiah, continue, go ahead.
So that would kill a lot of Red Army in Penudo. It affected Red Army in Penudo. And that one, it got me when we were in it. So we were in it Red Army. It got a lot of Red Army in it. But but it touches them a lot. Even they use there was separate camp for those having that one. That their food are taken there. They're treated like the way those people are treating the one of Corona here. How do you call it? Yeah, of COVID-19 here. They were treated like that. So when I am saying like this, it was not because we were dirty, but because we were young. We used I spent time in the river, swimming here and there. No one taking care of you. No lotion. Sometimes no soap. Sometimes even you just throw yourself in the river without even having good to clean yourself in a good way. So it was because of the age. Now, these are how we suffered. Now, people who had never gone through this experience that are now enjoying the country. So we have to talk about this. We are bitter about it. And I would like to stop here because I don't want to dominate. I has already said in part 2, we shall be talking about the contribution, the real contribution in the Red Army, where they lost life. The areas the Red Army died. And I know it because I grown up in SPLA. And I had never been in a way you call it liberated areas or what. I've never been there. Anyone knows Anyaraku had never been in liberated area. We normally come, we are fasting or going or taking something or going there. So this is what I want to say. I know all this because I grown up in SPLA, I in pro-life. Me, I don't know people from my tribe, those who were not in the bush. But most of the military figures in SPLA, I know them. They are not from my tribe, but I know them. Because where I had been living in the combat, in Zune, or headquarters of the Uganda, it made me to see all these commanders. So I would like to stop here. Thank you very much, Brother Edward, and the rest. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade Jeremiah. We are going to continue with part 2. Khalunina Filidara, and then I will talk and Bani look with the rest of Nasamigo. And then because we'll do it in the clubhouse during this week, and by tomorrow I will let you know. We'll fix the date. Part 2 we have to do it. Room will be recorded. Then after that we will take it and put it into the Facebook. أنا برضو I want to recommend للناس اللي قاعدين في room كلام اللي قالوا قبل شوية كتاب بتاع The Lost Boys. The Lost Boys of Sudan by Max Pexler, an American history of the refugees experience. And I remember, I passed through this book, and I read it يوم ده. But it's really a very, very important book. Laizol guide في الروم هنا ده تشتريه. لما تمشي تشوف صفحة 111 في صفحة بتاع 111 في صورة بتاعت الريد بتاعت Lost Boys. Actually the Red Army, actually they are not Lost Boys, they call them here Lost Boys. لكن في picture the Red Army. And when you look into this picture أنا سمعت في يدي and you look into our situation في جنوب السودان, I don't know Salfakir لو قاعد يقرأ الكتب ديل something you will feel sorry, like what Jeremiah said قبل شوية, and also what Mike said قبل. So في comment هنا, let me read it from the book. في commented بتاعت في كتاب في سورة شايلين باكات يعني وهذا بتاع السورة ده is really very painful. They're separated from parents in the swirling shoes of war. In the late 1980s, boys from several parts of southern Sudan they walk hundreds of miles toward the promise of safety in the Ethiopia. Thousands died along the way. Reported and relief workers doubt survivors the lost boys of Sudan after the Peter Pan, the character who cast without parent into the world of the adults. So we'll continue, inshallah. We'll announce the part 2, and also I have the book, and I will also quote some important point on the second part. للأسف لو عملنا هنا في الشغل, that means I don't have time to make any quotation. But لو هنا we did it on the weekdays, on the weekend, we don't have time on weekend now, so we have to do it in the weekdays. أباني guide وكده. So let me give the chance الأخير قبل ما نمشي للمودريتورز لجنرال بيل. فضل سعادتك.
With all appreciation, Mr. Edward, for this graphic topic that South Sudanese want to ask themselves where and why they began the war and where are they hitting and where are they now? These are important questions. All the contribution. First of all, before I go there, somebody asked me before about somebody called Malitkom, where he died. I think if it is a Bushok, he went with General James Ross. We may find it out because, the front line was very big. When James went down.
They were my brother.
Yeah, when James went down with Bushok, he found me that I went to recruit Young. And I came back briefly, and then I went back, and then he decided he went to Northern Upper Nile. And he will be the one exactly because there is another one called General Kodio guy with a medical. These are the people who will know exactly what happened to Malitkom. So now let me go back to the topic of today. I will actually mail. I will send a message to James and Kodio. Then when we meet on Central Eastern Equatorial Forum, then I will be able to answer to this question to you or text to you the information. So what I am saying now, the last speaker talked about people who were not part of the struggle. Now they are the one running the country because the current leadership has decided to stand against everybody who made contribution. Like now other people, they say that they liberate South Sudan. And the record was saying 3 million lives lost in South Sudan. In our census of 2008, the whole population of South Sudan is 8.5 million. Which community in Southern Sudan can afford to lose 3 billion and will stand again? Which community? There's no one. There's no tribe that can lose about 3 million lives and can still exist. That is from there is a lie. This war is very consuming because our own miscalculation, our own failure. Everybody has contributed. Young people like who were Red Army, they did not enjoy their childhood, teenagehood, and whatever legacy. They did not test it like the rest. Like when we start the movement, maybe we are over 20. For the last 40 years, now you don't have cows, you don't have farm land for you, you don't have block if you are from the village. In Medina, you don't have a house. Your children did not test nothing for the last 40 years. You look stupid because you cannot do something for 40 years that cannot benefit you, nor benefit your children. This is a very great challenge. But we are very proud to die free, poor, instead of reducing ourselves to beggars in something that
we gave everything in this life. And then as I share the nation my own nobody can munda piece team. The topic as I did the new beginning for South Sudanese because Bele after them another black but today well I'm not me another black but now said black but the songs Sudan said black but today they would not them like me because we get out convolution do your go of it and there's no way to clean it unless you can more in Europe and they're fishing in that water. And I'm sure when a young men white Red Army actually they were started after we went to the front line. Kalamata Galugal the Yalta generals. Then after then our nas then we are partial one. Those of Tabandeng, my Jaga God, the Kuirot, is with the working on Mundil, our Jago, out of Desire. Then group attack Aragaogabla, my township one, then that's our partial one. And then those of we Jaiman as Bureau Matubat and Jaiman Sudan, shall we hear Lamulim, Galap, Bugumalaziman Hawaii. We were having very few captains. See, we don't get general on the way. What can be done? Then that was the way. In 1983, and then the Gina Badin and so way to 1987 above. What was also it in 1983, like 1987 or 88. We thought that they took all the Amulupi Ku, Tawali, and Mati Mood will age by the year. Now, the Gina English cannot be a lot better. We were distracted from our mission and then we came to Malatan. The Roman but in a couple of SPLA formation. And then after that, then the youth can Chafuga the Pijuba, they shall allow Yalabu Fisher. What am I the high? When the high begin with Sudan, you don't have nothing. People who have the money, who have the legacy, who have everything, they don't want to see you. Yalabana Kaltan, Yamakna Fuki data. Robert Kaltan that in a calendar man moved to all this. How many of us? After that, they need to look at the payback period. Payback period for how many people and then for how long? Then I'm going to come. Limited repetition. Made weakness time there, they are media there, Yaude, their weakness time. When my son or it was Robin of Ian, get out there, making them down to zero. And as a map of interest, can the more than people let well a candidate to Medina. Why the interest? When I do Shabani, but I didn't put together. Carabon color consumer, or Kalabuna way. Not for the kid. No, nothing. Kalam the Mabi. So after that, أنا بشكر كمديد وادينه كلام ده يسمى بطريقة أنت ربنا كتب في قلبك ولنا يا بلقى خلاص من ده الشباب الرياض عامي كلام بتاع قبيل اللي قالوا جنرال كون ده كان عندنا idea إنه يالله يتعبوا كده عشان شنو يموتوا بالنوريش عشان ما في أكل دي شنو ما بسمى في باري إننا بقر سلاطين إننا حيوان أنا في قاب ما كان عملوا لهم برنامج عشان يكون عندهم feeding عشان feeding ده بديهم health they neglect and they were neglected ما بزول ده فاضي نادو كتير ويشل مدة ما بنتهي الناس بتاعنا ضيعوا بطريقة دي سو أنا بيشوف إنه قال ده كلام ظريف جدا ده كلام تمام كلنا هنمشي المشوار ده دي معناتها أنت كسرت تعملوا اثنين ستيب في 1 week we will finish it up أنا ما زلت أمير أنا أجانا أنا بكلم في أنا ما قاعد أحب دي كلامه وزال قاعد شاتم فوق أنا ما قاعد نمشي فوق أول مرة نكون عضو في ميديا دي كان أنا شفته في سمسن يعني في حاجة كده معقولة أنت بقدر تستفيد منه من زول تاني دي هذا جالس أقول الكلام ده أجانا من عمله ده contribution يا ده دكاتور زول الكلام قبل شوية ده قالوا من دكاتور ما لي ما وين ما لغاده وين ما جبال النوبة ما محل ده كله ما هذا contribution ده وايد عام هذا بتاع ده عام سوري ما ده وايد عام ده عام so ده ما في achievement ده قانون ما فاد كوبا كان قرن ما ودام كوبا whatever reason man kan bari asa kam ne farasa ma mata kan yalde jabo medical staff they already they are contribution ne gasidin and matu katir kaman fi field ulisa bagende amulu injazat kalam bita ino gal de yalta commander de gal usan ma mumkin yiduk zura de ma yakul yerbodo kashum ومن هي قاعد يالهم قريبين من كتر يالهم لكن اساسا البروجرام ده was open for every جالس صغير البقدر يكوش في محل ده بس اللي جاء حصل في دفعه ثاني لان في يال جالس الله 50 of them رجال جابوا من بور وانا سيغايا تمده جاء ريبليس ده كتب عشان دفعه المشي اول ده دولة نوير almost ياو مشي للنص بتاع الجروب ده وده اكتر من انه عملوا فكره كويس ويال كثير فاتوا وكان ناس ثانيين شافوا كمان قال هو ده دخل ياله مع ناس ثانيين فاتوا ده it was a minor something ما يود بيجيب دنيا كله تاني أكثر حاجة إنه قال كانوا يالده ودو في كوبا ده ورق هذا أنا صلي كمري دورة ده لما كان جي في كوبا هناك when I was representative of Nasser section في Nasser في Washington DC that was my communication to United Nations إنه يالده يشيلوا من محله كانوا بدو redundant ما بيعملوا حاجة ما يرسلون ساوث السودان أمريكا قال ما دايرهم طيب قال يشوفوا لهم country تاني يا ودهم في كده كان في ناس عملوا قضية عشان يالده to be relocated. I'm one of those. أنا ما شفت زول ده ورقة بتاعه لكن أنا واحد من الناس اللي عملوا struggle عشان يالي يشيلوا برا ده وأوراق بتاعين قبيلة رسلت ليه ده ما قاعد نقول عشان كل زول يشوف ده شغل بتاعنا أي زول يعمل بتوعه بسيط ده mean something. ده هسه أنت كلية time بتاعك ده ما تعمل قروش ما تعمل راحة عشان تجيب جنوبين في محل واحد عشان هم يفكروا سوا ده ما شغل حي. So ربنا يوافق ووافق على أساس إن أنا كان جامد زي ده الفرسان ده جنتان ما في فرق لأن أنا على أساس ما في فرسان ده بس ده what do you call it أنا ما بعرف بعرب ولا بإنجليزي يعني لو بنيجي يكون معمل تعمل ولا فكرة ما جا في أي زول واحد جابه وكل زول قام فوق لأن لو أي زول قاعد يفكر في معه دينا كده هذا عندك 40 years في struggle ما عندك تعريف بين جانب بتاعك ما أكل فوق جانب بتاعك ما أكل فوق أنت عملت شنو يعني أنت زول بدون ما ده مرض أنت depressed في محل بتاعك أنت ما قاعد تعمل أي حاجة هسه التورق ده ما أنت بالبروك أنت زاد في راسك كده هنا ناس كتير زي ده ما أنا براي هسه قاعدين ده نقول مدودة أول زول الحرب المنطقة بتاع بوما ده مخالف بتوع لا الناس كان في سيس فاير كان على سيس فاير وبول ما دون ما يعمل ريكونسل مع اولاد مرولي لقى جبل بوم فوق قال ممكن يمسكوه قال ها قال نيا كتا قال نام في سيس فاير قال سيس فاير يا تو نحن كان متاكدين قال لنا بنقبضه انت خليه كنا بنقول لنا مخالفين يا بول ما دون بس جبل بوم فوق لما نصلوا ما سجل كلام قال بوم مسكوه أقول في بيعادنا في سيس فاير قالوا سيس فاير ده كان له جيزة يوم ده قال نيتو قال ما بتاع كان وقع في بير يوم سبت أنت ممكن تطلعه أو قال ده مخالف كويس يو قال أنت لقيتي جالتها في قاعد يقولنا في سوشيال ميديا قال جالتها ماشيين في أورفني ما تكلم كان دايما هاي يساعدون ولا بتوع وبول ما دوده في 91 يعني شكلت معه في بوم لما مومن سبليت عشان لما نسقف حكمنا بإعدام لما قرن أبا ودونه في confinement في بوما وبول ما دوده العيدان بتاع سلفكير لما 91 جاء I don't want to wait. I cannot miscalculate that one. I know that bull will kill me. Self will ask him to kill me. And then I initiate too. We Gabalo then Gabal Shila Murule or Shackle. Murule they escort me like a Nasser. Lakin Borda and Ma Bibna I know Galuam contribution to the movement. Atala woman. Yaluta command you couldn't be Tariga after all this. Pifangalo Munja, they were intercepted by Nyanya too. Look at another bull. Losing us you more than to cook up. وعمل نايم قال عملي شجر عملوا قال ده كشف تيجي ناني هو ده طلع فوق بتاعه بعد شوية طلع راسه بسيط ده ياو عايش ياو ده نهاية بتاع ناس ده راسه ده بلد عايشينه ده لعنة بتاعشينه so نحن هنا التوبيك برو مهم ويالي الصخوات ديل كمان هم الحمد لله قلبهم بارد قلبهم سخن زي ده ونعرف تعب ماشي فوق ده وبلد اللي ب 18 سنه 18 years ago لقينا البادجت بتاعنا من 2005 حكومه ده بادجت ناس will set their own priorities مشاكل طبعا بنتهي منهم كان عندهم قروي انا بجيف هنا بنقابل في سنترال ايكوتوريا انا كمان كويس هناك في المنطقه بتاعت تفوسا because 1989 شكلت عند مولين يعني لما شكلوا ده انا كان وصلنا في شيل 5 وصلنا كفايته I was deployed to Nakotwot لنا قاعدين نعمل تمام لنا قاعدين وعملوا ساعه 8 بالليل عشان تفوز قاعدين نشن في الناس في الجبل سو المهم ربنا في اي حاجه بكون صعب بكون صعب بكون confusing وهل بتو بيجي كان determine thank you كمريدي والناس كلهم
شكرا جزيلا جنرال and uncle بيل really يعني خلينا اشكرك نيابه عن اداره بتاعت South Sudan Political Club وبرضه منبر صوت الشعب للمجهود بتاعك. انا قريت الورق بتاعك قبل شويه. we'll try to how we can put it so many people can share them when you actually communicating with United Nations in regard of the Red Army في كوبا. Thank you so much. وزي ما انت قلت really الوضع بتاعنا في جنوب السودان دايرنا نحن كلنا نخد يدنا فوق بعض، وده السبب اللي نحن زي ما انت قلت هسه لما قاعدين نعين للورا where did we come from and where are we today and what is the future of that country. يابا خلينا ونقعد هنا نخلي زي ما انت قلت نخلي حاجات كتير. by the way أنا جيت من شغل بس و just take shower and جيت قاعد هنا طوال. So ده جزء من contribution بتاعنا. We need to come together. No way. We realize we need to come together. So شكرا. يوم السبت انت هتكون هنا وبرضو part 2 بتاعت the contribution of the Red Army in combat mission also will discuss it and put it a week and then نعمله بس في كلاب هاوس ده we'll share it في فيسبوك later on. لكن بتاع يوم السبت يكون عندنا حلقتين يوم السبت. عندنا حلقة الصباح مع بروفيسور كون and the second one at 6 will be the contribution of Eastern Equatoria. شكرا. God bless you. Stay blessed. نحن will not forget that. الدور بتاعنا actually it mean a lot to us. Thank you so much. Sister Bani, let me give you, you can make a comment, sister. Sorry. ليلة روم كان صعب ما لقيته فرصة يتكلموا كتير. تفضل.
No, it's okay. It was great to listen and hear and learn from the Red Army members, you know, and all the generals. I want to thank them again on behalf of South Sudan Political Club. It was a very important and educative session. You know, we learn a lot, and the most important thing is this room is recorded on Facebook, on YouTube, and the link is up here, you know, for the generations to come, for those who did not witness or who didn't experience what you went through, you know, it will be recorded. So it is a good reference for all of us as South Sudanese to refer or to go back and listen to your point of view. It's good to hear things from the first hand. Like, you know, you have been there. We are not reading books, but you have experienced it. So thank you. I want to thank each and everyone that contributed in the room. General Mike, Jeremiah, Deng, Abiel Kon, Yul, and Tongjang, and many others who came early. Thank you so much. We want to thank all our veterans who sacrifices their life during the liberation struggle. You know, without you, we will not have this country, and without the people of South Sudan too. Each and every one of us contributed in each and every one of South Sudanese contributed in one way or another.
So thank you so much. I will not speak a lot because it is getting late and we are here just to hear from you. If there is a way, click the link above and you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you can go to the Voice of the People forum too and like it so that you will get a notification. And on the behalf of South Sudan Political Club, we want to apologize if we hurt anybody. We didn't mean to. It was just a discussion. So we want to thank all the audience that has been here for almost 5 hours. Thank you so much, and God bless you. I'll stop here, Edward.
Good night, sister.
Good night, sister. Thank you so much. Thank you, Obani. Dr. Miluk, for the brother.
Thank you, brother Edward. Thank you, sister Bani, for the room. zaman batakum الطويل اللي انتوا اخذتوه. You guys didn't take rest. أنا بشكركم نيابة عن South Sudan Political Club. بنشكر الأودينس بتاعنا، الناس المستمعين في صوت الشعب وفي يوتيوب as well. نشكركم على الحضور بتاعكم ومشاركتكم معنا. بنشكر الناس اللي جو فوق جنرالز اللي كانوا يتكلموا عن contribution بتاع Red Army and the Red Army themselves، الناس اللي كانوا قاعدين في الموفمنت. والكلام ده لما نجيبه في discussion بتاعنا ما دايرين انه يجي يعمل لنا ديفايد، قاعدين نجيب حاجات زي ديل نجي نتكلم عن تاريخ بتاعنا عشان to learn from it and to take what is South Sudanese went through كجروب بتاعنا كلنا كجنوبيين. We don't want to come here and divide ourselves, but let them come and take and tell the history as it is. ونقول للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ده كان movement بتاع الناس كله. It wasn't movement بتاع جهة واحد أو بتاع tribe. ده كان movement بتاع السودانيين اللي كانوا بيشعروا بالظلم. فأنا بشكركم وبشكر الناس اللي ساهموا في الدiscussion بتاع الليلة. And we look forward for the next discussion. My brother Edward, it's been a long time. من ما أنت جيت من الشغل وقعدت نشكرك برضو للمساهمة بتاعك as always بتقدم خدمة للشعب بتاعك وحاجات ده ممكن شعب بتاع جنوب السودان one day will say thank you to your contribution. So thank you very much, brother.
Edward, Mojo ده رسالة على General بيال في دقيقة لو ممكن عشان كده رسل لي مسج هو up here. تفضل.
Comrade Biel, how are you? It's a long time. I want to let you remember that we are the one who used to chase you in Boma, and then you escaped with our friends, the fighters, the great fighters, Morley. So it's really nice to know that you are here, and really let us. I send you my contact, my telephone, so we can be in contact. So we'll have those good memories when we're in Boma. And also for Edward, I think it's a good topic. Really, been just listening there with all the freedom fighters who are talking about the legacy and the contribution of our gallant forces, Red Army, for their contribution in the liberation of South Sudan and all contribution in the struggle. So thank you, Bani, to give me this chance to greet
by the way,
my friend, Comrade Biel Topik.
Yeah, Comrade Mujo, before you go, actually, I don't know, but really, we can actually put the contribution of the Blue Nile and contribution of Nuba in the struggle. So you are here, and you was one of the comrades. If you are ready to come in also with the comrade, I will put it the last section, the last part of this report. So you can come and we talk about the contribution of our comrades from the Nuba Mountain. So General Biel, you are here. Do you want to say something to Muja before you go down? Before actually you continue to finalize.
Okay. Yeah, maybe mention Kabir in the other time. Then we got the topic of contribution.
No, it a rift zolda. Mujo it a rift too.
Yeah.
Min Jamal Nova.
Yeah, I don't know. We will chat.
Ura select.
Yeah.
Ura select. Yeah, Ura select. You share the shak yegal message bitak fi ajada fi clubhouse. Mujo, gul kalmatak akhira ya. Thank you, General.
I think he's done. He just came for that. Mujahid, a guide?
خلاص he done. ما يلوك تنتهي مش؟
أنا جاي بقول موجة أمشي أعمل communication مع جنرال بيل هناك the contact person له. So I'm done, my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, أنا ما في حاجة داير أقوله. نينا قعدنا كتير. أنا خليني أشكر جنرال مايك، جنرال جلمايا، كومريد دين، كومريد لايون، كومريد أيويل، جنرال موجو، جنرال بير, and the rest of the comrade, Dr. Okun ويكوني وكومريد جنرال جيمس كونغ وكل الكومريد لايون وكل الناس اللي جو فوق جبال. انا بشكركم زي ما باني شكركم قبل شويه، وكذلك كومريد دكتور ميلوك. انا هنا دايرين we want to share our identity كجنوبين. You see, and this is the only way we can create stability في جنوب السودان. This is the only way. The regime الموجود في جوبا وقبل شويه جنرال بيل تكلم فوقهم الجاس كم نفر اللي هسه قاعدين مستفيدين من البلد they destroy our social fabric and they use the theory of divide and rule. نظرية بتاعت مارشالين divide and rule or divide and conquer to divide us and to destroy our social fabric. الليلة ده بقينا we look into ourselves as tribe. أننا في أمريكا we are divided. أننا في كندا we are divided. في أستراليا divided. Anywhere else we are divided. So دايرين نقول لنا كلنا هنا إنه يا جماعة الديفيجن ده نهاية بتاعه ممكن يكون نهاية بتاع حاجة اسمه جنوب السودان. So what we are trying to do in this forum is to tell Junubin, all of us together, we sacrifice for that country. Why قبيلة في جنوب ده they pay for that country. ناس جنرال بيل ياو قاعدين وكل الكومراد اللي جا فوق هنا ده الحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان شال يال بتاع الجنوبين كلهم في يال صغار زي ما شفت انا قبل عندي صورة هنا وصورة قبل شوية بتاع القدامي ده يال كريت متاين ليال زي دي لسه they are there now were 11 years. الليلة ده ما قاعدين في جنوب السودان. جنرال بيل في عمره له فوق ده عمره هسه يكون فوقه لاجي ولا يكون فوقه whatever. لو يا جماعة في حقيقة بقولوا no. أهل بتاعنا الليلة كلهم قاعدين في refugees camp. يال بتاعت كومريدز اللي كانوا في غابة انتوا ذاتكم اللي انتوا الناس الحياة ديل في كومريد بتاعكم ماتوا يال بتاعهم مشردين. So for us to fix that country we need actually to come together. We need to unite ourselves. And that's why the role that we are playing here now, we realize no way for us to come together if we keep actually accusing ourselves as a tribe. Just very simple. Then let us realize we are one nation, we contribute together. A division that is prolonging a lifespan between the regime في Juba and the lifespan between Southern between Shab between Nanien. So why do we want to come together and stop this situation? ونخلق البلد يكون زيه زي أي بلد تاني في الدنيا ده. ناس ممكن بدل الشعب بتاعنا يكونوا قاعدين في الريفيجيز، إننا الشباب بتاعنا فيديو بتاعهم قاعدين بيسوا مصر الوقوم وقتلهم في ما أعرف في سيناء ولا وين في محل بتاع الذهب، ومبارح رسلوا لي فيديو زول راقي تحت وقاعد يكورك كله دم وبلد بتاع بترول. Why this happening? So let us try. We want to reshape this story. عشان هنا نطلع بفهم إنه ما في طريقة. We need to correct this situation together. By saying this, أنا بشكر كل زول قاعد ياخد وقت بتاعه بتيجي تشاهد البرنامج ده. أنا ما أقدر ننسى برضه تونجيان أنا ما أقدر أنساك إنتوا جرمايا وما يكنتوا ديل، يعني ذاكرة بتاعتكم ده ذاكرة قوية جدا. And you guys are blessed. And that reason, me myself, I will keep always. يعني مايك جرمايا جنرال بيل وكل الرفاق زي ناس لويا الشباب ديل كلكم انتوا مستقبل بتاع جنوب السودان، وانتوا ياو السيد بتاعت الحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان. Today بيجي في اجي اسمه SPDF. So thank you. أنا بشكركم جزيل الشكر. أنا بشكر جرمايا شديد because جرمايا قاعد يشتغل بالليل وفي استراليا. الزول قبل لما نجي هنا يا جماعة أنا بكون نام زي ساعتين بس. أنا ضربت له ما رفع يويك. So you need to share it, my brother. You have not only thing you can do people assess that no guys you are correct, you know the meet the last information. But now everything now is actually being corrected the way it's supposed to be. So we are going to continue. And then أنا بدوك لجرمايا بكرة كان مسا نمنينا نقعد في دار نشوف اليوم. And then نعمل part 2 within this week. And then نعمل within this week. Or maybe on Tuesday. Tuesday, but maybe in a room with General Pagan in the morning. It should be announced by tomorrow. But maybe on Wednesday at 6, or Tuesday is that at 6. And then نعمل room at 6 after tomorrow. And then we continue part 2, so we finish it. On Saturday, we are going to talk about at 6 contribution of Eastern Equatorian to struggle. On Sunday, and then also we are going to continue talk about the contribution of Jungule State. And as with at Jungule State, prepare yourself. Always, I need to remind you guys, Ashan Baden, finance this mentality with our tribalism and regionalism, I can see it alive kid finance guide if you house. So what we do in this forum, we open the floor first to the son and the daughter of the state. If they are here in the room, we'll invite you. They are not here in the room, we are not going to wait for someone actually is reckless, I don't want to come to contribute. And indeed we have the main contributors, we will give them chance. And we are depending on them. In Jeremiah, Mike, General Biel, Utongyang. General Biel بنخطه ورا دايما لانه ده زول كبير من نازل بعدك بيجي لو بيجي في حاجات need to be corrected he will pass through it. This is what we do. لو ما في ناس جو will give chance طوال الناس زي. So we hope on Saturday at 6 we'll get chance. قبل يبلانو General Pagan will be here. We give chance to the son of his General Bielda will come in. After that, Pagana Mum will come in to actually say whatever you want to say in that regard to the topic. Shukran lekum. Rabbana ibarik fikum. Rabbana ibarik fi Junub Sudan. You have a good night and you have a good morning. Abani, we look good night and good morning. Shukran le audience بتاعتنا في فيسبوك. Yeah, شكرا لكم الناس في فيسبوك. شكرا الناس قاعدين في كلاب هاوس في يوتيوب. الناس اللي قاعدين يا جماعة ادونا فيفر. عايز القاعد في الروم ده give us favor. الفيفر دايرين نطلب click on the link on YouTube ده. To that link YouTube. So for the it will تابع لو بيجي معهم موجود house whatever happened بيجي معهم موجودين في Facebook they will be in the YouTube. So please give us favor on the YouTube. This is something we need to do. we are going to apologize لو في زول ما لقى فرصة أننا بنعتذر. We didn't mean it. انتوا براكم شايفين سنينا we are here going to 6 hours. Also it will not be enough, but we are going part 2 أننا ندي الناس كلهم فرصة برضو. بتاع part 2 will not be live on Facebook, but after it finish we are going to post it on YouTube so you can get it there for being future in the future references. You have a good night, my look. Actually you have a good afternoon or good morning in the Ginaga Bani. Good night. Aizol Firum. Good night. Rabbana Mago. Thank you.